soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on. Starlight out on. Starlight out on. Cosmic soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on. Starlight out on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I have been sleeping rough, so that is why I feel like so out of energy. So bear with me for a little bit. How are you doing this morning, Chuck?
Doing great. Doing great. It's another beautiful day. Hell, any day I can wake up to be alive is a great day.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see what we got in chat today. Alawine, yourself, the Chatter King, and United House of Polaris. Welcome. Oh, well, we got like 5 more viewers popped in. Welcome to you guys as well. Ashton, I will keep your father-in-law in my prayers. There we go. There we go. There's that wake-up cough. How are you guys doing today? Oh man, that made my back crack and everything. Good lord. We got some interesting things to talk about. Today is just another chill stream because I don't see really anything in the news worth talking about.
I dropped another article in the back dealing with the Iranian gunboats.
Oh, that's actually cool. So we got our Artemis mission. We got our Artemis mission that got put on hold another month. Chuck was telling me about. So we got an article from the Guardian for that. I got some Twitter stuff for us to go over while we're all playing Wake Up. What's up, Struggle? What's up, Paige? No one wants to hear your voice? Well, you can leave if you want. A spy in our midst, I guess.
No, I don't even see that one.
Oh, there.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
No one wants to hear your voice. Well, then leave. It's simple. Not that hard.
Well, good thing I ain't no. I like this guy. It took me a minute to realize who it was. A few months ago, but I realized who it was. He makes me laugh whenever we talk. What's up, Chaos Queen? It's me. Well, what's me, Paige?
Average male debater. Female.
Average
Female.
Female debater.
Damn, I can't even read no more. Shit. That would be Miss Page, right?
Yeah, that'd be Paige. Why are you dead, Struggle?
If you're dead, how can you type? That's some of that young kid talk. I'm dead.
So morning, Lou. Dude, trust me, I feel you. Trust me, I feel you on that. So the first thing this morning, we'll go to my Twitter. We'll go to my Twitter. So apparently Epstein writes down email and password. FBI finds it, stores it as evidence, doesn't censor, release. Nerds find Epstein password. No multi-factor authentication. I wonder if anyone logged in looks inside. Someone linked their fuck. Haha, I did not kill myself. Someone through like just it's crazy. Racial epithet. If you can read this. Like so many people logged in to Jeffrey Epstein's email. That's crazy. That is fucking wild. What was Oh, you're not a spy. Emmett, me and Emmett are allies, alright? Me and Emmett are allies. You can't spy on allies. Oh man, Ted Cruz got caught in a gaffe. Do y'all want to hear it? It's fucking hilarious to me.
What'd he do this time?
I'll let you hear it.
Practically, this pattern keeps on happening. Now, Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles and
Whoa, Ted! Whoa! What did he mean by that?
That was a Freudian slip.
What did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? Remember what I told you? I found the part 2 to the people touching the food with their bare hands.
Yeah.
All right, this is next level, and it aggravates the fuck out of me.
I think I know what it is. I could be wrong. Yep.
Bro, look at his big ass tongue, bro. You look at all those burgers. Bro, did he just stab the burger with his big toe?
And the purpose is
I don't know. You got to put your foot in it.
I mean, that's how I make spaghetti sauce. I dip my big toe in it for the extra flavor.
Not Indian street food. Look, you say that's AI, and it might very well be, but
yeah,
we've seen some weird shit from the Indian street food vendors.
They got more gimmicks than you can shake a stick at.
Trying to put some extra cheese on
it. I always thought they called that toe jam, not cheese.
Trying to give you some struggles to extra flavor.
I'll pass.
So this says if Congress won't pass, he's about to burn his junk. This one says if Congress won't pass a bill that 83% of U.S. citizens are asking for, that means we have taxation without representation. I do not consent.
All this polling on the screen going back since 2018. You'll notice on all of it, it's all north of 75%, 76%, 76%, 76%, 81%, and then 83% in the last year of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. They favor photo ID to be able to vote.
What about by party? What's the party breakdown?
Yeah, normally you might expect, hey, there'd be a big divide by party with Republicans really for it and Democrats really against it. But not really here. I mean, just take a look here. Favor photo ID to vote. You got 95% of Republicans, pretty much all of them, but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. So
it's still a big divide.
Posting that on X, and what you see is that the American people actually, it's not really all that controversial.
Not really. Yeah, it's a 24% divide, right? But the thing about it is, like, how many so-called Democrats are actually legals to begin with? You know,
And this is well above the 50% mark on either case.
Yeah, this is still over 20% in favor of over 50%. Why do you have two streams going? Well, Christine, it's called streaming in vertical.
Is that the lovely Christine?
Yes, she hates everybody.
Oh, yes, that is the lovely Christine.
How you doing this morning, Christine?
She's so
There you go.
warm and loving.
Oh, you're good, Christine. You're good.
The American people are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even if they are Democrats. We're talking about 7 in 10 Democrats agreeing with Nicki Minaj that you, in fact, should show a voter ID to vote.
What's the racial breakdown?
Okay, what's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a non-controversy, in other words.
Very good. The alliteration of Mr. John Berman, that Harvard education, paying off once again.
Harold, and thank you
Thank you
very much.
You know, this is leading me because you're seeing the news media outlets starting to agree with one another and you know, bipartisanship, right? It makes me think that we may be headed to some sort of conflict, right? Because you very, like, whenever there's times of peace and prosperity, this, that, and the third, you don't see the news media outlets agreeing with one another, and it seems the more closer we get to actual conflict, the more Fox and CNN agree with each other. I mean, have you noticed that, Chuck, or am I just grasping at straws?
I really hadn't paid attention recently. I could hardly watch news for all the extraneous bullshit they put in there. You know, the slant. I have trouble. I do most of my news by reading anymore.
Fair. Well, they released a killer because he did a rehabilitation program.
The person who did this was protected more. He mattered more. His age mattered.
What's up, Sunrox?
A rehabilitation program for him mattered more than my daughter. And I don't want to feel like I let my daughter down because nobody cared.
Right now, what happens to the offender after their program conditions are met is handled by the Department of Juvenile Justice and a judge. It does not include the victim or prosecutors.
The person who did this was protected more. He mattered more. His age mattered.
This is Florida, isn't it?
A rehabilitation program for him mattered more.
I don't recall.
Than my daughter. And I don't want to feel like I let my daughter down because nobody cared.
Right now, what happens to the offender after their program conditions are met is handled by the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Give me 1 second. I gotta go get Tucker. He did a great escape.
Run, dog, run. Run from that mean guy. Free Willie. That's the way it should be. Oh, what do we got here? Grumple Stiltskin sleep straight. That's not unusual for Grumple to fall asleep in a stream. I've been on a few panels where he just falls out.
Grumple, yeah. Grumple is
Mis-
cool.
Mr. Vibe is in the audience. Welcome, Mr. Vibe.
Welcome, Vibe. We're just getting things started and rolling up over here today. Ugh. Look, I'm waiting for Joe Cool because he sent me something this morning that I feel is absolutely weirdly hilarious, but also sad.
Another.
It has to do with deportations
Why did I know that?
because it's Joe.
Exactly. Well, I did see a story where they're gonna, was it 700, 900 agents they're gonna remove from the area there in Minnesota to try to alleviate some of the pressure.
I don't know about that, but Joe sent me a funny story that is also very sad. There is a kindergarten teacher that wants to deport their students. And it's fucking wild. So we gotta hear this
Okay.
and discuss it.
Hotline for reporting illegal immigrants, and people call it thinking that it's legitimate. I talked to a kindergarten teacher that wants to deport the parents of a kindergartner at her school, and it looks like they have a child who was born in New York, which makes them an American citizen.
Yeah.
I disagree.
We're looking to deport the parents and leave the child.
Right. Like I said, I don't know if they're here illegally. I just think it's odd, it's very odd.
What did you say was odd?
It's just odd for them to even be here. Like, I'm a teacher at a school. Okay. I know schools. I know the whole law about schools. I mean, they seem like nice people or whatever, but I looked them up in our files and I was like, oh, she was born in Honduras and he's born in El Salvador. So right there, it's like, okay, maybe I'm on the right path. They drop off their kid every day.
So their kid is their kid a student at your school?
Yes. Yes.
One of your
kindergarten.
Okay, so now you want to get his parents deported?
Well, I'm just saying that if they're taking up resources from our county,
Okay.
I'm not into illegal people being here.
I mean, if the son's in kindergarten, what is 6 or 7, right?
Yeah, he's probably like 5 or 6.
And he was born in New York, so that means assuming like they've been in America for 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna go ahead and just remove them.
Are you like questioning that, or what do you know?
Yeah. Sorry, no, I'm just writing this down for my own personal notes, and my supervisor teaches at school wants kindergarten child's parents deported.
You make it sound terrible. You make it sound like it's terrible, but
well, I'm just writing down what you're telling me.
okay. What? Yeah. Okay.
Sounds terrible. Let's see, I can write that down.
Christine, is this you? This sounds a lot like Christine.
And that's Hispanic in an area where you wouldn't normally see Hispanics. Okay.
Right. Like people that are born in another country.
Yeah, because you normally see those people where?
Like in the city.
Got it. Okay. Hispanics out of place. Now in country, not where they belong.
I'm just saying, you was going right. I'm like, this sounds like something Christine would say. I'm just picking at you, Christine. I'm just playing. Oh. It just sounds like something you'd say. You'd bought all the anger and hatred it. I'm just playing though.
In city. So we were able to confirm that they are documented citizens along with their child.
Oh, good.
So yeah, it's good because we don't have to deport a 6-year-old. And yeah, I mean, that little fella could have been a threat to our national security.
Why are you talking to me like this?
Say again?
Why do you talk to me like this?
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
Like you're like sarcastic.
Oh, okay. I mean, I just thought that maybe you'd be okay and just happy that the people that you reported were actually here legally and that they belong.
With you.
Just like you and me.
Did I talk to your supervisor? You said you had a supervisor.
Yeah, I just thought you.
So basically what Joe sent me is some rabble rouser who sets up a hotline for people to call that's supposed to be ICE. So that's what I get from this. So somebody's starting shit and fucking talking shit to their fellow citizens because of some virtue signal. That's crazy.
Would set up a fake
Yeah.
telephone line or service.
And that should honestly be legal, to be honest. If it's not, it should be.
I don't know. Is New York a two-party consent state for recording?
That part's not the issue. If you talk to somebody, you should be able to record it. That's fine. But setting up a fake hotline to rabble-rouse, because that if you're gonna set up a fake hotline, if you're gonna go through that much effort to troll and set up a fake hotline, how am I supposed to believe that you wouldn't fake that conversation to begin with?
Yep.
Right.
Or steer it in the direction you want it to go, and then edit out the part where you steered it.
Yeah. And this goes into the whole when we were talking to Joe and them about the congressional floor and the tiers and shit. It's like, I just don't believe people. Here's the thing, right? And this is why I don't like the libertarian left and right, because I don't just not trust the government. I don't trust people. I don't trust human beings. I don't think just because you're not a government, you have my or even your own best interest at heart. I've seen self-destructive evil people. And I don't think that what that lady did is okay, by the way. Like, I don't like at all that just because somebody looks different, you're like, oh, they must be illegal. That's retarded in how you get bad shit happening. And you got to have some type of proof.
And this could be entirely actors doing this for attention.
Yeah. I mean, oh, you shouldn't be so easy to trigger, Christine. It's worse than evil has power over us.
See, it elicits the exact response that they wanted.
Well, that's how propaganda works.
Yep.
Like, and that's the funny thing is, like, I have an old saying: the best propaganda isn't. Calm down. I'll still DM you my schedule. All right, you calm down. Fucking. The thing about it is, I've seen a lot of shitty propaganda come and go in my short life, and the fact that people fall for it.
Hank
Hank
got you.
Flamo says, "Papers, please." Thank you, Hank. But you'll still have my schedule. But
I'm gonna go grab a coffee and I'll be right back.
Fair enough. But I've seen enough shitty propaganda, and I've seen how it moves and sways people. And if you think you're immune to propaganda, you're not. Unless you're some like super genetic level of autist that just brain doesn't function properly for some reason. Everybody is susceptible to propaganda. I mean, everybody. And that's why we got to be careful, because there is both government and private people who are pushing out propaganda on both sides that are just designed to pull at your heartstrings. And if they pull at your heartstrings enough, they can encourage you to be violent. They can encourage you to do stupid things. I've seen it a lot throughout white nationalism. I see it a lot throughout leftism. I see it throughout black nationalism. I see it throughout conservatism, progressivism. And while those people will always claim that they don't actually encourage violence or they don't encourage the mob, they know what they're doing. It doesn't matter what side they're on. If you come across people that are pushing a certain narrative or propaganda, they know what they're doing. They know what they're pushing people for. They know the illicit responses that it's going to make. And they should be held accountable on all sides because they're getting us to hurt our fellow man. They're getting us to do things that are not in our best interest just because of either the tingles or although propaganda works on me, but seduction works better on me. Seduction could be a part of the propaganda, Hank. Like, I don't really like the word propaganda because all it really means is the official narrative from a side, right? So while propaganda in of itself is not a bad thing, it's what people do with it, just like a gun, a hammer, or any other tool. And like I said, these people who use and wield propaganda, doesn't matter if they're like the strongest da comrade communist you've ever met, or like the most whitest white nationalist, or just a fucking Democrat or Republican, right? If they're using propaganda, they know implicitly what they're doing with it. And it's kind of evil, honestly. Good boy. Sorry, it's Captain Pet Tucker. He was whining. He's a whiner. So Chuck and I were talking about the. This is probably going to piss some people off. The moon landing. Well, hold on. Yeah, we could skirt back since Lou said that. Not just narrative. It's getting us to have a certain opinion. Well, that's the point of propaganda. And when they get you to have that opinion, then you dive in deeper to the propaganda, right? You start getting propaganda that pulls on your heartstrings once you believe the narrative. Then you get propaganda once your heartstrings are pulled that gets a call to action. There's levels to this shit, and the people that are putting out the propaganda know exactly what they're doing on any side. I don't know if you've noticed, but even though I still consume propaganda, and you may see it on my Twitter feed when I'm scrolling, what I show you guys is things that I find funny or that I find weird. I try not to propagandize my audience because I feel like it's evil. Now, I have my own beliefs and narratives on things that I'll talk about and I'll discuss, but you can find your own propaganda if you're looking for such things. Because I think it's inherently evil. Yeah, they want to elicit an emotion, then they want you to do an action based on that emotion that fits their narrative and fits their belief pattern. Right? That's the bad thing about this propaganda is, and that's why I argue so hard with people over the immigration shit, because it's like people will shout, "Your propaganda is to be anti-immigrant." Like Denison loves to say, they've got you to hate the immigrants so much. Well, they've gotten the other part to love and pity them so much. It's just here's the thing, right? People, specifically women, have negative tingles and positive tingles, and propaganda tickles those tingles and makes them feel something. And then when you virtue signal, or you argue, or you commit an action based on that propaganda, it makes the tingles a lot stronger. So, I mean, I don't really know how else to explain it, because in any other world, champagne socialists wouldn't exist. Like rich communists, quote unquote, wouldn't exist, like your Hassan Piker, if it wasn't for propaganda and those chasing of negative and positive tingles. You can see in fact, you can see the tingles in action if you've ever watched Radical Coder, Ryan. Whenever somebody mentions like minorities, you can see the tingles in his vagina kick on, and he has to be a white savior. Lou says moon landing didn't happen, But if it did, I'm good either way. Well, I mean, here we go. NASA delays moon rocket launch by a month after fuel leaks during tests. The Artemis 2 mission was due to begin as early as next week, and astronauts spent almost 2 weeks in quarantine. NASA has postponed its historic mission to send astronauts around the moon and back again after issues during a critical test of its most powerful rocket yet. The U.S. Space Agency has planned to launch the Artemis 2 mission from Kennedy Space Center in Florida as early as next week, but announced overnight that it would be delayed until March without specifying a date. During an elaborate launch day walkthrough known as a wet dress rehearsal, engineers detected leaking hydrogen from Space Launch System SLS. Team also encountered a problem with a valve associated with Orion capsule that sits on top of the rocket and where 4 astronauts will live and work while on a 10-day mission. Engineers pushed through several challenges during the 2-day test. NASA said its announcement, adding the terms, teams will fully review data from the test of the 98-meter tall rocket. The news will be a frustrating setback for the crew, who have been in quarantine for close to 2 weeks to prevent them from picking up illness before the mission. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it's so hard for us to go back to the moon when we've already been there. Like, we did the flying around the moon during the Cold War, right? Supposedly. Like, I'm starting to believe some people in some things because it's just it's just too convenient. I don't understand why we're having to do flybys and all this, that, and the third when we've already supposedly been. It's not making much sense to me. I don't know. We allowed dumb people to write the software. That's the issue. I mean, I think I really do think we went to the moon. Like, I really do. I don't see too much profit in faking that. So that's why I think that. I just think it's very strange. I just think it's very strange that we keep having to do flybys. We keep having to redo the same old with in regards to the scientific missions. And we keep having the same fucking issues. It's almost like hiring Indians as your whole entire IT and research and development is a fucking problem. But I digress. We keep having fuel leaks. We keep having shitty parts. It's almost like we don't fucking. It's like we don't fucking understand and we don't learn. The radiation belt is the issue. The Van Allen belt. For me, I've heard several different things. Like I've heard that the Van Allen belt, if it was gamma radiation, would completely destroy humans. Alpha radiation, if you know the differences in radiation, then
Back. Your audio cut out, dude. Or is it my audio? Can y'all hear OG?
yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, my headset died. I had to go grab the charger real quick.
Oh, okay. I thought I'd lose my mind there for a minute.
No, the Moonlanders got us. But no, I don't see any profit even with the war against the Soviet Union. Like, I don't see any profit in faking the moon landing.
Well, can't they see the stuff that we left up there before from
No,
telescopes on Earth?
no.
You
No,
sure?
that's a myth. As far as I know, that's a myth. Yes, you can. It is completely possible to do a phone call from the moon
Yeah.
to the Oval Office.
Communications is easy.
Yeah. Both Chuck and I have backgrounds in electrical engineering, and that part of that is communications. And while I didn't graduate, I can explain to you how it works. But I mean, and I'm trying to say this without being insulting. How do I say this without being insulting? If you don't understand the science, and technology behind it and how it works, of course you're going to question it. Of course you're not going to believe it. I mean, you don't fucking know. You're ignorant. And that's what the problem with freedom of speech is. A lot of people that know nothing about what they talk about is allowed to talk about it. And that's the nicest way I can put it. Because I've talked with people on a lot of different things, and I've noticed even within myself, if I have opinions on stuff I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I understand now why I'm so annoyed when I talk with people about satellites, about the moon. So I'm not trying to be insulting, Lou. I don't know how any other way to word it. What's up, Grid? Is that you?
It is me.
Oh, what's up, Sir Grid?
What's happening, guys?
Good to see you this fine morning.
It is a pretty good morning so far.
It is. It's just rainy. It's pretty and whatnot.
I wish it'd rain. Get rid of this ice.
For sure. Yeah. So what have you guys been talking about?
Right now we're talking about Artemis 2 issues.
Yeah.
What else did we talk about? That's all we touched on. That, and the CNN did a program on voter ID, and that
85% of the population was in favor of it total.
Yeah.
It is in favor of it or is not?
It is in favor of it.
Yeah.
They broke it down by political party, they broke it down by race, and then they talked about the majority of the country. And that makes me wonder, right? And I mentioned this. Maybe you can say I'm retarded, or maybe you will agree.
You're retarded.
Well, I'm retarded. That's a given.
But, you mean like and me? Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Just trying to be helpful.
So whenever you see the news agreeing with one another and see this level of bipartisanship, I feel like that means we're on the verge of like national conflict.
I mean, and this is, I say this every time everybody gets all salivating about like the Epstein files dropping, or, some big news at 6, this is going to be revealed. Every time I'm like, all right, what am I missing? What do they not want me to pay attention to right now? And so it's, I do think that the voter registration thing is, you want my honest opinion, I think it's smoke. I think it's to appease the centrist and those that lean right enough to stop going after illegals, and that's it.
I mean, fair enough.
Well, I mean, just look at it this way. If you thought, let's just say that you are a centrist who honestly believes that, degenerates and normal people can work together, and who honestly believes that there's no government cabal, all the things that a lot of people on the right or lean right kind of think. if you're more towards the middle, that's what you want to believe. You want to believe that 85% of the people want voter ID laws, want a national, not a national registry, obviously, but like a national referendum that, you have to present an ID. Everybody would want that. I mean, I want that. And the idea that you could get it, right? And this is the smoke show. The idea that you can get it is the same way a fan dancer fleeces the crowd. You think you're going to see titties. You honestly think you might get a shot at snatch, but you never see shit. But you still paid your money.
True.
I'm just saying.
Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors. Promise everything, give nothing. The government is the ultimate strip club, ladies and gentlemen.
Unfortunately.
I just sent OG into hyperdrive.
No. No, I was just muted. That's what this person that was talking about it on Twitter had said. If you can't even pass a law that 83% of the country agrees on, that's representation without taxation without representation. So, I mean, that's kind of just wild at that point. That shows you that we don't live in a republic or a democracy of any sort.
I mean, I disagree with that part. I think that we do. The problem is that what's happened is that the public is no longer playing the game. The public, the average person, the people who aren't on these forums, people who several members of chat, so I don't even vote anymore. Voting doesn't matter. Obviously, voting matters, or they wouldn't want you to turn out, and they wouldn't make all of this, right? And moreover, they wouldn't tell you that your vote doesn't matter. The minute somebody tells you something that don't bother doing it, it's probably like the most important thing that you should do. And I think that that's always the case. And so I think you're doing exactly what the government wants you to do. I think that by saying things like, it's run by a cabal, the voting doesn't matter, we can't change anything, that's exactly how nothing ever changes. It just is. And that's why when things like Trump happen and you get somebody in there that is not truly willing to play ball. Now let's just be intellectually honest and say that, Trump can be manipulated, and he's not, unfortunately he's not king. So it's not like he can decree shit and make it happen overnight and all, so let's just say that, let's just put that out there. But the reaction to Trump being in office should tell you everything you ever need to know. No president has endured this much hate.
No.
Ever. Ever. And the fact that the fact is, my personal opinion is, I think that the centrist, the leftist, the socialist, the ditzoids, the freaks, I think they all are scared shitless that we could elect another Trump, maybe one that's not quite as bombastic, but is sneakier and knows where bodies are buried and is willing to blackmail motherfuckers. Right. Like, one
could only hope.
I think that's really what they're afraid of.
I want to do a quick commentary on what Grit said. So voting matters a little bit at the ballot box, but matters way more what you purchase every single day. That's what votes actually matter rather than the ballot box.
I can agree with that. Voting isn't a once a year thing, man.
Yes.
That's the other thing is that, they put emphasis on these elections, and that's so that people like Hank doesn't go down to his local courthouse or goes down to the DNC chair or whatever and fucking rages at them for 2 hours and tells them to quit their fucking shit. They don't want that. What they want a bunch of sycophants. They want a bunch of people who come in their office every day. Oh, you're doing such a good job. Or they want, oh, I really need this. Can you help me? If you help me with this, you have my vote. Oh, please, please, please help me. That's what they want. What they don't want is they don't want Hank and OG and Chuck. You know, they want OG pushing Chuck in a wheelchair and Hank on a bicycle rolling up in there being like, this shit's got to stop. And you may not know us, but we know people, and what we're going to do is we're going to band together, and we're going to turn out a vote against you. They don't want that. They want you doing exactly what you're doing now, and that's, well, not you guys, but what most people are doing now, which is just sitting there hating on the other voters, like hating on each other. Like, fuck that. You don't hear me say that shit, and you won't. Because I honestly believe that every motherfucker needs to vote. I believe that OG and I can disagree fundamentally on his Christian nationalist takes. But at the end of the day, we want more or less the same trajectory for the country. And I'm going to tell him to go vote his fucking ass off. See, and that's way more. And they're scared shitless of that. They really are. They don't like it at all.
Yes. And on Trump, Trump gets so much hate because he's the only president that did a coup in recent memory and got multiple impeachments. He's the guy who made me resign from being Republican. So he kind of deserves it, in my opinion.
I couldn't hear that last part. What was that?
Trump.
He was the person that
made me quit being Republican. Trump did it.
Okay.
Fair
enough. I mean, honestly, Trump's the person that made me like kind of move back towards the Republican Party, because I had basically decided they were all panty waste that were more interested in sucking cock than showing up for work.
10 and 20 million immigrants.
Can you
look
shut
at the
him
housing stock of working Americans, and can you maintain some level of dignity?
Gentleman's time has expired.
10 and 20 million immigrants.
I know that's a little clip, man, but I don't think these leaders fear anything. I do think that they're entrenched. And I think they invest heavily into disinformation campaigns and for lack of a better term, mental manipulation campaigns. Like, I really don't think voting matters, because if it did, they would find a way to fuck it up, because look at what happened in 2020. And it's not just, excuse me for a second. Not just 20. It's not just 2020. Every election on both sides in my lifetime has had some shenanigans with it. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with the sentiment that we as citizens need to come together and question our leaders and be on their ass. That should happen regardless. Even people that can't vote, right? Like, are not legally required to vote. They should still come to the DNC, the RNC, whatever their local office is, bitch, complain, picket, do everything within legal limits to make sure that their voice is heard. But I don't think voting is one of those things that matters. I really don't. And I get what you're coming from, Grid. And I can agree with the sentiment, but I can disagree with the statement.
How can you disagree with a statement when Trump got elected? He was cheated, and then he got elected again. How can you disagree with that sentiment?
I think it's all political theater.
I agree. I mean, I understand you, but how? Why do you think it's political theater? Who do you think, who in the Republican Party you think thought it was a great idea to have Trump?
Remember when he first ran the first time, when he announced, and the ridicule, they laughed or said, "There's no way this guy's a moron." Da 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 da.
Yeah, remember how they all turned on his ass as soon as it looked like he was going to win, they turned on his ass, and then as soon as it looked like he might really win, they became his best friend.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because Americans worship underdogs. They worship underdogs. They worship the pieces of shit. They worship the losers.
I
They
don't.
worship.
I disagree. I think that America looked at Trump. I think that
they do. He was the underdog.
Okay,
dude.
some people do for sure. I'll agree. I'll go with that. But I think in this case, I think that that's only a small part of it. I think that the American people who had never voted, people who had never even thought about voted or hadn't voted in 10, 15 years,
We're fed
looked
up.
at Trump and said, I like what this guy's saying. He's saying it in a way that I would say it. And he's not backing down from these guys. And they keep trying to take him out. They kept trying to say he couldn't run, that he couldn't, I mean, look, literally Colorado tried to get him thrown off the ballot. Colorado, pardon me. I can't talk today. Colorado tried to get him thrown off the ballot. I understand that it's easy to get kind of in that doomer pill mentality and say, it's all fixed. The game is rigged. It's rigged against the normal American. The normal American can't get ahead. But I disagree. I really disagree. And I think that, but if every single person that says the shit that you're saying right now, every single person that says it and actually believes it and doesn't go vote and doesn't show up on election day and bitches for 4 years about how fucked up everything is and then doesn't show up on election day again, fuck all y'all. You're the fucking problem.
I'm still not even into that because I vote on the off chance that it does matter.
Right. I didn't say you personally, OG.
No. I know, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't vote. On the off chance that it does matter, you should. Maybe we're just doomers and wrong because
so this is what I see, right? Because I lived through a lot of this, right? I lived through Reagan, I lived through Carter, I lived through a lot. So this is what I see. There was a period of time in this country where, voting turnout was at a low. And it really was just a bunch of, whoever could mobilize best, and that's when we started getting a lot of this radical bullshit run through, right? Like, and, that's when we have, Biden's zero tolerance school policy for weapons, which means that, in the rural areas like where I live, the kids can't bring their deer rifles to school and leave them in the back of their trucks anymore, which they did for a long damn time before that happened. In 1980, we got the Department of Education, right? And literally every year that we've had the Department of Education, education's gotten worse.
Grid, are you okay with being called a racist? Are you
Sorry?
Are you okay with being called a racist?
I've been called way worse than racist.
No.
Yes.
No. Are you okay with it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
And Joe Cool's here, so this is perfect.
Yeah, let me. I need to respond real quick. I need to respond real quick. But we had to acknowledge that Donald Trump, 5 years before he ran, was doing shows in the WWE with Vince McMahon. So he does the show business thing. That's confirmed. He's IMDb references.
Here's the issue, by the way, Grid. And Joe, let me finish before you interrupt. I thought about leaving you in the back until I got through with this monologue.
Oh, you go.
Go right ahead, man.
But Grid, unless you're okay with being called racist, and I mean like, well, no. I mean, starting to act like what they call you, because I hear conservatives like yourself or small constitutionalists, whatever, small government constitutional, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
Talk about these issues of the radical leftists cause this, right? But
I didn't actually say that.
Well, the radical stuff, the radical people, the voter turnout.
Yeah, we had lower voter turnout.
Well, we've also
allowed people to push things through that I think we would push back on today.
Well, no, not really. We've also had untold amounts since the 1965 Immigration Act, untold amounts of immigration from various cultures, various places. And that is what is pushing us, because when you import all the fucking Guatemalans and they bring their civil war, their brutality, you're going to have this spill over into the schools.
Yeah,
but we're not,
same shit.
We're not allowed to talk about that. We're not allowed to talk about that. We're not allowed
I
to
do
have.
talk about it. I do talk, like, I tell, you know, I don't know if I've told you this, but, you know, like when I was in third grade, that would have been 1976, 77, somewhere along in there, 1978.
Oh, what a young pup.
I know. When I was in third grade, they started bringing over a bunch of Laotians from, you know, from Laos, and they were refugees who had, and you know, they had helped during the Vietnam War. They kind of got stuck between the North when we withdrew from North Vietnam and South Vietnam. And it kind of left them in a lurch, and we had promised that we would take care of them as a government. We actually, for once, we actually did what we said we were going to do, and we brought those people over to the U.S. And they came in as refugees, and they came in initially. They had a little bit of government assistance, but they came to our schools. I had them in my classes. They learned English. They got, you know, they worked in the community. They got jobs. They opened businesses. They used to all live in kind of like one little area, but now they're spread throughout the county, and they're great people. They did what we call assimilate, and I don't have any problem with those people.
The issue is when you take.
But they didn't bring their war with them, and I understand what you're saying. So when you bring in people who are not, when we're not vetting people, right? When we don't know who we're bringing in, then yes, we could absolutely bring in gang wars that we don't want. We can bring in actual war, people who are actually fighting wars.
I told Joe not to interrupt me.
Let me say this before Greg moves on. There was also a unit called the Ghost Unit that they did that too, and I'll talk about it when what's his name finished. He was a guy. They were helped us in Afghanistan. They came over here. They're called the Ghost Unit. I'll tell you about it when OG finishes.
So my issue, what I was saying is, the thing is, we literally, and you can't vet the amount of people that we brought in. We've brought in 1 million legal immigrants a year since my in my lifetime every year.
Sure.
Right? You can't vet these people. And then you bring in untold amounts of illegal immigration. They bring all of their cultural problems. They aren't part of our culture. They aren't part of our ethnicity. They aren't part of what we have going on over here. They don't have the IQ to understand the abstract ideas such as the Constitution, the non-aggression principle, all these fanciful things we talk about. And we blame our own government when we allow these people to then take up places in our government and push agendas that benefit them and bringing more of them over here. Right? So we sit here, we're mad at our government, or the small government constitutions like yourself are mad at our government. It's not our government. It is the fact that we have allowed billionaires and millionaires to benefit from bringing this cheap labor in, and we've allowed leftist communists to benefit by getting votes for letting these fucking replacement people in. We've destroyed our culture. We've destroyed our legal system. We've destroyed everything by allowing everybody in. If everybody is special, no one is. And that is why America is going to continue to get worse. It's not going to get better. You're not going to vote your way out of this. You're not going to kumbaya your way out of this. Your generations allowed non-us in. The white and black Americans that built this country, you allowed not them in. You allowed not them to begin to be challenged by people who aren't us. They don't hold our cultural ideas. They don't hold our cultural beliefs. They want to be here because there is an economic benefit, or is there
land the plane sometimes?
It's my show, nigga.
I'd wait for time to say that. I'm being patient over here, but you know I want to jump your ass.
I'll give a quick response to that, OG. I know where you're going with this. I'll give a quick response. So I don't disagree with you, but when I look at it, I have like my like for example, my wife came over, legal, right? And absolutely was vetted. I disagree that we can't vet 1 million people who come here legally a year. I disagree with that. 1 million we've had a million people, no problem at all. We've got a system in place.
You got skin in the game, Grid. Your wife is an immigrant.
Sure.
Grid and OG.
I'm
Since we're
just
talking
fucking
about
with you and Grid, Joe. I'm just fucking with
we're
you.
good, we're fine, nigga. I love you, both of you niggas. The vetting thing we're talking about. Can we assume that a person who's been here for 25 years and hasn't broken any other laws aside from the illegal entry, can we consider them vetted? Because now we know they don't break laws, they keep a job, they're good people. Are they vetted? Can't we just call them vetted?
No, because they could still be, I mean, they could be a wanted criminal in their land. They could be, I mean, El Chapo. They could literally be a mass murderer. So no, I don't think so. Now I think that there could be a way, and I agree with this. I think that I think that there could be a path to citizenship for them that's maybe easier, but no. Just because you can live somewhere without causing a problem doesn't make you a citizen of that country.
And why haven't they done anything in their past to fix their situation?
Yeah, if you're telling me they've been here for 25 years, why haven't they just gone through the process of becoming legal? That
Exactly.
begs. I understand that begs a question, but it does. It's a real thing. Like the example you're giving me, Joe, is it's one of those. Well, I guess I have to admit that they've been here so long, they haven't caused any problems. So I'll bite the bullet and I'll take it. But I'm actually going to bite the other bullet and say no. Fucking send those fuckers out of here.
I know that's just because emotional feeling shit. I don't mean to put you down, but I think that's what it is. Let me finish. Let me finish. Emotional shit.
A single feeling.
No.
I didn't say feel. I didn't say
gentlemen, I am not trying to quote you verbatim. I am trying to make a statement, and you just proved me right by interrupting me and yelling over me. It's feelings.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, let me finish my point. You and OG been talking it, right? I think that this is quite obvious to me that as far as what we could vet, if we brought a new person in here and did whatever vetting paperwork we did and we push them through in a month, 6 months, however long it takes, it doesn't compare to a 20-year vetting process where he's actually been here. I was just trying to see who could skip over that as if it wasn't the biggest part of the vetting process. Of course, you still got to look into that nigga record, check his home, but that's big. Americans can't go 20 years without breaking
You're
a
lying
law.
right now. You're lying. Joe, I like you, but you're lying. You're lying to yourself.
Okay, tell me which part. Tell me which part I'm lying about.
But before Grid pops off, and I'm gonna give the floor to Grid to rebuttal. Joe, what I want in vetting, I want to be able to measure somebody's ability to think, somebody's ability to understand the concept of the right to bear arms, the Constitution. I don't fucking care if you can say feelings, don't care. If they can't understand the Constitution, these abstract concepts, and they are voting for their ethnic replacement of Americans, voting for Gibbs and what they can get out of being a citizen of this country. I don't care if they've been here 20 years without breaking the law. I don't want to. I don't care. That's not a vetting process.
You're proving my point with all these. I don't care.
What it means to be an American.
You think you're proving my point. Grid, did you have a response?
Yeah, man, I got you. So first of all, again, just because you can, I'm just going to go over this one more time. Just because you can stay somewhere without getting in trouble and hide does not mean that you are vetted. Vetted is has very specific meaning, right? We're going to check your background. We're going to check your history. We want to know that we want you here. We want to know that you. Hold on. I
didn't say nothing. Go ahead.
Okay. So you're wrong in that 25 years is a better vetting process than the 6-month vetting process. You're absolutely wrong, and you're wrong. But and that's okay. That's okay. It's okay to be wrong on this. But
wait. Why am I wrong? I said the 20. Wait, hold on. Relax, Chuck. We're talking. Sometimes this is how it looks like. Where am I wrong? I said the 25 years plus those things you're adding. Why am I wrong?
Because you said the 25 years would be a better vetting process than the 3 or 6 months.
I said it's a bigger part, but you still need to do the background searches and all that shit you're saying. I say you need both.
Okay, I agree. That's not what you said initially. So I'll you know what? I will agree with you there. What do you think it should look like when we find those people who have been here 25 years?
path to citizenship quickly. We do whatever background, like OG was talking about, make sure they're not
country. Should they stay in the country while it happens?
100%. 1000%.
Really?
Because
Okay.
we are not evil people.
You,
and if they've been here for 20 years, their kids and everybody, this is all they fucking know. We should not be harsh.
I will grant you that they get to stay in the country, but they have to go to somewhere like Alligator Alcatraz. They have to go somewhere where they can be forced to go to these court hearings.
You agree with that, Joe?
No, I do not agree with that. And
Yes, they haven't gone in 25 years.
Let me give you a hypothetical, Joe, because I like you and I want to engage in this with you. So let's just say that El Chapo III, mass murderer on multiple continents, terrorist, sex slaver, sold women, slaver. He's literally ran slaves, ran drugs, ran everything. The international court's getting a little too close, so he, gets a little plastic surgery or whatever, or maybe he doesn't, whatever. Maybe he ends up in Florida running a used car lot. And he's here 20 fucking years running a used car lot. Now he's 60 years old. But he is still the same dude that he was when he was 40, capping fools in the back of the head.
Right.
Now, what you're telling me is that we find out that we find out, hey, he's here illegal. We don't know who he is. We're just going to let him stay in his bungalow while we process him. And he says, well, fuck, they're going to find out that I'm El fucking Chapo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flee the damn country to somewhere else using some fake credentials or whatever, which actually, I don't have a problem with that. Cause I think gone is good, but let's say that he doesn't, and he goes on a crime spree or something because he's going to be found out. I don't want I don't want people that have lived. I guess I just have this.
I understand your point,
that's been breaking the law for 25 years or 20 years or 10 years or whatever, knowingly breaking the law.
That's not really a thing. You don't give a fuck about that, Grid. That's red herring. I'll tell you why you don't give a fuck. I'll tell you why you. If it's
I
the
really
law,
appreciate it when people tell me what I don't care about. But okay, keep going.
Yes, I'll tell you why. Because if you cared so much about breaking the law, every one of your friends, including your mom, dad, when they smoke that illegal weed, you turn them in. I don't give a fuck if it's 25 years ago, right? Is that how you feel? Is that what you do?
I do.
Wait. I'm talking to Grid. How many of your friends have you turned in for breaking a law like that?
Well,
why do your friends get off? Okay,
I've got to answer the question.
Sorry.
I mean, first of all, I don't have a lot of friends that break the law. I don't smoke weed, and I'm not.
That's
around
irrelevant.
Hold on. I don't smoke weed, and I don't drink, so I'm not generally around people that do. I choose not to do that. If I'm aware of somebody breaks the law, I counsel them to turn themselves in. So I don't think you're going to get me in the hypocrite thing here.
I think I just did. You didn't say that you turn them in. You say, hey man, you shouldn't do that. That's different than that nigga.
Bro, just because I want illegals just because I want illegals to not, be illegal and not break the law doesn't mean I'm snitching on them. Just like I'm not snitching on my neighbor when they do something they don't like. Bro, we live in a fucking snitch state.
It's more than that though, right? You're not your friend who smoked weed illegally. You're not going in and not dispassionate about him, right? We can throw the words out.
If I know that someone is actively breaking the law, and
I smoke weed in states all the time, nigga, turn me in.
Well, I don't even know where fuck you are, but if
I'm everywhere though, right? And I do smoke weed everywhere.
Why are we snitching though? Why are we snitching? Why do we have to call ICE?
He's trying to prove a point. I don't care about it as much as I say I do, but I do. And besides, even if I grant you, even if I say, hey, you know what, I would counsel my friends turn themselves in, and if they didn't, I wouldn't be unhappy if they got arrested for it. That's
really for weed. What kind of evil fuck are you that you want a nigga to get? Anyway, OG,
I believe in laws, motherfucker. I believe in laws. I don't go searching. I don't.
I'm gonna
come
right. OG,
you don't believe in the law.
OG
you go around acting like you believe in the law, but you don't believe in the law.
I want to address the law. I want to address that. I wanted to. Some OG said.
I know you're not going to address the law.
No, I say I want to in 2 seconds. I'm going to address it. I just want before we go too far. OG, You were talking about how these people need to learn the Constitution. You do understand that the average American don't even know the Constitution, not even as good as 10th man. You understand that Trump has no idea, has clearly never read the
Is that you,
Constitution.
Josh?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so first off, it's it's the American birthright to be ignorant of their own fucking culture, right? I'm sorry, I hate to tell you.
Okay.
It's their birthright. This country was created for them and their posterity, us and our posterity, Joe. You don't have to agree with it, but that's what it
I
says.
know. I'm okay with it. Grit, I wanted to debate you on that. Do I believe in the laws and all of that type of shit? I'll open unless you want to start. You want to give me your opinion on what? Well, I'll tell you what I believe in the law. No, I only follow laws that I think are, under God, which means I can't hurt anybody. And my laws go much further. I can't even make your life miserable and shit. The laws I follow go much further. I don't believe in a law that says black people have to sit at the back of the bus. It's a law. You must do it. I think I'm an evil fuck if I just say like, okay. No, I don't believe in those laws. I do believe in laws. I try not to break any, but not if someone says you're evil and you owe me money because you did 51 and a 50 mile per hour. If that's your law, you're evil.
So you don't pay your speeding tickets?
I was about to blurt out I do, but turns out I got one up here I ain't paid yet. Normally I do.
Well, where are you at? I'll dime you out right now, motherfucker.
Right? Yeah.
Don't call my bluff. Don't call my bluff.
No. Flo had a good question. Ask him how many of his friends he turns in for shouldering and arm briefs. For shouldering and arm briefs.
Oh shit!
How many? You know what? You can show the ATF. I didn't actually own an AR pistol because I was like, I don't know, that's too close. I didn't own one until the determination letter came out that that shouldering it was just perfectly fine. I never turned anybody in, but I definitely I didn't shoot with those people because
if somebody else wanted to get in, I could talk forever, but I know Josh has somebody new popped up.
I like that you were this passionate about this shit, even when you're fucking wrong about it.
I love that you niggas keep fighting me. This is the juice I need early in the morning. I love niggas like you, man. I hope no one, and I know you guys don't, especially OG, leave here thinking that I think badly about you or I dislike you or some weird when I have these interactions, right? It doesn't mean that I'm going to love you tomorrow.
I know you think I'm a stupid crack and honky, but that's all right.
Well, I don't think you're stupid, but just certainly Uncle Tommy. But hey, some of my best friends are fucking
he can't
OG,
be an Uncle Tommy. He's white.
Some of my best friends are. Shit.
Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. Y'all gonna snitch. The way the system works, the way the system generally works is some type of agency they'll be looking.
No, we ain't a snitch no state around here.
You to give up somebody else. Just how it works.
You know what, Joe? I got something for you, man. You made me pull up an old memory, man.
Okay.
So I didn't know I did, but I had a warrant out, and I got pulled over, and cop says, "Hey, you got a warrant out?" And I'm like, "What the fuck for?" And he's like, "I don't know, some bill you hadn't paid." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, what?" And he's like, "I'm like, all right, so you can write me a ticket?" He's like, "No, you gotta go to jail." And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "What the
damn? Fuck, this is America, bro."
And I was like, he's like, "No, I gotta take you in." And I'm like, "All right." And he's like, "You can leave your car parked here," because I pulled into a parking lot. He's like, "You can leave your car parked here." Yeah, he wasn't being a dick. I think he was kind of like, this is bullshit, man. But I gotta take you in. And so we get in, and I'm just sitting there waiting to be bonded out. It's like it's like $70. It's a $7,000 bond, so I think I needed $70 or something. And I was just waiting for somebody to come down and bond me out. And I was pissed, right? I'm trying to figure out, why? Who the fuck do I owe money to?
Right.
And
they could do that where you had to go to jail, like debtor's prison over a debt. Usually it's a court date, not jail.
Yeah. Well, apparently I'd missed a court date. I was like, man,
you're right.
I had a court date, right? Like, they had a warrant out for me.
Right.
So I'm like, I didn't even fucking know that shit. So I'm like, obviously, I fucked up somewhere. It's fine. I did get it settled out. It was no big deal. But so I'm sitting there, and this detective pulls me into this room, and he's like, "Hey, you run this shop?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I run it." And he's like, "So what's going on in the auto theft these days?" I'm like, the fuck would I know about that? I don't know shit about
If you knew, would you tell him?
And I was like, and he's like, so no, he's like, no, I looked into you. You know, you do these really specialty cars, a lot of sports cars. You got, you know, all this kind of stuff. I looked into you a little bit while you were sitting out there, and you know, I mean, you got to know something. He's like, we're having a lot of cars stolen, and I'm like,
chop.
What the fuck would I do?
He thinking Grid is gonna be kind to him. He's
Yeah,
my
he
type
thought
of
I was
people.
gonna rat out a bunch of people, and I'm like,
yes.
motherfucker, the only thing I know about is I said there's one shitty ass shop around here that I know for a fact that they overcharge customers for
very
parts that they didn't deliver. I said, I don't know that that's
very
a crime,
good.
but that's it, right? Like that's the only thing I can tell you, man. I don't even know if that's a fucking crime. And he's like,
I've had police all over here, and I'm sure you guys have too. Well, I don't know about Grid. You probably never smoked. I bet you OG has.
I've never smoked.
Where the cop
I smell marijuana.
Your weed, right? And don't want to give you a hard time because he disagrees. Some of them will just once they search and find weed, they sit on top of the car and will drop it on the ground at your feet. So you can pick it up when they leave. Some cops show their disdain for that shit. I've had so many cops just drop the weed and drive off because they feel like, I don't want to be out here giving this guy a hard time for smoking weed. I think it's wrong. I think every time they just drop it like that, it says
Well,
that
you're bringing feelings into it then.
Perhaps
I've
seen police that say, I won't give a seatbelt ticket. It's wrong. I think it's wrong. They won't do it.
I have only ever been given seatbelt tickets by black police officers.
Yeah,
it's like because you're white.
No, literally. Because like I'll go look up these officers' fucking Facebooks, get their name from the ticket, and it'll be like Black Power type shit. I'm like, man, nah. If I was a cop, and I did. It'd be a problem.
I probably shouldn't bring this up because I just was reading the study, but I can't wait to tell every motherfucker about it. The Cato Institute, which is considered libertarian, but everybody say they're conservative, like with you guys.
No.
Cato Institute, they're supposed to be libertarian, but I say they lean right, and most people will agree that they lean right, even though they claim to be libertarian. Anyway, they came out with a study to put an end to this shit. Do immigrants add money or take money away? Comprehensive over the last 30 years, blah, blah. What do you think? Net overall over the last 30 years.
They have no idea.
Who has no idea? You have no idea? Here,
they have no idea because who's going to snitch on
I don't
herself?
actually make that claim. I don't make that. I don't care. I don't.
Right. I don't think that's.
Otherwise, when we bringing them in so often, the rich people think it gets them more money. Otherwise, they'll be keeping them out.
Great
point. Thank you, Christine. She is in agreement with buy OG a nice pairing of wine and cheese at the Kofi.
Over the last 30 years, immigrants have reduced the deficits by $14.5 trillion. Their benefit. Net benefit, big benefit. And most of it's broken down. It's pages and pages. Most of it come from them paying taxes and not getting something from us.
Well,
I don't believe that.
I got it. I can send it to you.
I couldn't find it. I couldn't find good data on it. I looked into that claim before, and I couldn't find good data on it.
This is brand new. Without just a day or two ago, it just came out. But they got all the charts, the graphs. It's an endless study with it's so well documented. I haven't even went through all of them, but they tell you exactly what the money is. Really great. I'll put it in the chat.
That was the claim that they make over and over again is that they, by using fraudulent Social Security cards, that they're paying in, but they never get the benefit out. And I don't actually I don't buy that really, but I mean,
this is not just one argument. This is comprehensive.
Well, we'll have to go over that data because here's the thing, right? India in particular is like one of the largest immigrant groups, especially one of the largest that quote unquote on paper make money. But when you break it down and you look at the remittances that go back to India, you look at their ethnic enclaves and the way that they spend money, it does not benefit the American economic ecosystem. It benefits India and Indians only. And then you look at the Mexican, you look at the second demographic, Mexicans. Most of their money goes back in remittances, and they're not building businesses. They're not even paying taxes. But I digress.
There are a lot of
Immigrants-
Mexican businesses, though.
If it was the case that they were receiving no benefits, right, they themselves individually, then what the hell's going on in Michigan again? What was with all of the fraud stuff that was going on?
Well, the Indians before Obama, and I got to give Obama credit for this. Before Obama, the Indians were coming over here getting money to build businesses, not having to pay taxes, and being able to hand them over to family members and have the same system happen again and benefit from that.
Yep.
Obama
that's how they knew how to do it with the Somalis. So, and I actually just debated this the other night over on Prime Kai, and Prime threw a fucking fit. So you guys don't know that. You probably don't know this. So as of March 31st, if you are not a actual citizen of the United States of America, you cannot get an SBA loan. Matter of fact, you can't even be a partner in a business that gets an SBA loan.
I sold drugs all my life. I don't know nothing about it.
The partnership, that's a good door closer right there.
Yeah, so you can't have even if you are a legal permanent resident, a green card holder, you cannot get an SBA loan. And that's important, because what happens, or what I believe is happening, is
yes, send all of the gold and wealth out of your country, because libertarian economics flow. I know enough about economics. I mean, you can have this argument. you know.
Flow's up.
Flow's always up around this time.
I don't think he streamed last
going
night.
to bed earlier, and he came up to talk shit on Emmett's, and then I had to go take my kid to school, and I thought he went to bed, but he did not, apparently. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I wonder how that's going to affect the money flowing out of.
No, it's usury economics, Flo. It's usury economics.
Usury
economics.
I'm being a dick, OG. Just let me be a dick for a minute. Calm down.
No.
I just want to be a dick for a minute. Everybody else has gotten to be a dick today. I've not been a dick. I've been very nice. I've been very polite. I didn't even call Joe a fuckhead, not even one time.
Not even one.
I wanted to. I just didn't.
All right, well, great. Since you niggas still got some win, and you're not too far gone, I can push you guys on your fucking crazy us versus them nonsense bullshit with the immigrants.
You're in your feelers again, Joe.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. You're emotional. And Hank, I heard you say. I was.
I'm emotional.
Yeah, because you're not adding to the conversation. You're just saying, you're blurting in just to say stuff like, Joe, you're angry, you're mad. You just so I know that's emotional, right?
So I think we should make the citizenship test mandatory for obtaining your high school degree. I think that should be mandatory.
Oh, I like that. I like it.
I don't, because the government is going to use it to put in, and while they're instilling that, they're going to steal everything they want, and they're going to make it mandatory, so everyone must get their indoctrination. No. And plus, if I just want to homeschool my kid and so, what then? Fuck me. I got to take them to the
test. You can still take the test.
Oh, well, now I'm okay with just taking the test. I thought Hank was saying you got to be something.
I'm saying, no, I would be okay with a mandatory like statesman or not citizenship or constitutional awareness class, something like that. Just basic.
When I before I could graduate high school, apparently things have changed a lot. But we had to take not
when
only
we
the
graduated
state,
high school, they still had rifle teams.
Yeah, but you had to take the state constitution test, and you had to take the U.S. Constitution. And if you failed, you couldn't graduate.
That's they told us. I didn't see anyone who failed that particular part of the test. It was a big deal to us, and I remember we had to pass it before we could graduate.
But apparently, that's no longer in existence, from what I hear.
I would believe
that as a class anymore.
People don't even know the 3 branches of the government and all that shit no more. These things are bygone era. Chuck and Grid know it best because we're older. We actually
Legislative,
these new people,
presidential, executive.
Okay, boomer. Okay, boomer. Calm down. Calm down. Look, I love social studies and the social sciences. All right, me personally, I'm a nerd. But no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. When I was coming into middle school, is when they removed social studies as a core curriculum. It was then made an elective and then almost cut completely from poorer districts. And social studies replaced civics and history.
You know what they replaced it with was Model UN.
Is that really a thing? Because that scares me just the name of it.
That's the name of it.
Model UN?
Yes.
It's a class?
Yes.
Does it have anything with the United Nations?
Oh my God! It's the Antichrist number 2.
The Antichrist himself. Go ahead.
Joe, what did it? Yeah.
Yeah, let him tell me the UN. Or not. I don't. I want to have Greg.
Never heard of it.
I watched the
Model
Hodge
UN
Twins video.
I couldn't.
They went over all of the angles that we went over already.
Yep, and the guy was not on the ground with his hands held.
He wasn't cuffed. He was down.
His hands were not on the ground.
He was unarmed. And
his hands were moving.
You sent me on a wild goose chase. You had me watch a video that covered every angle that we already covered.
Yes, a much better video that shows that his hands were free.
Same video.
But your video, you made it look like, and I believe you, that his hands were, that he was on the ground. Would deny that he's not, deny it, but your video made it look like
they're the same video footage. You sent me on. I wasted half an hour watching a video that covered all the shit we'd already seen.
He's clearly not on the ground. His hands are still clearly free. How do you get there?
He was on the ground. He was on the ground. He was disarmed.
His knees were on the ground. Yeah, no, he was not.
I want to know why. I want to know why you said my angle sucked, and you sent me to watch a video with the same angle.
Well, the video that you sent me, it sucked, and I agreed with you that it was on the ground originally. But when I watched it back through, he's clearly not on the ground. His hands are clearly still free. He's still clearly reaching around, and the cop is not where he looks like in the video that you showed me.
Was he standing?
The cop was standing. Yeah.
No. Was
behind
Preddy
the guy
standing? Was Preddy standing?
Preddy was on his knees.
All right. Right.
He was not flat on the ground like you said.
Was he shot in the
He
back?
was not down.
Was he shot? Okay. You guys want to say down is laying face down? That's fine. Was he standing?
He was not standing. I never said he was standing. I never said he was standing.
He wasn't standing. He wasn't down, apparently. What are we going to call this? What are we going to call the position
where his hands were seen, where his hands were on the ground? You literally said his hands were on the ground, and he couldn't move.
On the ground.
But his hands
were
on the ground.
I'm wondering why Flo gave up on that. They were on the ground, especially at the time
because they're gonna drag me down into arguing. Was he down? Was he up? He was both. At one point, his hands came off the ground. He was definitely not on his feet. He was definitely not on his feet.
He's on his knees still.
He was on his knees. He was shot in the back.
At the key moments, too, both of his front forearms even and hands are being pushed to the ground at the time when the shit happened. That's what's important.
No. Well, at the time the shit happens, he is very clearly reaching for his belt area.
My God. What the fuck? We got to start.
I don't know how many hallucinations you guys have, but you guys need to get your
shit.
Greg, you know how I know that you're lying? Because you sent me on a wild goose chase to waste half an hour watching the same angles we watched.
Let me get the link to the video and we'll go.
Give me a second. Let me walk across the garage here. I'll let me jump on Discord here. I'll send it to you.
It's the Hodge twins. My hands are all greasy. I'm eating rotisserie chicken.
The Hodge twins.
What you
or not the Hodge twins. It was Officer Tatum.
Oh no.
Yeah. So the angle that he liked was the same angles that we already watched. It was just broken down by cop.
Yes, which I love doing that because I like hearing their narrative. I look for motherfuckers like that, bro. So I would have loved to see it, but I wouldn't agree with it. I still got to just watch it and come up with my own conclusions. But I want to hear the crazy leftists and the crazy white wing cop explain it.
Dude, these conservatives are more leftist than the leftists.
In what way? With the taking the guns,
more state, more government.
Shit.
We need to know everything about everybody who comes in here. What if they're a bad person? They shouldn't have had a gun there. Why did he have a gun? Why did he have a gun, Joe?
Nobody ever said that, Flo.
That's what we're reading in between the lines.
That's literally what everybody said.
Don't read between the lines. Read what I say.
Yeah, in fact, I said the exact opposite last night. I said it's an attack on the Second Amendment.
And Greg, I never listen to what people say. I hear what I need to hear because people lie. People like to maintain a belief in themselves. They have these beliefs built up because they make it comfortable. I'll never listen to shit come out of motherfucking mouth without putting my spin on it.
And I want you to know, I was reading part of the Cato Institute thing you said while I'm waiting on that video link.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bruh, it's evil. They literally talk about how immigrants are good because they're less likely to retire, bro. You literally quoting libertarians.
Crazy shit, bro.
Yeah, you're quoting libertarians. You're like, you know what? Slavery is okay as long as it points my.
Hey,
so what? So what? You want to force them to retire early? I don't give a fuck about that. That's a non-factor.
I'm just.
See what I mean? You liberals are more liberal than the liberals. You need to give them more breaks at work.
All right, banker, calm down, Sheckelstein.
There is. I assume that he wants the part. It's like, I don't know, 2/3 of the way in, maybe a little bit less.
A couple of the angles. Okay.
Oh, recognize that angle? I've seen that one.
We're gonna start with the first angle, and these are all videos that you guys have seen. I want to make sure I play through all of them so you can see from the beginning which angles are available to the public, and then I'm gonna go and explain exactly what I believe happened when we watch them. Roll the clip.
Oh, GM, I'm doing stuff in my garage. You need to mute me. Just mute me. I'll get myself.
Your mic.
You're popping probably because you're walking away from shit. You're popping a bit. Don't worry about it. Do what you got to do, Grid, and as long as you can hear us.
Yeah,
we've all seen this angle. We can skip to the next one. We've all seen all of them, but
I guess we need him pulling the gun is the one I'm waiting for y'all to show me. That's why I said bring it up.
These are the
now go a little further
forward. Now let's get and put this breakdown.
Grid says he clearly reaches for his gun. I'm looking for that part.
The guy on the left side will be off the screen.
Come in to aid their colleague. It becomes a generalized fracas. Alex Pretty is not complying with arrest. He's not complying with orders. He's resisting all of these.
With a gun.
Now, you may say, well, they're pushing him around and he fell to the ground and he's on his hands and feet. But from the officer's perspective, he's not simply complying with lawful detention. And this is where the fracas becomes.
You gotta love it. I don't know. This is
right
loose
here,
for me. Flo,
where
listening
Alex
to
Pretty
these
goes
niggas.
hands-on the ICE officer. After the ICE officer pushes the woman in the white coat, right there. That is Alex Pretty committing a forcible felony, good for 8 years.
I do see a felony, but it's from the ICE officer, right?
Here's the relevant statute.
Nah.
All right.
U.S. Code 111.
Good. I'm gonna have.
What they're saying is the felony is when he put that one hand. He didn't even push. He didn't even push. He certainly didn't hit. He it was like a touch hand.
Yes, and
they're saying that's an 8-year felony assault with the.
They give exclusions for touching an officer to make sure you can't catch them up.
You can't touch an officer even if there's 8 of them kicking you.
Right. They got exclusions. We done found it and read it. How you could touch them and shit like that, and you cannot punish a motherfucker for incidental touch. I don't know the names they got of it, but merely touching an officer is not evil.
Yeah. All I can say is the guy that Tatum is reviewing is a lawyer. So keep that in mind.
Get out of the far corner of the garage, Red. I'm not buying that shit this time. You've done it before already today.
The guy on the left is a big Second Amendment proponent. I know that.
It doesn't sound like it. Do people forget that this country was built on revolution? The Second Amendment wasn't for hunting deer.
Greg's forgotten. You're not supposed to touch an official ever under any circumstances. It's the death penalty. That don't sound like a nigga who one day gonna be like, we gotta fight these niggas, does it?
No looking at the king. No looking at the king. You look towards the ground when the king rides by.
And he is going to reach for his gun.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Flo. Keep reminding everybody.
Look at that center officer again, who's now off to the right a bit. This is where the firearm is just about to clear the holster, and that officer is taking it out of the holster himself, and then he leaves the immediate area. Now, the second officer there, this is right before he takes the first shots. So we're going to let this play through a little bit, and this is where Freddie is actively being shot. Now we're going to take a look. This is from another angle, and that is that officer who we see taking Freddie's gun from his waistband. And the photo on the right is a photo of the gun that officials had released that said...
Okay, now let's break this down real quick. There's two scenarios here. Three scenarios. First scenario is guilty, not guilty, or did that firearm discharge inadvertently?
Copeman.
Yep. Here's the scenario where the gentleman is not guilty. People are looking at this from a particular angle. If the BP or Border Patrol agent did not see the firearm removed, then he is not culpable or should be held accountable for the guy being unarmed. Because he clearly, he has this whole...
You said pause, right?
No, he said false.
I said false. False.
Oh, okay.
Holster with the gun in it. They're yelling gun, gun, gun. Go back to the other clip.
You can't shoot a guy for yelling gun. That's been.
You can turn the audio off. I don't know if it's easy to
determined
do that. Because I want to show.
If someone yells gun and you shoot him, you go to jail. What you supposed to? What you want?
All right, play the clip. So as you're looking at it, he has a gun on him. They're pulling at the gun, right? I don't know if the BP officer saw him take the gun out or not.
He's looking directly at him.
He didn't shoot him right here. This is where he shoots him at. Right, pause.
He's this nigga. He's looking where he's got his gun pointed at, which is at the same spot where dude just took the gun.
Pause. I didn't get it fast enough. Go back a little bit. All right, right here. Pause it right here. As you can see, when Dummy is getting up, the agent didn't shoot him over there. The agent didn't shoot him there. The agent is now on the other opposite side of him. It looks like he's reaching for his waistband.
Oh my God!
And I believe this is why he got shot. Because he's getting up off of the ground.
He's falling to the right, and his hand is not by his waist. It's angled in front of him like this. They scan through all the video footages to try to find a frame and an angle where you're looking at him, and it looks like maybe his hand could be going towards his hip. It's completely dishonest.
And
in
don't forget,
every
he's
way.
just been shot in the back. So don't forget that shit. You niggas.
And somehow this guy behind him can see that hand on the other side of his body, but can't see the gun that just got removed from the back.
Yes, and he's looking.
He's gun movement flow without knowing where the hand is going.
You don't get to shoot a motherfucker because he moved.
For moving it, right? You may get away with it, but you don't get to do it.
The link is right there if you'd like to come give your opinion.
Okay, come on up, pussy. Let's go.
What pussy are we talking about?
So in this
that little pink one down there.
I don't
in
know
this, it's the Dumbfounded Dipshits podcast. One of the gentlemen who hosts that.
Sounds like an appropriate name.
One of my buddies.
I got a whole rotisserie chicken, bitch. Let's go.
It's a white chick who's not seeing the videos and shit. She don't. I sent her the link to watch this shit. I've never seen that video, but I will tell you the dude on the ground didn't do shit but get shot in the back. That's her take on what we're looking at right now.
Has he already been shot in this still?
Yeah, I think this is after the first guy shot him. Now he's moving to the left-hand side of him and about to shoot him 3 or 4 times. I think that's what's happening right now.
Now, somebody says gun, gun, gun. Everybody moves back. The agent that ended up shooting is on his backside, and the only thing he can see is his right hand going for his waistband.
No, he can't
And when
see
his
that.
hand went for his waistband, as we play the clip, this is when he
Wait,
gets shot.
Not in his line of sight.
Right here.
Pause
On-
anyway, right? Who cares if it's at his waistband? We know he keeps his gun in his back.
I mean, we know that because we've seen the video 40,000 times.
And they know that because they disarmed him.
Maybe he's got a second gun. You don't know. I care. I
You're
care
right.
too,
Maybe he does. Maybe everybody around them is strapped up with explosive underwear. Who the fuck knows?
Slight clarity. There is no such thing from a law enforcement perspective as a person is unarmed. Not until that person has been properly searched.
That's because all law enforcement are pussies and gang members.
That's
we can have
true.
that conversation
So,
later.
Josh, does that mean that we just get to shoot people because they're all armed all the time?
Yes, technically speaking, if the officer believes,
Technically speaking, I guess you
if
can.
the officer believes that you are reaching for a weapon, keep in mind a weapon does not have to be a gun. It can be anything. It can be a
your
screwdriver.
car
It can be a
keys.
paper clip, right? If
Is
it's
there any sort of a
reaching for
standard?
weapon, yes.
Is there any sort of a standard that would prevent him from just saying, "Oh, I thought he was reaching for a weapon"?
A standard would be a policy, right? And I think that's where the breakdown in the
As
argument
opposed
comes
to a
from,
law.
right?
Look,
One
I
side
have the solution. It is the last solution you'll ever need to deal with ICE, right? Make them wear body
No, don't
cams,
say it out
hold 'em-
loud. Don't
hold
say
'em-
it out loud.
What? Just make them wear body cams and hold them accountable before they
They're
move.
issuing body cams to them
I
now.
thought you were going to go somewhere else with that.
No, I'm walking away from those jokes because my channel's growing and it's time to grow up.
as best as I can tell, federal officers usually don't wear body cams. Where it usually is, where it usually, where they usually have them is if they're doing like searches or something, like they have a warrant or something, and then they're conducting it. But it's only usually for obtaining additional evidence, right? Like they.
So I'm glad to know. I'm glad to know. You know, the dumbfounded dipshits. Glad to have you. You're one of my longest viewers.
I think you're stupid as shit.
But have you like not realized, and have all you people who blindly say fuck around and find out? I hate that you people have discovered that fucking meme, because like I'm glad to know that you're still British. You still wearing the red coat, you know. I'm glad.
Oh, that's a Brit.
Well, no. I mean, like
Okay.
even Grid's British. I'm glad to know that y'all are still serving the crown, because this country was founded on revolution and walking up to federal agents armed. I hate to tell you, it's not
a
just
government who fears the
men.
citizenry, as opposed to citizenry who fears the government. Remember that?
I actually
You
want to
may have
clarify
not
the
said it, but
argument.
the person above you did.
I actually want to clarify the arguments because I believe the disconnect between the two is Flo is arguing from a moral perspective. You can't shoot a person.
No, he's
like
specifically asking, is there stuff in policies and shit? in
Well, I
effect
am
to
arguing
prevent
from a
this?
moral and principled perspective. I think he's right. But
arguing-
since we were talking legally for a minute there, I asked him the legal.
I grant both. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? We don't like the way that the law would be so slack as to what grounds can be used to execute a fucker. And
You're a communist sympathizer, Josh. Stop it.
I'll be hyperbolic here, right? I'll say like the grounds to legally execute a fucker is completely different from the argument as to the moral standards on it. And the moral standards are the better discussion, simply because if you want legal change, it has to come from there first.
I wouldn't disagree with that shit.
But
go ahead.
The sentiment, the public sentiment behind events really matters a lot in what happens with them. Don't you agree?
It's true.
It's been shown.
And so I'm basically never asking Grid One for his legal opinion.
What was that? I'm outside.
I said I'm the way that things get changed or dealt with properly is has a lot to do with the public's reaction to it, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And so I used you as an example. I said, I'm never asking Grid One about his legal opinion on a situation.
Yeah, don't do
I
that.
can
I'm a lawyer.
I can do a layman's opinion on the law just as well as he can. I trust my layman's opinion more because it's mine, right?
Yeah.
My point is in Josh's right.
Look, and Flo and I don't disagree that much on this.
Well, you better come over to my side then, because I just feel a lot with what you've been saying.
What's that?
Then you better come be moving to my side. Go ahead.
Which part do you and Flo agree with? He don't agree with that you said so far.
So
I agree
wait,
that it was a legal but troublesome shooting. I've said that since the beginning. And I think
what was
that it was.
troublesome? I didn't hear that part, Grid. I'm interested. What was
Well,
troublesome about it? Hold on, please don't save Grid. Please don't save him. What was troublesome about the shooting?
It's just really messy, right? So
now, messy. Give me what it was. Don't give me fucking. What was messy about it?
The first problem that I have with it, the way that the shooting went down, with the cop not absolutely knowing that the firearm had been removed, and didn't know if Pretty still had one or whatever. I think that
you think the cop shot without.
I think that when you yell "gun, gun, gun" with a bunch of cops fighting somebody, they automatically go.
Okay, you think that occurred? Okay.
I think that automatically escalates thing. I think that
100%. They do it on purpose in this city. They say it, to scare you. Here, as soon as they put hands on you, gun, 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 to get all of their friends crazy and you get you damn near shot. They think it's humorous. Here,
they do it everywhere.
That's
they do it.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
But that's pretty fucked up, Joe. But so, and I think that better he could have said disarmed or something like that. That may have helped. But once a weapons entered into it with cops or in this case federal agents, it's just really it really gets out. It's almost always spins out of control.
It does, and nobody's arguing that. Nobody's arguing that cops shoot people regularly and routinely and recklessly. I've never been arguing that, and I think I've made it clear. My point is, do you think it's okay? Because the way that you talk,
I've
it
never
sounds
said it
like
was okay. I said that it's a legit.
I know, but
shoot.
you talk about whether or not you think it's legal, like anybody's been asking you that.
Well, I've made the determination quite clear. I think there's a lot of problems with it. I think that it's close to not a good shoot, because there's going to be a lot of questions about, did he know, did the officer that shot, and he obviously he'll never admit to it, the officer that shot him, could he see the hand? Could he see what did he see? Obviously he's going to say, obviously what he's going to say is his hand was obstructed from view. I assumed a second weapon. He was literally right next to my teammate, and so I fired in defense of me and my teammates. That's it. I mean, I bet I could read the report. And
are you arguing legalities again? I think you just left from what Flo was trying to get to you, whether you think it's moral or whether it's moral and all that. You did go right to legalities again.
No, he asked me if I thought it was. What was it? What was the word you used?
I'm not asking you the legality. I don't want your legal opinion. I want your personal moral opinion.
I think it's fucked up.
What's up, Angry Snowman? I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were back there for long. I apologize.
Hey, Snowman. Why was it?
Unless you're Josh or a lawyer, I'm really not ever asking any of y'all's legal opinions.
Yeah, don't ask my legal opinion. Don't do that.
Yeah, most of you are too much into it. It wouldn't be smart. You only see shit from one side. Yes, of course.
I got to go back outside. I may not be able to hear you. I'm going to be outside for a few
Nobody
minutes.
cares.
You can hear me.
Nobody cares.
I can't hear you. I know you don't
I'm
care.
going to have to drive to Nashville to get this conversation completed with you.
The one thing I've noticed in these last two shoots that everybody keeps talking about that I do find rather either concerning or interesting, or shows that there is a serious lack of training going on, is if you look, both these shoots, the cops that fired are literally firing dangerously close to other fucking cops.
Right into other cops every time.
I've never seen that before in my life. Usually when there's a cop executing someone, they are distances away from each other so they don't get in the line of fire.
The good shooting too, same thing. Could have shot a lot of people.
I'm just saying that right there shows me that there's a serious. I mean, I don't give a fuck personally about these two people that got shot. I don't. But what we're seeing, dude, there is a level of training that is not going on if these cops are willing to just start opening fire around their fellow cops.
Yeah, that was what I was wondering. Are these desk jockeys that they pulled off their desk in order to have numbers?
I'm of the
No.
opposite opinion. If someone's going to get shot, I prefer it's a cop and hope it's not some citizen in the background. I'm of the exact opposite opinion.
Well, regardless of your feelings, Joe, all I'm saying is if you look at
forms and bullshit to deal with.
I'm just talking about the whole execution of everything and the training. Generally, we all know that when we see these types of shootings, cops don't shoot in a fucking pile of cops.
Snowman, you might
crazy,
not agree
isn't
with
it?
this, but they were so eager to kill this man that they risked the lives of their friends because they want to kill him that bad. That's what I think happened.
I mean, I think so too. But even if we just dial it back, I think that they were pissed off because the whistleblowers were all around. Honestly, I agree with you. But like, we don't even have to take it there. Let's just say that this is pure inadequacy or incompetence, right?
To be fair, the whistleblowers are annoying as fuck.
They are annoying.
Somebody too.
They are very.
Like, I actually disagree with Joe. I'd kind of prefer the whistleblowers lose one.
But at the same aspect, Dusty, you got to admit that these people that are going out there, if they're going out there and they don't have a certain level of heightened awareness while they're protesting that something bad could happen and they could lose their life, they're fucking dumb.
I don't feel bad for Preddy. I don't want anybody to get that mistaken. I don't feel bad for him. He put himself in this situation. He obviously is part of the commie group that's organizing these protests and some riots, but
you just don't want it to happen to you.
But
You
my
don't want
issue,
your rights
yes,
to be broken.
but Preddy is just another douchebag. The country's full of them. We got tons of them everywhere.
Right. And
My issue is with the public that is okay with a man getting executed in the street for doing something that is his constitutional right to do.
My issue, I don't even care about that. Fuck that. Execute these protesters. My issue is when they blame the gun. All right. When the government comes on and says the gun, I don't think they have the gun's best interest at heart. Guns rights are guns.
They have been blaming that gun an awful lot, saying it's
fucking
the gun's
OG
fault.
was
because I have never heard of a gun just shooting on its own before
OG
now.
was the first nigga that brought that shit to the internet, to our little circle about it was the gun. You hate when they blame the gun. You the one fucker come here talking about it was the gun. It misfired. It's prone to go off. You brought it here.
Something. I'm going to give my flowers again to Andrew Wilson. That when he and Joe Rogan were covering this topic, Andrew did a really good job of pushing back on the gun went off sort of thing.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
I did appreciate that because look, the bottom line is all of us, any gun advocate knows that's the one thing we've been told our whole fucking lives, and we've been telling all these fucking loony loser leftists.
Right.
You can set a gun doesn't shoot itself. You can set a gun down in a fucking corner and leave it there for the rest of your fucking natural born life. Nobody touches it. It's just going to say hi to you as you walk past.
I never said the gun shot itself. I said the agent. It looked like the agent did a negligent discharge as he was stepping away from Petty.
It does look like
I'd be more inclined to the agent actually discharging the gun than the gun discharging itself.
I'm back outside.
That's what I
think. The negligent discharge was brought into the story a week later. When we can track bullets, it's every crime scene investigation. The fact that this is just now getting entered into the matrix as a talking point, I mean, it's bullshit. I mentally throw it out wholesale. Like this is.
We were talking about it the day after, though. It wasn't just brought in. It's been there.
I didn't hear about it until significantly later.
If you listen to the sound, it never did fly. It never did work because you can hear if you got sound.
Well, look, if they were talking about,
you can see it in the guy's hand.
If they were talking,
why
about
isn't the dumb
point or something like
shit
that,
down there coming up here?
Say again, Snowman.
I said if they were talking about a junk ass high point, I could possibly see.
Okay.
Even that's like 1,000,000 to 1.
You leave High Point alone.
Yeah,
I like my disposable murder brick. Okay,
High Points might look like shit, but they're good throwaways.
Right.
I gotta stop joking like this.
But you're not wrong.
You need to stop joking like this on the internet.
It's just on the internet, right?
Slight pushback on the training concept. So usually when you're being
Josh
taught
don't
to
want to sit in any more seminars. Don't be
when they're taught to subdue, right? Obviously, it's
why the
based on
fuck are we
concept
listening
of
to a
surrounding the
glorified IRS
suspect
agent
and-
anyhow?
Because he came back from the dead.
Isn't he a disgraced IRS agent?
I don't have anything to do with the
A
IRS.
deceased IRS agent.
But if you notice, his weapon is point like at a downward angle. The backdrop of him is. This is why I use the term execution style. Is because the backdrop of the angle that's on the other side of the suspect that he's shooting at is down. It's at the ground. It's
We
probably
agree,
the
but
more safest shot he could have made.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. The concrete is on the other side and is surrounded by his own people. That doesn't
That
sound like
dipshit. I hope that dipshit down there gets Rodney Kinged in his life.
Yeah, that was effectively the most safest shot he could have made, as opposed to going upwards, like standing up, where he had to raise the level off, and now it's the backdrop is a building or some other shit like that.
Yeah. That was like in the good shoot. That shit, he misses those. They could have hit anybody.
So I got a quick question. Chuck just sent me a article which basically is an announcement that the ICE and Border Patrol, according to Christine Ohm, will start wearing body cams. What if there is
been wearing body cams?
I said that before you came. They should have been wearing body cams from the get-go, because it does one good thing. It shows the population without a shadow of a doubt that people resist arrest and they do crazy fucking shit. Ever since BLM demanded the wearing of police body cams, they've been trying to get them motherfuckers to take them off ever since.
No, they haven't. What the fuck are you talking about?
BLM has been
don't want them.
BLM has literally been pushing for them to take.
I don't know about BLM, but I'm telling you, the reason that police departments are trying to drop body cams is not because BLM wants them to drop body cams.
It's because of the rare exceptions when something.
Wait, it's my phone glitched out.
Yeah,
you saying that you think black motherfuckers don't want police body cams? He was
saying BLM doesn't want body cams, and so that's why their agencies are dropping body cams.
I did not say that. I did not say that's why they're dropping them.
Then why are they dropping them?
I haven't seen where they are dropping them.
They are. Federal agents had to have them for a while, and then they quietly did away with it.
They were supposed to have them here. In fact, everybody was like, they already
interrupt the host before I could finish what I was saying. I said ever since BLM wanted to put, that wasn't the question. Ever since BLM got the police to wear body cams, they've been trying to get them to take them off. The question is, what happens when the federal government starts wearing them?
Who's been trying to get them to take them off? I'm still unclear. Who's been trying to get the police to take off their body cams?
Joe, silence.
Clarity.
What happens when it shows that these people are resisting federal officers? And we have like an up close in person, like what's gonna happen then?
Well, I think
gonna be up here yelling and
I'm curious about which would you. Some days I think you'd be on the side of the guy resisting the officer, and most days I think you'd be on the side of he should die for resisting the officer.
No, most of the time I'd be I'd be with the person, resisting the officer if they weren't a fucking commie fucknut.
Or a black or a Mexican immigrant or a non-Christian or someone outside of your group.
Joe, you only hit me with that when you
BLM the BLM asking for cameras to be removed. That's a bullshit story too. I'm looking for it right now.
That's not a thing.
It's not a thing.
It wouldn't matter because it wouldn't change anything whether federal officers carried or had body cams or not, right? You'd still just get more of the same.
It was all in their policy. I don't understand how they got away with it. When the good shooting happened, I was saying, I've been filming these niggas and they're not wearing body cams. And Grid, he could probably speak for this. I think he was on the panel. They was like, no, it is their policy. They all must wear body cams. No, I was in a different room. Grid was there. I said, look up Bovino. In court, he was ordered to wear his body cam, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but nobody making the argument for or against is making one that's genuine as a reason for it, right? So society wants federal officers to carry or to wear body cams simply so they can judge, right? They want to have, because then they're going to go through the process of we should be able to have access to it, which usually they do if it's available.
Yeah, it is not in the spirit of benevolence, right? It's power.
Society wants to judge and effectively say, oh, well, we get to dictate how the cops do their jobs. Whereas with the cops, right?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I fell for the meme. They don't. God damn, I had to cut you down, Joe. It's not that they're bitching and want them gone. It's that black person thing where it's not good enough. Lack of consistent policies, non-release of footage, which is that's something I agree with. Surveillance of communities and bias in interpretation. That's what they're bitching about. They're not saying they
Well, now
want them immune.
there's a problem with what they would call consistent policy as well, right? So federal officers are not obligated to carry cams. As best as I've ever known, the only officers, federally speaking, that have ever carried body cams have been in lieu of like doing a search.
BLM is saying
under
that
Biden they were for a while. I'm rolling off memory. I could be mistaken.
BLM is saying that they are
What
not
branch?
they are not against the use, but they don't that it's a substitute for real accountability, transparency.
I think I want to say it was the FBI.
I have never in my entire life.
I'm rolling off memory, so I'm probably mistaken in one way or another. But
with exception of when they do like a search, like when they have a warrant, they kick in your door, right?
Yeah.
But the reason why they have those body cams is because they're actually recording the room, right? They're recording evidence and shit that they find, stuff like that. It's all about like chain of command, chain of custody within evidence. Has very little to do with anything else.
Oh, gee, you named 4 things, and you said those are the things they were bitching about. Could you reread those 4 things and tell me?
You would wait until I have the goddamn.
I just got my opening. I just was trying to be, let everybody get their roll off. I've been holding it in my head, and I smoke weed. I did very good.
You did do good.
Well, that ought to tell you that, Joe. Lay off the weed if you want to get into these serious arguments.
Basically,
good. That's good. That's true, Chuck.
Chuck, could you be his sponsor?
No, I can't do druggies.
And I want to know if you disagree with them. I want you to read it one by one and tell me if you disagree with.
Okay, so lack of consistency in policies. Many departments have weak or unenforced rules about when cameras should be on, leading to selective recording. I disagree with that.
Wait. Oh, go ahead.
They should have to have them on, and the entire time they are on duty. The only time that they should be able to cut them off is when walking into a bathroom stall, and immediately as soon as they're done doing their business, cut it back on in the same bathroom stall.
Okay, so all right. So you agree that the policies are inconsistent? You agree with what they're saying?
Wait, hold on. Not releasing of footage, even when videos are recorded, departments often delay or refuse to release footage. I think that's as all footage. The minute that it's put into the system should be public record, and people should have access. Right. Surveillance of communities. I disagree with this. When activists warn that body cameras contribute to mass surveillance, particularly during protests, which could chill free speech and disproportionately target
I disagree with that one. Yeah.
I think that's stupid. That's literally making an inroad and excuse for the part of your population that does bad things. Bias and interpretation. Footage can be misrepresented due to unconscious bias, and the perspective of camera may not reflect the full context of the incident.
That's exactly what we're seeing here.
Well, while that reigns true, they're bitching and complaining about the bias because somebody like me was like, I don't like black people. That's all.
I thought they were biased. I assume they mean that if they're in control and get to dictate the release of the camera, they're biased. That's what I thought would have thought they would make.
But fixing the other 2 issues would make that an issue. Is that you, Paige? Hello? You're muted.
I think you guys should be very careful about requesting the idea that all body camera, specifically video feeds, have to be stored in live runtime. AKA,
wait. No one said that.
Hold on, Josh. Hold on. And this goes into what I was saying about BLM. In short, BLM is not against body cameras per se, but against their use as a substitute for real accountability, transparency, and structural change. This is just more activist bitching. You could fix.
You agreed with all of it except for one point.
Right.
I disagreed with half of it.
You disagreed with. You're in Black Lives Matter now, bro.
Bias and interpretation, I disagreed with that, and surveillance of communities, I disagreed with that. There's 2 key points that I agree with.
I never thought I'd see a white nationalist BLM member.
No shit.
You're brown. You're brown. You're brown.
Flo fell off.
You're brown.
Yo, this is a whole week full of all kinds of new stuff. You got OG turning into a BLM member, and you got black people defending white people getting murked by cops. I never thought I'd.
It's a great morning, right? It's a great morning.
I mean, y'all are fun. Y'all are funny and all, but like you're gay.
It's
and
a grid
wrong.
one morning. What it is.
And you're a liberal activist now.
You just want me to be a liberal activist.
No, I just told you were gay. This is just further proof.
Average person, you're muted. Is that you, Paige?
Yeah, it's me.
We can hear you.
Hey, it's the tea baggy.
So
I mean, I'm not the best legal representative, but somebody said that they were looking for legality.
We don't need a Canadian paralegal to
Here I
tell us.
am. Yay.
Are the citizens?
You say we don't need a Canadian paralegal? Is that what she said?
What's the issue with the body cams exactly? I'm confused.
Are citizens prepared to pay for the cost of those? I guess that list of requirements. Because I can tell you now, just storing that much video in itself comes with a huge amount of cost.
They already do it now, Josh. It's already all stored. What are you talking about?
I would rather pay for. I'd rather pay. Dude, I would rather pay for body cams than pay for illegal
It's
immigrants.
absolutely not the case for the same reason that YouTube has constantly having to prune their system.
Maybe we don't understand each other, but all of them have to have a limited time where they store them. All of them I'm aware of. If they take it, they must download it, and some of them has policies as low as 30 days, which I think is low, and some of them are very long. I'm unaware of the guy who doesn't even have to download it and all that shit.
Right. I'm not talking about like
Oh, I
county,
can't hear Joe
state,
talking.
and city,
Okay,
right?
one second.
Hold on, guys. I think Paige, if you can't hear some of us talking, you probably have to drop and come back up. It's a thing. All right.
I know too that in some municipalities, you're not allowed body cam footage unless it's introduced as evidence.
That's right. But the courts, they do have it because they have to keep it in case the evidence comes up for the court and all that. If you ain't filed a charge or something, they're allowed to dump it then. But they have to keep it.
Correct.
Right.
And usually the case, right? Usually, think of this like YouTube. Most of you guys record videos, right? You cut them up, you do all kinds of weird shit. Cops do this, or departments do the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many gigabytes do you think of video
I'm not
there
worried
are?
about the
How
gigabytes.
many federal officers?
We waste so much money on locking up people who didn't make their probation appointment or whatever. You know, just reallocate it from the
reallocate it from over there.
Reallocate from the armored vehicle fund.
Right.
Hey, whoa! You leave the weapons alone, all right? Calm down. I am a gun advocate, all right? A weapon
point
advocate.
is, if you ask for a service, you're going to pay for it.
If I can't have an
really
M4
willing to
cop,
pay for it.
Where, Josh? Where, Josh?
Look, if I can't have a fully auto M4, then the cops can't have one either.
I think everybody should have. I think everyone should have a fully auto M4.
Well, speaking of that, I got my super safeties in the other day.
You do realize that you can obtain a fully automatic weapon. It's not like
If I want to pay extra just to be granted the right that I'm supposedly already afforded.
Me and Snowman only get to use nail guns.
Snowman killing over there.
No, you're wrong, Grid. I'm not, or Flo, I'm not a felon.
Oh, you're not?
No, sir, I am not.
The moment that somebody
I'm a concealed carry
requested,
holder.
yeah, the moment
somebody's backstage. Hold on a minute.
Paige, is that you?
Yeah, it's just me. Just trying to figure this out. Let's see if I can
Paige,
hear
why is your tech so bad?
I'm on my iPad and my iPhone. I can move to my my iMac if I need to. I just have to get it set up.
You should move to a Windows PC.
Also,
I don't own a Windows PC except for work. Come on.
That's the problem.
Hey, Paige, another shortcut on these iPhones. Paige, you can take the link, the StreamYard link, and instead of just hitting it and hopping on here, You put it into Google. You paste it and put it into Google, and you get to stay on longer before your shit starts dropping.
I'm on the app now. I can hear you fine now, Joe. I couldn't hear you before, and you were speaking, so that was problematic.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
but in all seriousness, man, the American citizen should be able to walk into Walmart and buy an RPG and several days worth of rockets. I'm just saying that's how the Second Amendment is supposed to
You
work.
can legally
and you
own
shouldn't
an
have to pay for-
RPG. You
you shouldn't have to
legally
pay
can
for a
own an
tax stamp.
RPG. You cannot own explosive rounds. That's the difference.
No,
Well, yeah,
no.
but
He
you
was saying
can
how
own a hand
it's.
grenade.
You can, but it's a destructive devices stamp per
And
each
none
$200
of
Right.
that
You
should
shouldn't have-
exist.
in my
And none of
opinion,
that
you
should
shouldn't have
exist.
to pay for a tax stamp just for special weapons.
We should.
I
The
agree.
government. The
If
government should do
cops
nothing
don't have
more
to
than
pay for that
background.
that tax stamp, then I shouldn't either.
Snowman's killing it over there.
And you shouldn't have to have a license for it either.
I have
That's the problem. The moment that you guys dictated who could and could not, aka somebody requested, like say felons aren't allowed to have weapons.
I love it, Josh. Yes.
As soon as you ask for that, then you ask for permission, right? Because
Yeah.
once you selected
That's
who
the
could
thing.
and who
Felons,
couldn't,
Josh
that
right?
door will never
Once they get out
go
of
back
prison,
closed.
they should get their rights back. If
Right.
a felon's done something to
Nowhere in
lose
the
their rights,
Constitution
they should be
does it say that
executed.
felons don't have any rights to own.
Yeah, that was part of the laws to try and keep. That was a very racist law, Joe. You should be angry because it was specifically aimed to keep guns out of the hands of blacks.
I am angry, and I'm also angry at laws that keep guns out of white people's hands too.
Sorry.
Just so you know.
I appreciate that.
So you guys
Thank you.
disagree with the,
I don't give a fuck
disagree
which
with
race
the
it
ruling
is.
in District of Columbia against Heller? You disagree? You think that inmates and people that were felons or mentally ill should have badges?
No, ma'am. What I agree with is if you're that much of a detriment to society that you can't have guns, then you shouldn't be let out of prison to fucking begin with.
That's true. And there absolutely has to be. We have to get out of this punishment mentality. The idea behind our
Right.
prison
The whole
system was
point, and the
you
whole
do
point
the
behind
crime.
jail time is for you to pay a debt to
Right.
society.
Your debt
and
to
once that
society.
debt has been paid, you're supposed to be relinquished your rights
Exactly.
back.
But due to the feminization of our country, violent men are fucking kept down. All right.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean, yeah, I was kind of joking, but I'm not.
Here's the
wrong.
thing:
Like,
we violate anyways if we want them real easy.
Is that an F4 Phantom you're building there, Grit?
No, this is my long easy.
Oh, okay.
I got a long easy.
Yeah. This is a fuselage for my long easy. It's the motor's right on the other side of it. I just have to have
I'm
that slide.
zoomed in. Okay. I don't know which
Yeah,
angle I'm
airplane.
looking at, Grid. What am I looking at?
Well,
Look, it could be a submarine as far as I know. Which is the front? What's the back?
My wife sits there, and the engine's back there.
You mean she's dumb enough to get in that plane with you?
I've actually
No,
been
she
thinking
actually
about
doesn't
going.
like little airplanes. My son normally flies with me.
That's an experimental one, right?
It is experimental, yeah.
I've been thinking
Okay.
about going out and buying me one of those single gliders with a little prop on the back of it.
Motor glider, yeah.
What's up, Sophia? Is that you? Unmute. Going once.
I know you can get the motor for them for about $2,500.
The host is conducting an interview.
I heard something.
Is that you,
Can you
Sophia?
hear- Can you hear
we
me?
can hear. Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Good. Is that what they call an ultralight?
No, it is not an ultralight.
No, yeah, ultralight. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's different.
This thing will do 200 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
Huh, my brother's a pilot.
Yeah. There's another airplane on the other side of the garage. But
I got two airplanes.
He also flexing at the size of the garage too, right?
He's actually got
Planes
three.
in the garage.
He's got 3 airplanes.
I need to be sucking up to you more and being less of a dick so that you.
that's the thing about Dustin is he's like he wants to be a dick, but I ought to fuck up. I want to be a dick. I like money.
I can't constrain my whatever attitude. It's like it's really a.
Well, you know.
Flo is a felon.
Tendencies.
Flo is a felon. Are you forbid from being around people with firearms?
No.
Oh, okay.
Pays the best question out here right now is: do you believe that if a guy who committed a crime and he took his gun and shit, do you believe that he should get them back? A felon should get his gun rights back?
I think it's possible, but I think it depends on the offense. And
I'm not sure. Okay, go ahead. I'm not sure. I didn't want legal. What do you think is legal? Please don't do me that. I've been jumping on people about that. All right. My apologies.
Legal, I would adopt the 2008
Don't do it. I'm sorry. I said it. You think they should get them back? Go say what you were going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think it depends on the crime, right? So, for instance, if the crime was threat to life, right?
Yeah.
Then obviously, I think that there is a rehabilitative process with any kind of incarceration period. I don't think anybody's going to deny that.
There's not I deny that.
Oh,
good Lord.
That would be anecdotal and not useful to my.
No, I'm agreeing with Flo. We got to get more in here, man. They ain't trying to rehab shit. It's damn near punishment nowadays. You don't get that shit.
Luckily, I'm not his probation officer or whatever that he's got going on, so I don't need to worry about whether or not he feels rehabilitated. But I generally think that
I got early completion, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So you're a good little.
Call him a good little boy. You want
good little inmate.
Good or good at it.
That's right.
I don't know that I want to be a
something.
good inmate.
I don't know.
That sounds bad.
But Paige, I'm down to hit the end of it. Do they get their shit back? I'm pins and needles, whatever the term is.
Yeah, I think the Second Amendment is an integral part to American life. I think it shouldn't be stripped away if it's not necessary. At the same time, I think there's certain people who can't use it responsibly, and I think it's a privilege, not a right.
Very good. That's what I wanted to get to. You say if necessary. It should only be stripped away if necessary. That means someone must determine when it's necessary. That's you right now, Paige.
These are still relative terms is the problem.
She also thinks the privilege and not a right, and that I take umbrage with, all right?
That's
it is a right.
Yeah, so that's the problem. Even if you were to say necessity, we're not going to agree on what necessity would be, right? And so we're still at the relative point of trying to define any of this.
Well, that depends. I think necessity is pretty clear cut. It's tailored to the individual person. It's not a necessity for some, isn't a necessity for all, although there are generalized necessities that are prevalent throughout modern society.
Tell us about those.
I'm going to
be honest with you. I've been around a lot of people who don't think it's. Oh, sorry, Josh. I've been around a lot of people who don't think that it's necessary for me to own as many guns as I own, and I tell those people to go fuck themselves.
Not their godly communist.
I don't mean on the concept of necessity as to what type of firearm. I'm talking about the necessity of when is it defined as to when you can and cannot possess a weapon.
And let's be real, Grid would be the first one to hand over his guns if an authority came knocking.
I told him it was the law.
He'd be like, I've already got them boxed up for you. I shouldn't bother an officer.
No, that would be a mistaken assumption. But okay,
Greg, can I assume if they took it from a gangbanger, you wouldn't have such a problem with it, or a drug dealer?
If you're committing a crime and they take your guns, then okay, it's fine. If they change the law, hold on, a little bit.
Grid, I'm going to jump your ass.
If they change the law to make my guns illegal, which they have before, by the way, and I did not turn them in.
But you don't care about the law. Joe Cool was right.
Damn, you can't win,
right? I'm going to be honest with you. There's a limit when it comes to the Constitution. You're not.
You're such a liberal.
Back in '94, I was building guns and to pay my way through college, and they changed the law, and you were supposed to do all this weird shit to be able to keep your guns. I didn't do any of that shit, and I kept my guns. And
rat him out. I'm gonna rat him out, yo. He broke a law 20 years ago. We gotta get him.
Why are you promoting the fucking snitch no state, Joe?
I did.
No. Hey, stitch me out, bro. Because statute of limitation has been passed, and I'm already on all the fucking list. I'm on all the lists. You can't name a list I'm not. I own machine guns. I own suppressors. I cross state lines with them. There, you can't name a list I'm not on.
I'm glad to hear that you're okay and with someone breaking a law in the past. They shouldn't necessarily be punished for it. It seems like you made a 180 when we talk about
You're
that
starting to
immigrant
sound
shit
an
earlier.
awful lot like Alex Preddy right now.
No, I'm not
Talk about
stupid
that
enough to carry.
situation. Can we?
I think it's
I'm not
important
stupid
we
enough to get
probably
involved
all.
in a fight with an officer.
I think we can all
Especially
be a
while
little
armed.
honest here and own up to the concept. We all don't agree with specific laws, right? That's just how it is.
I do some. Not everybody would agree with what he just said. Paige,
Hold on. I like this.
Joe
I
is
like this.
perpetuating the
Josh, I want to address that. I want to address that. Now, you know what? I actually agree that the speed limit ought to be 80 miles an hour. However, 9 times out of 10, I will be north of that. And if I get a ticket, I'll suck it up and take the ticket. But I know that I'm breaking the law. I know.
But you disagree with that law, though. What is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I admit that that's a great law for 99% of the people. They ought not drive more than 80 miles an hour. But I break that law all the time, and I knowingly break it.
Wait, I'm not sure if you answered. Somebody's question was, it was Josh, do we all agree that there are certain laws that we disagree with? And I'm not sure. Is there a law that you disagree with? No, I think you're saying that I do
I'm
agree
sure that
with
we
it.
can find many laws that I actually disagree with.
I'll throw one on here just to be on the topic, right? So like New York and California. New York had an AR ban for about 10 years.
Yep.
And yes, it is technically unconstitutional, which it gets ruled that way. Then they kick it down, and then the state will rewrite the bill and push it back up. All the state has to do is basically rewrite the law and let it go through the system again over and over and over.
Right. Changes
That's what's happening in California right now.
Right. That's effectively how the state operates this way. So now you have a choice. You can either beg for the federal government to come in and utilize force against the state, or you can just stick with the continuing system to do what it does, which, by the way, I own a shit ton of ARs, all fucking illegal in the state of New York. I am not giving up my rifles. Ain't doing it.
Yeah, when I was in California, well, I mean, I'd never actually technically lived in California, but I owned a house there. And when I would be there to like shoot a match or something, literally everything I owned was fucking illegal, but I didn't care. Like, and if I gotten caught, I would have taken my lumps. But the reality is that that's just the way it is.
So since you don't care about the law, and I don't care about the law either, it's not a good foundation for anybody's priorities to come out of. We're going to have to get down to the bottom of what is incentivizing your crazy ass perspectives.
Because if I get caught, I will take my lumps. I'm willing to. The juice is worth the squeeze for me to ignore that law. Just like speeding.
Yeah, I mean, but there's
just like
no difference for anybody.
jaywalking. But you know what? The squeeze. It's not worth it to me to walk out of a store without paying for something. That's just not worth it.
Chase Flo's logic here, Griff, for a little while. Chase was trying to get where Flo's going.
I think Flo's ignoring my logic. I think Flo's ignoring.
I understand that you've got a personal risk reward analysis, but what you said is if I get caught, I'll take my lumps. Well, that's the case for everybody. I didn't take lumps voluntarily when I got arrested. You take your lumps if you get caught. That's the gaming play. So you the fact that you have a risk reward analysis doesn't say anything to the point that I was making, which is that your priorities on, say, Preddy or whatever situation are not grounded in a deep respect for law. You, in fact, don't respect the law, which I think is appropriate. I don't think it should be respected just because it's law.
Well, just a sec. Isn't that part of the risk assessment that one makes when they decide to do something like Preddy did, which was go out with a
hold on, Flo. I've been very consistent here. I don't think I said that I've said that I have a lot of problems with this. I think it's legal that the situation he got himself in got him killed. That's legal. I think it's messy. I don't think it's particularly moral. Shut up. But I don't think it was wise for him to go armed into a situation where he had already proven that he was willing to assert himself into.
We've already agreed on that point.
This is a Jason conversation here.
What's your problem?
Black people.
Black people are my problem.
No,
I've already been called
my
racist
problem
again,
is
so.
that you keep answering every question but the one I'm asking you. I don't even feel like
What
asking.
question are you
I'm
asking?
chasing this motherfucker around all day.
The problem is people on our side, or I'm on the extreme right, and we lay claim to well, it's the law and that's all that matters, right? Like if we lean too hard onto that, we ultimately end up shooting ourselves in the foot proverbially, because we also don't comply with that ourselves. So we're hypocritical because we're making a claim that we ourselves don't abide by. That's the problem.
Right. We're trying to say that, Grid, that you're trying to have it both ways. You're trying to say that I don't base my shit on law. But when it comes to the petty shit and people in those situations, suddenly that belief is less prevalent than this law and this law and this. Now, suddenly he should be stringently applied to all of that shit. Where you would agree that only under certain conditions are laws reasonable. Here, you're like, you must obey the law, or that's why you got killed.
I didn't say no.
I know I'm being hyperbolic.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my point. I know you never said that, but I'm trying to drive my point home.
All right.
Yes, he did.
I didn't say that. I like Flo a lot.
I just want to
talking past each other.
Ultimately, this always boils down to, and this is society ourselves, we're trying to define who is deserving and who is not deserving.
I dig it, Josh.
That's really what it boils down
It's
to.
damn that evil shit, yo. Paige, you're guilty of it. I haven't had a chance to address you, but that shit's all over you right now.
Well, sorry, just a second. What is all over me right now? Are we talking
Your desire to judge, your desire. Your desire.
Judge everybody.
Your desire to control and judge people who you deem less than you are. It's all over you.
Oh, come on. I've been in the ditches with. I grew up on a farm with.
I don't know that.
I got a black friend means nothing.
Don't we deem people like?
I am your black friend.
I'm your black friend.
Here's what I think. I think that life is a risk assessment. If we're examining the cases that pertain to the Second Amendment, we utilize what a reasonable person would have done. No amendment is absolute. In fact, American law functions quite similar to.
We're in agreement so far. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm not up on a high horse. I'm by no means a millionaire, somebody who's unfettered by the modern way of working and earning a living. And I don't think that people are less than me. Yes, there are dumb people. And
let me ask you a question. I don't care about all that. Let me ask you this. We all do. Let me ask you a question. No, it's not. We all do that. That means nothing. Let me ask you, and this is a weird question. I know. Please answer it. No. If you're the judge and you get to rewrite everything, you don't have to even follow laws. You're the president, the king, the czar. How much time do you give a motherfucker for a murder? Let's assume, if I can get away with saying this, your average run-of-the-mill murder. What do you think? How many years we give?
Average run-of-the-mill
murder. Cut and dry case. Cut and dry. Yes, nothing heinous. Nothing heinous, your average run the mill, and he did do it 100%, and we found him guilty. What did we give him?
Life in prison.
What if he fucks the
throw him
body?
a Bible and hope that he repents.
Can I answer this? I've actually thought about this. I want to take a shot at answering this. So if it's premeditated murder, meaning that if a person has actually planned the murder, or the circumstances are that they planned the murder, right? It's just pure execution. Right. There's no life in prison. It's just, you plotted to kill somebody, you're going to die. If it's negligence, usually about 20 years, give or take.
I was thinking negligence. Paige, do you agree? If it's negligent, does it change your opinion?
Yeah, that changes my analysis. Obviously, the mens rea is important to any kind of.
How many years for the negligent shit that Josh is talking about?
Sophia's mic is awfully low, but she's trying to talk to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How many years for wood chipper?
OG had to step away for a minute, so he can't.
I'll wrap this up so I can move on.
Let me in here for the soft voice, Sophia. Sophia, your mic is awfully quiet, so these loud fucks can't hear over you.
Yeah, and turn Sophia up. I'm gonna wrap it up so we can move on. And Sophia, you can talk about whatever you want.
I just said OG had to take the dog out. He's away from the keyboard.
Oh, okay. Sophia, if you know how to turn your, and I'm going to yield. We're going to yield in 1 second.
You got to show some self-restraint for a second.
All right, listen. Put some faith in me. Trust me.
Fuck it.
I just wanted to wrap this up, Paige. The reason I asked you that is because I wanted to know if you would give me the same shit that the system has come up with. It's interesting when motherfuckers give life for this, 20 years for that. It tells me that they're behind the system. That's where I was going with all that bullshit. Go ahead.
No, mens rea is integral to any kind of criminal offense, in particular ones that carry a higher period of incarceration. And I would absolutely contend with the fact that negligence would lower the sentence.
But you could have said 3 years. You could have said 17,
I would say
49. The fact that you said 20 and that's what they really give niggas, it's interesting.
I didn't say anything. Actually, you asked me and I hadn't said anything, but I was
All
going
right,
to say 20
Sophie,
to 25.
please. Sophie.
I just want to say 2 things real quick. First of all, to Joe Cool, thank you so much for telling me how to log into StreamYard from Google.
Hey, word.
Hey,
Joe help somebody.
Also tech shit, right?
Second thing I wanted to say, if it's self-defense, if I'm in my home, minding my own business, and somebody
not murder.
comes breaking through my door and I have to defend myself, that's self-defense. I don't think I should go to jail for that.
Currently, the definition of murder is unlawful killing, man. It basically means, like, if somebody's trying to kill you and you kill somebody else in that process of self-defense, it's not murder. The reason why is because it's lawful to do so. Murder is generally, like, when we say something, it's more like I either am responsible for ending the life of another person either maliciously or via negligence.
Josh, I got a question for you, Josh. If I'm the driver of a car, my guy says he's going to rob a store. I don't know. Wait, he knows what I'm going. and I'm sitting in the car, and my guy murders the dude. Come out with the money. Go. Now, did you just shoot him? How much time do I get, Josh?
20 years for any type of negligence, and the reason
That's
for
what.
it is.
Wait. I wasn't asking you what the law is. Remember, I am asking you. Your God
actually be a little lower.
What do you think a person should get for that?
20 years.
That's what you think. I am not asking you the law. You're clear that the question you're asking me has nothing to do with current laws, right?
It's not the law. It varies by state. However,
okay. I'm not talking about that.
About 20 years.
That's what you would give up your shit. Okay.
Yeah, the reason for it is I want the person.
He's saying it's going to be a while before you see your kids, homie.
Hold up. There is reasons behind this, right? So for that 20 years, I want that person that is irresponsible in any form to be removed from society.
I dig it.
During that time period, they'll either figure it out or whatever. But once they basically get out free, they are then also monetarily responsible for the life they took. So if I kill somebody, let's just say I kill Flo, like I get in a drunk driving or whatever.
No, you're a driver's seat. Don't change my shit. You're in a getaway driver. You're a getaway driver. You didn't even touch a gun today.
I'm putting it. It doesn't even have to go that extreme, right?
Well, stay with my shit. That's why I asked the question. I'm sorry. You can do what you want. You're grown.
What I mean is, I'm trying to explain it. It doesn't matter. Say I do something. I'm driving drunk, or I run a stop sign, and
can we say you're the passenger? Can we say you're the fucking driver, getaway driver?
Joe, you let him answer the question.
The point is if I'm responsible for, in this case, killing Flo, right? I then become responsible for his daughter after that 20-year period that I get
I wasn't interested in none of that, so I assume you're talking to Flo now. I want to know about the guy who didn't pull a trigger, all of that shit, never touched a gun today. That's what made me curious. What do you think should happen to that guy?
Vehicle, and that's the example I try to use. Drive a vehicle, and it causes the death of another person.
No, then you're not. Am I not clear? You're not. You're a getaway driver. You didn't kill nobody. Your boy ran into the liquor store and robbed it and murdered a nigga. You didn't even know he was going to do it. What do you get?
Oh, you didn't kill anybody? I don't know.
No, you're the driver. There you go. That's what I was asking. That was the question.
Okay, you're just fleeing and eluding? I don't know.
Your boy murdered the nigga.
The person that's the getaway driver is just as responsible for the murder, or I'm sorry, the person that went into the store and robbed. Whatever crimes he committed, the driver is just as culpable.
Does everybody agree with that?
Responsible.
No.
No.
All right.
Because sometimes you don't even realize you're a getaway driver, right?
Guess what? Yes.
You have no fucking idea. So why should you get
You got
20
some bad
years
friends.
and you have no idea?
The law says you are responsible, by the way.
Too. I'm right here. Come
I
on,
asked them. You maybe you wouldn't hear that. I asked them outside of the law, what would they give, and a bunch of more shit.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, I
stance
heard
is
that part.
Okay.
My stance is based
Just
off
most
of
people don't know about felony murder.
Yeah. My stance is based off of you are responsible for your your activities with your associates. Who you associate with, who you spend your time with, you are responsible for. If that person is a piece of shit and does dumb shit or bad shit, whatever, right? And you associate with them, you're just as guilty.
I just read about a guy who got 20 years. He was at the crib. His friend borrowed his car. When he called him to ask him, "You took my car?" He was like, "Yeah, we finna rob somebody or something." He was like, "Man, fuck you," or whatever. Hung up, went back to sleep. And they did rob a motherfucker, and they came and got him. I don't know if it was later, when it was, and they charged him with the same shit. He was at home in bed, and even the guy admitted he didn't even know I took his car, but he still got it. I assume it's because the guy told him up in a rob a nigga and he didn't call the police or something. I don't know.
Right.
The key components are this. It's based on the totality of the circumstances, right? Based on all of evidence that would be available at trial. And the second thing is whether you knew or ought to have known that there might have been some kind of illicit activity going on at the time. Like if the getaway driver, for example, right? Your friend's a plug, right? And you know that they're always packing. And you get in the car with them, they're absolutely totaled. You know they're totaled, right? You get in the car anyway, they crash the car, right?
Been in all them circumstances, by the way.
You know that they're total.
Like I can name this tune in 2 notes.
All right.
You get in the car anyway, you're like, whatever.
Keep in mind, my answer had nothing to do with the law. My answer had
Good. That's what I was asking you. I thought you. Yeah, I thought you answered it. I think I got it.
She is correct in that the law is going to take in basically whatever they can.
No one cares. We know the law. I'm tired of niggas telling me what the law is.
However, that's the point. My answer, it does not matter if you know. If you don't know that
it doesn't matter if you know in felony murder either.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you know that your friend is going to rob a store or not, right? It only matters that you participated because I put the responsibility on it. You should have known. You should be selecting your associates better.
With the fact.
That means I can't hang out with Flo anymore.
What if it's something that, look, we have situations where individuals commit crimes of passion, right? Especially, unalivings of passion. What if that's the situation where it wasn't even planned ahead of time? So how could you put that responsibility on that person when you didn't even know you were going to do that today? You didn't know you were going to watch.
Because again, you should know who you associate with. All we're doing is basically pointing out exceptions to saying, hey, I didn't know. I feel bad. I didn't know that my friends are pieces of shit. I didn't know that my friends have affairs and things like that, right? If you don't know who your friends are, why the fuck are you lending your vehicle?
Very reasonable, intelligent people end up in this position all the time.
Correct.
Are you talking about Hunter Biden?
So reasonable foreseeability.
Can I finish
That's the test.
Look at the soldier who bravely fucking defends his nation, goes to war, does everything, has a perfect fucking record, comes home and finds her in bed with one of his fucking.
This is real simple. You're making an emotional appeal.
Is that you,
I
Joe?
don't give a damn about the emotions. I care about the responsibility. And that's the problem. We're all sitting around saying that, oh, we feel sorry for, in this case, usually going to be a small number of people, and we're lowering our standards as we believe society to be. We're lowering the standards to allow for these exceptions. And I don't believe in that.
So how about this one? I got what about the woman whose husband drives her? He wants to confront the guy that she's been cheating on with, and he opens fire at the guy.
And she's in the car.
And she's just in the car.
Everybody's getting it. Everybody's getting it.
What?
He didn't
It's
even
not
pause.
foreseeable. It's not reasonably foreseeable.
Everybody's getting. Well, in this case, I mean, I'm assuming it. So the woman basically did something premeditated to go and get into a situation. She's going to prison. She's held responsible for it because she basically created that environment. This is the problem that we're having here in
so then
society.
nobody has to be accountable for their own self-control anymore.
Everybody is accountable,
I thought that was
regardless
your
of their
argument.
emotional
No.
state.
His argument is the
I gotta
opposite.
disagree on this one.
She can't control his self-control, but now you're making
If
her
she
accountable for his
cannot control her behaviors, she ought not be in our society. She's going to go to prison just as much as, well, not probably just as much, but just as much
I'm
as.
familiar with Josh, but I like the cut of his jib.
I don't even know what that is, but
So how about this? Wait.
gotta
I got
Google it.
another really good one. Grid 1 holds a public event and two guys come. One of them's Crucible, the other one's Panelverse, and it's the epic showdown. They fucking hate each other online, and one of them freaking sticks the other one.
Stabs
Is it
him?
Grid 1's fault?
Dusty will
They were
bleed
hit-
and then cry, and then I'll move
Wait, I
on.
thought Dusty was doing the stabbing.
Why would Dusty stab anybody? He's too
You
nice.
niggas would get on this skin out.
He's
so-
too nice. I'm the mean one. I'm going to be honest with you. Who's stabbing being done? I'm gonna,
I see you with a
So is
gun,
Grid
first of
one
all,
res-
Grid, not a knife. You
no,
know,
I'm not.
first of all.
I got a lot of knives, brother.
Is Grid 1 responsible for the lack of self-control of his guests at that point?
Grid's just a host. Flo stabbed Marte or vice versa. What is Grid's responsibility?
What's he stabbing him with?
You've seen it already. Shh. Anyways, so let's say one of his guests knifes and unalives another one of
Jesus.
at the event.
You guys know Josh is retarded, right?
Grid 1, answer me, Josh. Is Grid 1 responsible for the lack of self-control of his guests?
In this case, the answer would be yes. The venue, if Grid 1 is
I
controlled,
can be held civilly liable. I don't think I can be held criminally liable.
yeah, the law would say civilly liable at best. However, my stance would also be criminally liable.
Wow.
I take
autistic
a
as
slightly harder turn, morally speaking, and it's
Slightly.
because
Hey,
if you're
Grid,
going to
is
associate
that
with
his
people,
jib?
what?
I'm asking Grid if he's still
Literal
like,
guilt by association.
I can't hear Beth. I'm sorry.
I
Is
was
he cut
asking
from
if
your
he still
jib?
liked his position.
Like which position?
The cut of his jib.
Yeah, the cut of his jib.
No, I mean, hey, people can be wrong. I still like Flo. He's always wrong.
Damn.
You guys, I really don't like people that agree with me all the time.
I'm with you on that shit.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't like
Yeah.
it. Pushback is
Just
important.
so I can clarify this again, the answer is yes. Criminal liability
heard you.
for association.
I heard you. What I was just responding to is what Grid said. And actually, I like the pushback too, because without pushback, your view of things will never evolve to turn it and look at it in other ways and maybe think it.
I think his viewpoints are fine.
Guess what, Josh? You're a meth dealer. You owe us 30 years.
All right, so let me give you.
I thought
like
the
real
jib
world
was part
shit.
of a
So,
boat. The jib is a nose or something. I thought it was part of a boat. I googled it.
Yeah, it's
shape of his or her nose.
No, it's a Navy related term. So
I would
the
have
jib,
assumed it had something with a boat.
the jib is the forwardmost part, right? It's what you can see when a boat's coming toward you. And so when you say it about a person, you're talking about their appearance, their demeanor, and their style.
right.
And the
So
jib means in
on
the
a
face.
sailboat,
All right.
on a sailboat, if I say I like the cut of someone's jib, that means that that by looking or listening to them, I can they're trimmed out. They know what they're doing. They're fast. They're
Okay.
you know,
Okay. There's nuances to it and everything. I'll dig it.
Sorry, I use a sailing term while I'm working on an airplane. I'm sorry.
Now I feel good because I thought it was a selling term, and
He's got bigger balls than me. The only way I'm getting it. See, God didn't put wings on my ass, so I'm keeping my shit on the ground.
I was going to ask what you were working on, Grid. And hi,
Yeah.
Paige. It's good to see you.
Yeah, likewise, Beth.
Um,
You doing well?
Yeah, so just real world example on that last, Beth. So, like at my event, if for example, if I called Jake Var wetback one too many times, and he got really angry about it, and then he went after, say, Tyler, average debate enjoyer, that would have been funny because they're like 2 feet of difference between them. But bear with me. Let's just say they got in a fight. As the host, I could be held civilly responsible.
Oh yeah,
for the fight. Now, I would not be held criminally responsible because they're guests. They're not doing anything. Now,
if you're hyping them up,
it gets different if Jake and I are riding around and he says, "Hey, stop on this corner. I want to check something out," and I'm like, "Okay." And then he hops out and takes a shovel and hits Tyler in the back of the head and leaves him in a ditch. Now I'm criminally liable.
Yeah, that's clear. That's clear. What if in your studio there, you're firing them up? You see he's getting charged up, and you're charging him up more, and you're like, "You're gonna take that shit from that bitch, man? I'd whoop his ass." What if you help fire him up and then he stabs him criminally? What do you think? Liability or no?
That's they've been trying to, sometimes that can go either way because. On the one hand, they'd have to prove I was using fighting words, right? There are very specific words legally that are held to be, specifically insightful. And
yeah, I've looked up the definition.
Yeah. So if some badass junior DA decided that he wanted my nuts in a ringer, then absolutely he could charge me for that, right? He could say that I.
You can be charged with anything.
Yeah, I can be charged. I don't know that they can make it. It would take a hell of a lot of work to make it stick.
So what about this though? Like,
but I'm not saying it couldn't.
What if the only thing to it that kicked it off was somebody disrespected you and you were like, man, you were just venting to your buddy and you're like, man, I swear to God, if my wife wasn't here right now, I would fucking do X, Y, and Z. And your friend,
as it happens, As it happens, I was on a panel with someone who made a very rude comment about my wife, and I literally told him, "I'm like, if you keep that up, I will find you and I will fuck you up." And if he gets fucked up in the future, if somebody like beats him up, I honestly would not be surprised if law enforcement paid me a visit. Yeah.
Like, what if you weren't asking your friend to do it? You were just venting your frustration.
It's not a crime either way.
And they took it into their own hands to do it.
Yeah.
Well, how would you feel if then they attempted to hold you criminally responsible for inciting it?
Probably the same way I'd feel if I didn't have breakfast.
It's not a crime either way.
Pissed off.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's irrelevant because I don't know what I would feel because feelings are not part of the equation for that. So.
Well, what would you? Do you think it would be okay for them to attempt to try to hold you criminally responsible for inciting?
I never think it's okay when someone's trying to hold me criminally responsible for anything, even if I actually did it. Like when I get a speeding ticket, I know that I did wrong, and I accept the fact that I'm going to pay the money or go, lose my license or whatever. I accept that fact. That doesn't mean that officer, I was absolutely speeding. You got me. I've never done that my entire fucking life. The way it goes is,
can you prove it?
You know how fast you were going? And I say, no fucking clue.
Can you prove it?
No. I don't ever ask for proof. No. I don't know. The last time I looked at my speedometer, I was doing X. And I'm just driving along.
My crew is cool when it keeps getting bigger. That's because
this is not legal advice. So.
Yeah, it's me. It's Pumpkin. What's up, bud?
We will openly state that we're hypocritical in certain areas. Like we just a minute ago, we just openly stated this. Like, for example, in my state, ARs are still illegal as fuck, right? I ain't giving up my guns. I'm not relinquishing them. I'm not turning them in. And I'm also not moving them to the next state over. In this case, Pennsylvania.
What are you talking about? You don't have any ARs.
And
No,
when it comes to immigrants, you niggas don't feel that way about they get to pick and choose a law. They gotta obey every fucking
Yeah,
one.
because they're not U.S. citizens. They don't have to adhere to the law.
Yeah, I
They're
don't.
not U.S. citizens. They don't get the luxuries of the Constitution. The Constitution isn't made for the entire fucking world. The
Are
Constitution
you
is made for
sure?
U.S. citizens.
Are you
I'm
sure,
positive.
Bumpkin?
I'm
You ain't gotta
positive.
yell. You ain't gotta yell. We can talk without yelling. You know.
I'll go even
Well,
further.
hold
If
on,
you're a
hold on.
registered
You don't have to
Democrat,
go
you shouldn't
further,
get any
Josh.
rights.
Bumpkin.
Oh,
is
damn, son.
Bumpkin
Damn.
is. Fuck, I don't forget. Anyway, no.
That was strong. I like. Oh yeah.
Oh, the Constitution. Are you sure the Constitution only applies to citizens? Because there's somewhere in the beginning, it's Bill of Rights, I think it says that we think these rights were given by God to all men. And now all these years later, we're saying, unless you're an immigrant?
Sir, it
So
says
you
to our
think that-
prosperity too. It says
You
to
think
our
the
prosperity,
Constitution
too.
isn't in the process of a change since it's been changed so many times before?
Well, it's been changed to apply to everybody here.
Is it to a point?
No, it has. 1965 Immigration Act. That changed. You
For
also
the
have
14th Amendment.
the 14th
Yeah,
Amendment, the 19th Amendment.
It's constantly been in a state of change.
Yeah.
So this
It's almost
idea
like
that
that's the idea of a constitution.
this idea that it should absolutely always be the same, if that's the
No,
position.
no.
of
That
the
was
case.
not the position. At least maybe not, maybe inherently so. But the position was when it was written, it was only for Americans. I'm not so sure because they said this shit applies to
when
everybody
it was written,
when it was written.
You wouldn't have the right to even speak here. What are we
I'm
talking?
aware of that. However,
yeah, it's funny. It's funny you said all men are equal, but back then you wouldn't
apparently
be all
I gotta
men.
say this outright. From the moment they laid it down, men changed it and made exclusions. I'm only arguing. Bumpkin saying that it was meant for what it was meant for, not what it turned into. What it was meant for. They said all men were given by God these rights, and they cannot be taken away. You can't say that. It's hard to
In
say
this
that didn't happen.
country.
It doesn't say that.
Interpret that for you.
It says God gave it to all men. It was
It
very
doesn't
clear.
say worldwide constitution. It's United States Constitution.
It ultimately boiled down to our people and others, right? It's always been that way. The question is who is the others? Who is not us? This is why I take the stance against the registered Democrat. I don't consider them us. But I have to actually also own up to the concept when OG accuses me of being a communist, right? Because I simply just want the other side completely
I'm
annihilated
not
and
listening.
erased
You
off the
pulling the
board.
10th man. I'm not interested.
All right,
really.
here's the preamble to the Constitution of the United States.
Yeah.
Here we go. We have to do a history lesson here.
People
The
in order to
preamble.
form a more
I gotta
perfect
leave for a second. Be back.
Oh, now you gotta leave. Oh,
Rage quit. Joe's rage quitting. Joe's
I'll
rage
say it.
quitting.
He can hear me. I'll say it. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. What the fuck do you think ourselves and our posterity means?
Yeah. The part where it says
Greek.
all men are created equal, though.
The Greeks.
That doesn't matter if the preamble is literally laying out ourselves and our posterity under the United States of America. What are we talking about?
Because they can't make a declaration for anybody else. That's not the same thing as saying they don't mean all men when they say all men are created equal.
Denizen, all I said was the United States Constitution only counts for U.S. citizens. That's what I said.
But it doesn't.
But the preamble literally just said it did, bro. Ourselves and our
But the
posterity.
Constitution itself explicitly says otherwise.
Denizen, you're not arguing against me, homie. You're arguing against the founding fathers and the exact.
No, you're having three different arguments. First of all, Joe asked you about all men being created equal. You're completely avoiding that argument. Secondly, the 14th Amendment clearly states that it applies to more than just citizens. So no.
I gotta grab nicotine to deal with this fucking stupidity. 1 second.
Yes, I know. Stupidity is when people know facts that you don't know.
Sorry.
Facts that hurt your feelings. That's more to
I
the
don't have any
point.
feelings. It's
So
been
you
proven.
wanted to have a discussion, right, about all men created equal, and I brought up directly in the U.S. Constitution, where in fact I proved my point.
No, you didn't.
I don't care if it says all men created equal when the Constitution.
We get you don't
literally
care.
says,
But
I
that's
don't-
what the
I don't
question
care.
was about.
Absolutely, I don't care. I could care
Yeah.
less.
So that should be your answer. Instead of no, your answer should be I don't care.
Well, I would disagree.
It's more accurate.
I would ultimately disagree that all men are created equal. I don't believe any two people that walk the face of this earth are equal.
Absolutely
Good.
not. They're not.
Then you don't believe in the Constitution.
I am not a constitutionalist, so the answer is no.
I am also not a constitutionalist.
But that wasn't the question. The question isn't if you believe in it.
My statement
It's if all men are created equal applies
was
to all
not
men.
that. That was not my statement.
That was the question.
That was the rebuttal that he gave to me.
No, that was the question.
The rebuttal that he gave to me after I said my statement.
It was a
high
question.
right now? Am I fucking high right now?
Is that you, buddy?
Is Denizen rage baiting me for some reason right now at 2 p.m. in the fucking afternoon?
No.
Possibly.
Just telling you what the question was because you can't seem to remember.
That wasn't the question, though.
Or answer it.
This is how
It
the
was.
timeline went. This is how the timeline went, okay? All right. And I wouldn't think I would have to explain complex debate tactics with you, Denizen.
It's not a debate. You were asked a question.
You're
You're making it more complicated than it needs to be. You can just answer the question.
Right? I said that the U.S. Constitution doesn't apply to immigrants.
world.
They're not U.S. citizens. I'm sorry, I meant
It does.
immigrants, but they are not U.S. citizens.
It does.
And then Joe said, "What about that part that says all men created equal?"
Yeah, what about that part?
But in the Constitution, in the preamble, it literally says of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Denizen, you know what posterity means?
So you don't want to answer the question.
Okay. This is retarded. It's not, there was no question answered. Yes, all men are created equal under the U.S. Constitution, which in the preamble it says us and to ourselves and posterity.
It doesn't say under the Constitution. It just
Within
says
the
all men are
confines
created
of our
equal.
borders.
It doesn't say within the confines of our borders. It just says all men are created equal.
You're disregarding the initial words he just said as it applies to the United
Those-
States.
No, it did not apply to the United States. It's just the phrase all men are created equal. Are you really going to say that when Jefferson, who authored that line, wrote it, he meant just the motherfuckers that are born here? That's why he said all men?
Well, I don't know if he meant that just the fuckers that are born here, but he did mean us. Because
He meant all men.
Yeah, at that time, slaves
Everywhere.
slaves were not considered equal. They weren't
Yes,
treated
Thomas.
as
According to Thomas, they were. He wanted to put he wanted to eliminate slavery in the Constitution, but he was afraid it wouldn't be adopted.
Right. And so, what was the Constitution as it was adopted? What was agreed upon?
Was the phrase "all men" did that only apply to American citizens?
So something was written down that
Y'all just won't answer the question. It's fucking
No,
fascinating.
that's
Why not just say that no, it didn't? And then even if you sound
you're
retarded,
laying claim of what it meant.
no one's laying claim. I'm asking you a motherfucking question. You cannot answer. You're weaving and dodging in.
Ask it one more time.
When it was written, when they said all men, were they only talking about United States citizens?
Yes, we believe that they were only talking about us. We were not talking about, or they were
No. See, you started to answer the question. You started to answer the question, then you said some other shit I didn't say.
Yes.
You want to try it again?
Yeah. The answer is no. They did not believe that.
Believe what?
They believed, and you go back that first previous sentence of who us was.
It doesn't say us. You're making shit up.
Our.
So thanks for playing.
Who is our in that?
There's no our.
Our. Our prosperity.
It's not in the sentence.
Can you pull up in the U.S. Constitution, please, where it says?
Sure, just put it backstage. I'll put it up for you.
In the U.S. Constitution, not the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, whatever. Put it in the back, whatever you want. I'll bring it up.
It's always been a debate of who is us. It's always been that way. And every subsect of it has always been us versus them.
And there is somebody backstage, I think.
Did L1
Just
drop?
to be fair, right? We're discussing what people thought back then. We don't actually know. We'll agree we're guessing at it, right? But if the actions are any indication,
No, Josh, no. L1, is that you?
Yeah, that's me, brother, man.
No, Josh, I'm telling you that you're. What the fuck? I'm telling you that they're not retarded. When they said all men, they meant all men.
I don't believe that.
That's the principle.
I don't.
That's
believe
the
that.
ideal that was being put forward. All men. That's what they mean by it. There's nothing. There's no sentence before it, and no sentence after it that changes that. And it's not part of the Constitution. It's in the Declaration of Independence.
Hold up. Which
so
God?
it's in the
Let's start
Declaration of
there. Which
Independence. So
God?
it's not in the actual document that.
No,
is
right. The
law
14th
of-
Amendment is what proves you wrong. But I was still interested in the answer to Joe's question, which none of you were able to answer, and I find that interesting.
Yeah, I believe that they don't believe or didn't believe that all men were equal.
Then why say all men? Why not say all white men?
But because people write things.
Why not say all Americans?
Because people have been writing books for thousands of years, and they have meant something other than what we perceive it to mean.
We perceive it. It's two fucking words.
Okay. All men.
What do you think? A bunch of retards that don't know what all means?
Think about it. Think about it. All men. So all men in the United States, all men on the other side of the planet, right?
It doesn't say any of that. It literally starts talking about created by God.
Right. Which God?
Unbelievable.
That's what I said. It's all subjective.
Yeah, but we know what all men means.
No, we actually don't.
You're playing games with yourself. Why am I arguing with a fucking retard?
If you're going to take this one,
my bad. I apologize, America, and I apologize to all men.
If you're going to take this one sentence, right, and focus specifically on it and no other context around it, fine. All men are not created. We can demonstrate that because all men on one side of the planet are not.
Nobody asked you whether it was true or not.
Whether it was right or wrong, blah, blah, blah. That's irrelevant. So.
Whether they believed it or not is probably kind of similar to, at least with us, some of them traveled. They were familiar with other areas, or at least many of them were, right? So this idea, it was just words on a paper. You're trying to derive some type of meaning. So you're
I'm not. I'm asking you whether or not all men means all men, and you're over here doing. You're doing some serious mental gymnastics, and you sound like a fucking idiot. Trying to prove that all men doesn't mean all men.
Because I lost everybody's audio, so give me a moment.
Right.
All men does not equal or does not equate to all men. That's
okay.
simple.
Yeah, it's simple.
Yeah, it's like reading a book, right? And taking one sentence out of that book and trying to imply that it means something based off of the book. You remove the context within it, and thus this is where we're at.
The context says that created by God.
Which
all
God?
men are created by
Which
God
God?
and they're all equal.
Which God? Which
Who
God?
cares? Me.
Oh, it doesn't matter, right? So the moment
No,
that
it
it doesn't
doesn't.
matter which I wasn't created by
Yes, you
Mammon.
were.
I wasn't created.
You were created by a God.
I wasn't created
Though
by
you're
Mother
created by the
Moon.
God that's mentioned in the Declaration. Yes, you were.
Which God is that? Which God is mentioned?
Yeah, I don't know if
God
y'all read
with a
this.
G.
Yeah. Okay, which God? They're all referred to as
It's
God.
me. They're referring to me.
There you go. So it's subjective, just like all men.
No, it's not.
Really doesn't like being wrong.
Yes.
The word all isn't subjective. Go fuck yourself.
The word all men are very subjective in
When
this
in the
context.
course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve political bands that have connected them with another, and assume among the powers of the earth. That I'm going with what God they're talking about and who they're meant for. Among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them. I think so far it looks like they're talking about all men. Don't look like they're talking about Americans or any man who's entered into this agreement. God gave them the right. Looks like they're talking about all men. That's my interpretation. You can change it. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare and cause and impel them to separate. But I think that again, they're talking about.
Are you reading from the Declaration of Independence, Jokul?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about the Declaration of Independence. That was a revolutionary document to expel the English and to declare war against them and to fight a revolution. I only care about the Constitution of the United States that was drafted afterwards that signified us being a nation.
Yeah, well, you missed what I said. I didn't say it was in the Constitution. I said it was in the Declaration or the Bill of Rights or something. It's not in the Constitution.
Let's use a revolutionary document.
It is in the Constitution too. It's in the 14th Amendment.
All right.
Let's read the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States in the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. That being one's naturalized or born in the United States. That
or subject to the jurisdiction of.
Okay, fine, whatever. But that's still
literally illegal immigrants.
US citizens.
Literally illegal immigrants are included in that clause. Literally.
Naturalized.
No.
They become naturalized.
No.
To be naturalized citizens.
No. Anybody here on our soil is subject to our jurisdiction. That's the legal definition of that statement.
Naturalized in the United States. Yes. All persons born or naturalized in the United States.
Subject to their jurisdiction thereof.
Yeah.
It's in there.
We agree that people.
The Supreme Court's already ruled on this. They think you're wrong.
We agree here that anybody that's on U.S. soil has to basically abide by U.S. law.
No, that the 14th Amendment in due process applies to them.
Well, due process is very relative because I can tell you now, I can put somebody in chains and I can hold them for quite a long period of time on U.S. soil without that due process. The only authority over the top of me that comes to it is when
you can do that to an American citizen.
To a U.S. citizen. I can grab somebody from a foreign country.
We don't apply the Constitution to U.S. citizens either. It's not an argument against what I'm saying.
I'm going to explain this. I can grab a person from a foreign country, put them in chains, then move them to U.S. soil, and no due process begins until custody changes over. And there is no rule or law that says when I have to change that over. And until that point, that an authority above me says they've got to go here, they've got to go there, I can hold them indefinitely in chains, and do whatever I want.
It literally has nothing to fucking do what I said. And
then
then not only that, but you repeated yourself.
US citizen is on.
You repeated yours. I interrupted you to point out how it had nothing to do with what I'm talking about. And rather than continue from where you left off, you started all over again with the completely irrelevant shit and then added even more irrelevant shit at the end of it. And you know what, Josh? I have no one but to blame but myself for that.
How dare you?
And I'm only one example. I am absolutely sure there's more.
What's up, fuckers?
I'm only one branch. Other branches have all kinds of weird shit.
What's up, Orthodox Guy? How's it going, buddy? We're having a problem with words today.
I had to go get me some food and some vape juice, so I have not been privy to what's going on.
Reading is a problem.
I was out of the room for a nice little while too, OJ.
I need a fucking bag of weed and a big old bottle of Jack Daniels. Who can help me out on this?
Got you.
I got you on the weed. Where are you? I got you on the weed. Where are you?
Lesson and more reading of what the founders were living through and why they wrote what they did for the people. I know the Constitution. I know that we used to live in a libertarian society. They realized that was big gay and didn't work, and we become more and more fascistic ever since.
From its inception,
it may be true,
OJ. Man, this is what the fuck I'm saying. From its inception, it was only meant for citizens, for them and their posterity. It says that in the preamble. There's no debating that.
What was only meant for their rights?
Yes.
Here's the thing: there is things in the Constitution that do protect immigrants from us as well.
After the fact.
That's where you're saying. No, it's not after the fact. Because as soon as they touch soil, they still get the same, not the same rights, but they do get rights afforded to them.
Due process and all of that shit's in the 14th too.
Correct.
That's after the fact.
You're
Good night,
fucking
Beth.
full of shit, my guy.
The 14th Amendment wasn't after the fact? What are we fucking talking about?
The 14th Amendment is what refers to the fact that they get those protections.
14th Amendment. Okay.
I've already read all of these amendments.
What year was the country founded?
It's a great question.
1776. The 14th Amendment didn't exist until 1864.
Yep.
Okay.
The 14th Amendment is directly related to slavery.
Yep.
Correct. So from 1864 to present day, that amendment now applies and is applicable to all non- and U.S. citizens. Whether you are or you are not a citizen, you are still awarded the rights of due process. The Supreme Court has even ruled on this unanimously.
That's fine, man.
So you're gonna tell me that the Supreme Court's wrong too?
No, I think there's
the Supreme Court has been wrong in the past. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, there would be a disconnect as to what due process would
All persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States, wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunity of citizens of the United States.
Or people subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
If you're an illegal immigrant, you're not subject to their jurisdiction.
Of course you are.
How aren't you?
Once you set your foot inside the border, boom, you're granted certain rights.
Subject to what the fuck we say. You're a subject.
The argument they would be making was subject to would be like, say, if I'm not a U.S. citizen and I step foot on New York, right?
You're subject to our laws.
Do I have to abide by the laws or do I not? That's what
You
they're
are
basically saying.
subject to
And
our
so
laws.
It's whether or not we can prosecute you. And if you're here, we can prosecute you. We have jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Therefore, the law's protections also apply to you.
Right.
Otherwise, we'd be a bunch of faggoty hypocrites, and our principles don't mean fuck all. That's why they said all men, and they said created equal. That's why. Anybody trying to deny that is just deliberately obtuse, trying to support what they believe, and I don't know why you wouldn't just say you disagree with it instead. Fuck the Constitution. Who cares what Thomas Fagerson wrote? You don't agree with it.
That's a better conversation. I would like to argue that it was written to strip you.
Yes,
of
and
all
instead of trying to convince me all men doesn't mean all men like some dummy.
Right. So the disconnect isn't the concept of who can access what. The question is more about what do you mean by, like an example, due process? Does a U.S. citizen have the right to the same due process as, say, somebody that just basically doesn't have papers, right? Like they're not a citizen and they get, I don't know, thrown in chains, right? Do they have the same right as the U.S. citizen does?
No, they
I
don't
don't.
have the exact same rights, but they do have a right to due process.
Bingo.
You're
So then really due process doesn't, that's the problem. Due process doesn't really mean anything because we all probably disagree as to what that would be.
I would say under my first argument, Josh, that they still retain some other rights too, because they in the beginning or in the other
Because
document early on they said all men given to all men by God. I don't think they were just talking about to Americans. They would have said that to the new land.
Well,
They say,
calm down, Joe. He said all men, not farm equipment. All right, calm down. I'm sorry.
I didn't
I'm
know what
sorry,
it meant.
Joe.
I didn't know what it meant. So yeah.
This is why I had contention with the all men, because the reality, what it has
Being a
always been,
racism,
has
I'm
not
sorry,
always,
Joe.
it has never been all men.
We
It's
would
just
agree
a-
with we would
it's
agree
just
with
a
that
term
too.
that's- Yeah,
We
it's
would-
just a term that's thrown out there, just like the concept of due
Whoa,
process.
whoa, whoa! Maybe we won't agree with that. I think you're about to go to the when they say given to all men. In that time and moment back then, they had a different meaning for all men.
Even today, a U.S. citizen that is incarcerated for whatever reason, right, is not going to have the same rights as somebody without papers, without any type
Yeah,
of.
yeah, we
they're
got
not a
past
U.S.
that
citizen,
already. I
right?
thought we got
Their
past
due
all of that.
process is different.
Yeah, yeah, we agree. I
Yeah.
thought we were arguing
So
all men shit again.
Yeah, it's actually flies in the face of what is being claimed as equal.
I think we agree with that shit that they fucked it all up.
Then the words themselves don't really matter if you agree.
No, I mean, sure, but they still mean all men.
Right, that's the part.
And by the way, when the court interprets the Constitution, because all men is in the Declaration, it doesn't. It only applies philosophically to the Constitution.
Correct. So
legally, it doesn't apply. But when the courts interpret the Constitution, they use the term "any person," which is even worse than all men.
Right.
If you believe that all men means like literally all humans.
Yes, that's the whole point.
When they say God,
that's the point of the Enlightenment.
Let
when
me
they
ask
say
the
God
question.
gave it to
Let me
all
ask the
men, that
question.
adds more to it.
If it's the case that you believe that all men, as it is written there, then you would also have to concede that any person that's not a U.S. soil has allowed all of the same rights as a U.S. citizen on
That's
U.S.
not
soil.
true.
But so then all men are not all men.
Yes, it is. It's the Declaration of Independence. It's the proclamation of an ideal, not a legal statement.
Yeah, I got the concept, right? It doesn't.
You
mean
don't.
anything.
Clearly, you don't.
It doesn't mean anything then.
Why do I keep talking to this motherfucker?
It doesn't mean anything.
Josh, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It does mean something.
Because you're holding on to an idea that all men means all men.
I'm not holding on to shit. I'm holding on to what English words mean, motherfucker.
For sure. Except for we don't live in that reality,
English,
and our
do you
system has
speak it?
never been designed that way. You're holding on to
That
an
now I
idea.
hear you backpedaling. Perhaps I should
No, there
continue
is
to
not.
get into
I
you.
already stated it. I'm not a constitutionalist. I
You're
stated it
backpedaling
openly.
like a motherfucker
I
now,
don't
Josh.
believe
I
that
saw
all
3
men.
openers
Oh,
open
you
up
are
as
so
soon as he
fucking
said that.
disingenuous.
I saw 3
Bullshit.
openers.
I stated that all men did not mean all men.
Fuck
all men
you.
meant us. It still
It didn't mean us. It meant all men.
Yes.
You weirdo. It's the whole point of the Enlightenment movement. That God creates all men equal. Therefore, afterwards, what becomes of you is your responsibility as an individual.
Right. So
Hey,
we're going to add.
The
We're going to
question
add
is,
more
do you
fairy
believe in
tale in there.
enlightenment, enlightened era philosophy? I
Fuck,
think enlightened era
thank you.
philosophy is gay.
And that's the better conversation, man. You
What's
got
up,
housekeeping?
Renato? Yeah.
But,
So we're going to start with the idea that Santa Claus did something, and that's our idea. And then any type of disagreement, we're just going to refer back to Santa Claus. Really?
We'll do that, Josh. Let me ask you, without the soliloquy and the fucking analogies, if you hear that someone said God gave all men the ability to breathe, then do you think he's talking about everyone, or do you think someone is excluded from that alone? Don't change the hypothetical.
Somebody is somebody is clearly excluded, aka let's just say somebody that has diminished lung capacity, like say somebody that got nailed with polio. Did
There you
God
have it,
grant
Joe.
them?
Yeah,
Did
that'll
God
do
grant
for
them the
me.
right to
That'll
breathe?
do for me. That tells me everything I know. It means that you do believe it's everybody, but you're going to try and pull out the exception of that right there, that he
No,
really
I
wasn't
don't
giving it to
believe.
them. I'm
I
okay.
don't believe that. I believe that there's a line as
You
to
wouldn't have
us
brought up the
and them.
asthmatic if you didn't think all the rights applied to
No,
everybody.
no,
You
no,
wouldn't
no.
have brought up that case.
My point is there's always a delineator. There is us and them. If we are born with lungs, we
The
get that right to
delineator in
breathe.
this
If
case is
somebody else has
all.
diminished capacity,
Read
they
it
are
with
not.
me, all. Here, I'm going to look it up for you, too.
Wait, how do you determine who's us before the formation of the United
We
States?
don't. It's always been a conflict within the United States. Black
Wait,
people
All.
were not us.
It means from the beginning throughout. Nearly, almost.
It didn't in its
Everything
formation
being
because
taken into account.
it did not in its an example would be
In every part, everywhere.
prior to the 14th, black men were not us. They were not all
No
men.
one is going to dispute this with you, Josh.
So
This
then
is
what are we
bullshit.
talking about other
We're
than
not talking about that, certainly.
but that is
takes
the
us
point. There is always that
I think
delineator line.
I think
There is no all.
100% they
There is
put
just
in the
us and
Declaration
them.
all men because they were deliberately smuggling in blacks in that as well. Because a lot of anti-slavery activists who didn't think the Constitution would be ratified without slavery were trying to sneak in the principle of anti-slavery principles into the Declaration. 100%.
Even the
Thomas
creators
Jefferson,
of it.
like 50 Quakers? Like, what are we talking about right now?
Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin to begin with, yes.
Benjamin
specifically.
Franklin, Germans were people, bro. Don't stop.
Benjamin Franklin, what?
You're full of shit. You need to go
Look
in the
it up.
Josh corner.
Look up Benjamin Franklin's thoughts on German people. Look it up, bro. Look it up.
Like, I don't know if
it's like being deliberately obtuse.
I'm not, bro. It's a fact.
I don't think even these guys.
Listen, you could sell me on Thomas Jefferson, sure, absolutely. You could sell me on the Quakers, absolutely. You can't sell me on Benjamin Franklin because that man was maybe the most intelligent, retarded person I've ever fucking heard about. All right.
Meaning what? I don't even know what you guys' argument is.
Benjamin Franklin was extremely intelligent when it comes to inventing shit.
We know he was brilliant. He was charismatic.
He was a brilliant guy,
shit.
but he also thought Germans weren't really like white.
What?
Hence, not people because they were.
None of the founding fathers who even wrote that shit believed that they were black people, and if some of them did, they would have had their own person. It would have been a few of the purists who actually believed that. I believe the people, and as proof of it, as soon as they put the shit on paper, they started changing it. All them niggas had agendas. That's what I assume.
Of course, and that's the point.
Just real quick.
Well, no, my argument would be that how do you even determine who the people that you're trying to include is, right? Because there's no American citizen before the Declaration of Independence.
I would agree.
Like, how would you try to encompass everybody, right?
So
the whole goal would be to be like, okay, I'm going to word this in the most vague way I possibly can, I can encompass as many people as I can into this.
Including those dudes that Dan was just talking
New
about.
New vape flavor just dropped, by the way. It is apple watermelon from Juice.
Oh, that just sounds good. It's racist. It sounds so good. It's racist.
Bro, I don't get look, you know I'm a black man because I don't get any vape flavor but watermelon and something else.
Oh my
gotta
God.
have watermelon.
I don't know. I think watermelon flavor is a white person thing.
Is Griff
and watermelon in general are southern.
Behind us, by the way.
He's building a plane. He's putting a plane together.
He's building a fucking airplane.
Yes, an experimental airplane. That added extra shit for me when I heard that part.
Holy fuck!
The white man prevails. Marches on.
We're sitting here talking about an old. You're muted, by the way. You're muted, by the way. I can't hear you if you're talking. We're talking about the U.S. Constitution from 200 plus years ago, and this man's building a new plane, an experimental plane.
I take it. I think I don't know, Bumpkin, you might disagree. I think that anyone who comes in, I'll simplify it and change a little bit, make it easier. I think that anyone comes in, Bumpkin, and tells me that I can't own my property, that I have to pay them like I'm renting it for the eternity, and they get to tell me what foods I can grow on there, whether I can catch rainwater. I think those are bad guys. What do you think?
Yes, absolutely. I would absolutely say
Okay.
anyone. Yes, no. Listen. All right. Away from that, anyone that comes in and tells me I can't collect rainwater, I can't grow my own food, or I can't own my own property, are probably Satan at this point. I don't know, man. Because there's what agenda are you trying to push at that point? Like,
yes, it's clear.
What agenda? I'm trying to be self-sufficient. I'm trying to like.
All right, you're
economic hegemony.
Can I ask this question then? Do you disagree with conservation?
See that's a non
Yes, I
sequitur.
do.
That's
I do disagree with conservation.
Oh, okay.
Why? Wait, why?
God damn it, dude.
Because you're saying that humans know better than nature, and that and the fact that and you're
that was dope.
Literally nothing that we've done has made life better other than ending the Dust Bowl. And we did that, and then we
because
quit.
we started it though. We started.
Yeah, we did start right. We did kind of do that.
Grid. You know what? I agree with you. After the 1950s, after the Cold War type shit, I'll agree with you. I'll give you that. In the modern world, sure, right? Conservation serves as a money making scheme and all kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
But if you go back to medieval Europe up until I would say the 1950s, conservation served as a purpose of conserving game, doing sustainable practices.
Yeah, it was the king's deer. And that's what we have now. We have the king's deer. You can't hunt without a license. You can't fish without a license. You can't collect rainwater. You can't grow crops without up beyond a certain point without getting permits and have your ag.
Well, look at the population of people versus deer.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Conservation is a big word. When you said it, that's why I was like, conservation is a really big thing. You'll have to be more specific.
I mean, I believe in protecting certain rainforests and stuff like that. So I don't know.
Rain fucking forest?
Yeah, we have rainforests in America. We have 3 of them.
But hold on. By definition, if there was anywhere on the planet we didn't need to protect, it would be the rainforest. Rainforest, the idea behind and this was the bullshit down in Brazil, right? Where they were like cutting down the trees. Everybody's bitching because they were cutting down trees. But literally by the time they cut down like 10 acres of trees, they'd already grown back. Like you couldn't go backwards because it grew back so fast. So not that I believe that that's necessarily a good or great thing. I just don't think that I just don't see anything that we get into under the guise of ecology, environmental science, conservation, any of that. We fuck it up every goddamn time. And by the way, not that I advertise this very often, but I started my college career in environmental science and technology. And I
was a hippie.
No, I was in environmental science and technology, not
tree hugger,
not environmental studies. And actually left because
studies is gay. Science
I actually
is cool.
left it. Yeah, it's all hard science. Yeah, you wouldn't have liked it. It's all chemistry and math and all kinds of shit. But I actually left the study because the biology and microbiology classes and the chemistry, my chemistry class were okay. But a lot of the classes that I had to take, especially in biology and plants and all that, they're literally the worst human beings I've ever met in my life. Like the worst.
What do you
I
mean?
used to
Just
treat
the
them all the
average,
time.
the average
hip?
cat
I mean-
standing next to you was a shitty guy? Is that what you said?
No, and a lot of it was the women, man. Like they're like
The women
like
too?
you can't eat fucking tuna because it might have dolphins in it. I actually had a graphic on one of my notebooks.
Have you ever
I
ate
could get
dolphin? That
fucked
shit is
up.
delicious.
Yeah,
That
right.
is
Like
fucked
dolphins
up.
are fucking jealousy, bitch. I mean, I have to pay extra for that
I
shit.
pay extra for dolphin.
not
Fuck is you
right.
talking about?
It's
Right?
not
Yeah, I
that
don't know what
good.
you're talking about.
The only reason it tastes good is because you know you're not supposed to be eating it. That's the only reason.
The suffering,
That's the best part of it,
But
right?
yeah,
the suffering makes
yeah.
it better.
I don't believe in conservation. I believe that humans need to worry about ourselves, and by ourselves, I mean literally like family units.
Nigga. Worrying
Like-
about the environment where we live is worrying about ourselves and our own self-interest.
You worry about your 10 acres, and I'll worry about my 20. Okay.
Okay.
I
Here's
mean-
the thing, right?
Yeah, until Monsanto moves in and your acres get taken over by their genetic seed.
Right. Hold on, though. I'll give a perfect example. All right. Washington State used to be the lumber capital of the world.
Right.
It could still be the lumber capital of the world, but they were chopping down trees and not replanting trees. The trees weren't naturally replanting.
I was unaware of that. I thought they would have still been number one, and they would have been replanting by now because everybody else does.
No, they shut down. They shut down all logging, which is actually the most retarded thing I've ever seen.
Yes, as opposed to replanting.
But a majority
as opposed to just replanting. Yep, as
Yeah.
opposed to just replanting said trees. They shut down all. They pretty much shut down pretty much all logging.
Sounds like someone's agenda again, right? It doesn't sound like someone's smart, someone's pushing an agenda.
And it's interesting about logging. If we start talking about logging, like here in Tennessee, we have a lot of pine forest, and we get pretty good pine here. And Louisiana is a little better, and Georgia, there's a lot of lumber down there. And it used to be a retirement strategy that people would buy plots of land and they put these pine trees in there and they grow, and then they would cut them and sell them, and that would generate some income for their retirement. And
I never heard of it.
Really? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's a real thing. But the cost of pre-COVID, the cost of lumber went to so low that people were actually losing money. Like it cost them more to take it to the mill than it did to do that. And the reason why the lumber market here in the United States kind of hit a dip, it is better now, but it hit a real dip, is because the best lumber that you can get actually comes from South America, and they take Louisiana pine and take it down there, and it grows faster, straighter, with less knots, all that shit. And it used to be that American companies own that, and then the Canadian companies actually owned a bunch of land down south as well. But the Canadians were getting hit with tariffs every time they crossed the border, so they ended up buying a bunch of land down in South America, and they grow the trees down there, and they bring them into the southern ports, usually New Orleans, the one in Alabama, and it really hurt the lumber industry here, to where at one point in time, if you wanted 1,000 acres, you could go to I can't remember, it's not Keystone, it's forget the name of the lumber company, but you could just point to where you wanted 1,000 acres and they'd sell it to you, because
they had so much.
They just had so much land with so many trees on it, and they weren't selling it.
Right?
Yeah, they weren't.
That's so interesting.
Now it's a little bit. It's changed. COVID actually corrected a lot of things here in the South, because of the way the ships weren't coming in, they weren't getting unloaded, so people started buying lumber here again, and some of the mills fired back up. But the biggest problem is the mills shut down. So if you have somebody in like Washington State, and you actually have somebody that's taking care of their land, and they've got they've
right, and now they want to sell their trees.
Well, the nearest mill might be 80, 100 miles away, and every mile on a truck is dollars out of your pocket.
Right.
Well, and here's the thing, though.
It's one of those things where, like, Bumpkin's right. Like they were cutting down so much that they couldn't catch up at that point. So there was like a push to like halt it, and then at that point it was just like everything like came to a crashing like screech, just because like so many fucking things at that point were just like. I don't necessarily think like there should have been that much of a dramatic change. It's just like, again, replanting's probably like the best way to fucking do it, and they just weren't doing it.
Right. If you own 6 acres, right, you have it on a cycle. If you own 6 acres of, let's say, Douglas fir, right, when You cut down half of it, you plant the other half, you wait.
Yeah, it's made my connection.
Wait
Took a shit.
2 to 10 years, you cut down the other half, and then you replant there. It's just that process. And also it is a scientific fact that infant trees that are growing do produce more oxygen than fully grown trees. So that is a fact.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about smog and stuff like that from the smaller trees growing. Also, the spotted owl. I want to fucking kick the back into whatever goddamn hippie fucking did that shit. So there was around that time. There's also a push that cutting down all the lumber was making an animal extinct, the spotted owl. The spotted owl doesn't fucking exist. It's a barn owl, and it was proven to be a barn owl that would lay in barns and shit.
That's true. He's right. That's 100%. Bunch of liberal white women.
Yes, that's all I hear. Yes, I remember it was big. They making movies about it and shit.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And come to find out, it's a fucking barn owl. Oh my lord, dude.
That's
there was
too
some
funny.
fucking. There was some generational wealth family that owned lumber mills for 30
course,
years and shut down because of that fucking owl, and they were so mad, dude.
I was thinking the opposite. There's someone who made money off of that. It was in his interest to say that that spotted somebody got rich off of it too.
But no, this goes in. It's like Washington State is a beautiful state. And I think it could be beautiful and be industrious at the same time. I don't think there has to be either.
Right. It's got enough trees. That was the logical so and so.
Like that's like the major thing. Like what Washington has like 2 major cities, maybe 3 if you're like actually divvying up Seattle into like multiple different cities. Like
it's that Pacific Northwest strip. We don't count Eastern Washington. That's Idaho. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go off of like the actual populated areas.
Yeah, like most of the populated areas are like, have your like suburbs and shit. But like you move,
what's up, Hornet? I didn't know.
What up?
This is the foam I'm building the new nose for the airplane out of.
That's cool. Are you gonna fly that shit?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty base, not gonna lie.
I mean, it was a flying airplane before I cut the nose off of it.
Okay.
To build a new nose on it.
Okay, nice. But you said experimental, right?
I'm sorry?
You said someone said it's an experimental airplane. Are you like
it is
different
experimental
type of nose on it?
Yeah, well, I can do whatever I want to. So.
Oh yeah, you own it. So.
Yeah. Well, all right. So I have a Taylorcraft, which is what's considered a certified airplane, and I can't do anything to it. Like I can't change the motor out for a bigger motor. All the repairs, I can do most of the repairs myself, but I have to have them checked off by an A&P. I can, there's just some things that you just can't change it, right? Like whatever it was in 1946, it has to be today.
Is that because of regulation or is that because of the design?
Regulation. Yeah, it's all regulation.
Okay. Yeah, regulation is fake and fucking gay. If I own an airplane in my garage, I should be able to put a goddamn any type of motor in it that I want to. If I die, I die. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. So this airplane had a standard aircraft Lycoming 0320 on it, and that's gone. And now what I have over there on the engine stand is I have a Mazda 13B rotary motor that's turbocharged, and it's a much smoother engine. It's actually quieter than the aircraft motor that goes on it, and it's more complex. But it's quite a bit more power, and this thing's going to it's a 200 mile an hour capable airplane, and I mean cruise at 200.
Apparently, our agricultural so-and-so is about to collapse and all of that. If you've been watching all the shit with the soybeans and all of that bullshit.
Yeah. There was somebody saying that, but we don't do much with soybeans. We actually sell soybeans to China.
And that was the problem. We
need to sell them
200%.
I don't think, but the thing is I think that we have one of the reasons why we import food from other countries is because it became this process of it was easier to grow soybeans and sell them to China than to grow corn or wheat or kale or whatever the fuck.
Oh, corn, we're still one of the world leaders in that. But
yeah. But we, you know,
It's
here where I live in Tennessee, they never. I mean, there's a few soybean farmers, but most of the bigger places.
There's other ones too. I can't remember the names, but and the way they did it, I thought it was timed like that. They know that these people get loans in order to pull this off.
Yeah.
And when he hit the tariffs, was right when their shit was due. And all of them just started collapsing like dominoes. I was like, you didn't take that little thing into consideration?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're paying what, 12 billion into subsidies into these farms that are basically on the brink of foreclosure.
Right.
So you guys remember? I mean, you may not remember, but back in the 80s, you know,
Sir, I was born in 1999. Go ahead.
Younger than my kid, yo.
All right, so back in the day, there was this guy named John Cougar Mellencamp, and he wrote a song, "Blood on the Scarecrow."
Yes,
and it was about the farms that were collapsing because Jimmy Carter told everybody to go take out loans and build, you know, just build up. And
no Carter slander on this channel. Greatest Georgia president ever.
They used to call him the soybean or something. What he had a name related to
called him a peanut farmer because
all right, you leave my neighbor alone. All right, Jimmy Carter is that guy. I used to
Jimmy Carter is the guy that told every American farmer to go out, take out loans, and grow as much wheat and corn as they could because we were going to sell it to Russia and they were going to make tons of money. And you know what? They didn't sell hardly any of it to Russia or Ukraine.
And we ended up paying for it.
And we ended up
paying for it in more ways than one because they sold all the corn to American corporations that replaced sugar with it.
We sold it. We sold
some of it. Guys, when we sold some of it, that's true, but a lot of it rotted in train cars. And I kid you not, the farms were foreclosed on every single day. Like, it was terrible. It was absolutely horrible. It was a horrible time period in our country.
It's a lot of that shit. Every night I see a new farmer on TV talking about his shit is going to collapse.
Yeah, no. Well, because it's for one, they do have to constantly get subsidies, and that's because of certain regulations. Like, you ever see the regulations on a John Deere tractor, like one of the big ones?
I could imagine. I have never thought of such a thing. I never even thought of it.
Most of that's through John Deere itself, not even
it's through John Deere itself.
Yeah, you have to have that. You have to have that. Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter whether it's a John Deere, a Case, a Farmall, or whatever. That's $1.5 million piece of equipment.
Wait, what are you saying? I don't get to just buy my tractor and fuck y'all. There's strings attached?
Honestly, you once you buy the tractor, it's basically still there.
They basically still own it. You have to go through them to fix it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
This is why
it is actually crazy.
This is why I've adopted the mentality of owning isn't buying, piracy isn't theft.
I think John Deere sucks now. If that's a thing.
Right, it's not just John Deere. This is the entire industry.
Farmall,
all brands.
Yeah, all brands of tractors.
You know the craziest thing about this, Joe? Is
it gets crazier.
Yeah, farm equipment is one of our number one exports of manufacturing. Farm equipment. Like, we sell farm equipment all over the world. We have some of the best in the world.
Yeah.
And to release it to our own. That's what it looks like.
Yo, that watermelon apple, I just hit that watermelon apple.
And ironically, if I go buy a farm tomorrow, okay, and I go and get a John Deere tractor, one of the big ones, all right, I cannot fix it. I cannot do any
how can a
repairs
farmer
to
not fix his tractor? I can't get over that. I keep wanting to
it's
say
wild.
y'all lying.
Joe, cool. Mel Pandora's shitty fans wants to know how you can sit on a racist panel. Do you mind explaining to them?
I will, for your sake. Normally, I would ignore shit like that. It's funny, but yeah. I'm a city guy. Can you give me it don't matter, whoever it is. Listen, I don't want to get a speech, man, but I got to hear that every fucking where I go. Someone got to tell me that they don't like somebody on the panel, that person's shitty, and how can you be over there with that motherfucker? So inherently, there's no way I could even listen to the shit that come out of your mouth, right? To start with. To start with, I'm smarter than you, and my heart's better than yours, because it's me. My intentions, if I'm trying to better a motherfucker, I got to be around. If I'm not around, I can't make a difference, can't make change. My word isn't heard. Simple shit like that you haven't even taken into consideration, apparently. I'm so serious about my shit. I see shit and still time shit. I sit up here and wait. I let shit fly by all the time because I think around the corner there's a moment when I can better this man. Him, you're talking about OG, but this shit applies to all. I'm on the next level chess shit, man. I'm not concerned with some nigga talking in with the most basic shit in the world. How you gonna be next to somebody I don't like? That's what I would have said. But again, I just shut up about it.
I appreciate it.
Joe, I feel proud to be your favorite racist.
Oh,
well, first off, Grid.
Competition there, Grid.
First off, Grid. Hold on. I'm Joe Cool's favorite
You're gonna
racist.
offend a whole host
The
of
white
people,
man take
bro.
enough from us. All right, can we have racist at least? Come on.
It's wild.
But no. So ultimately, it's the right to repair, right? And it's the right to repair and patent law.
Is it yours? It's even now at this point, it's not even yours. It's illogical that I buy a bike or a car.
It's crazy.
It's a lease.
Yeah.
Joe Cool, you think that's crazy? Go buy a new Mercedes.
I know Ferrari got weird shit. I didn't know. I didn't know Mercedes was on that shit. Really?
McLaren. So McLaren, the new like the P1, which by the way, getting that. All right, I want to put this in perspective. If I go out today, I buy a P1 I could probably find one for sale for about 1.8.
When Dale Earnhardt died, it was like 9/11 for Appalachia.
So I go out.
That was a senseless
I
death.
go out and I buy this.
I was mad.
So if I go out and I spend 1.8 million on a car, you would think I could do whatever the fuck I want to with it, but you'd be wrong.
It's the opposite. I know the more expensive it gets, the more weird they get. Only because all these weird rules Ferrari has. But I would assume I can go buy a base model car anywhere.
No. A base model Ferrari, you can't customize, you can't change.
Y'all overstepping.
Yeah,
bro.
But for for like the lowest models, like I believe you can still sell it on the market. For like a McLaren, like none of them. I have never seen one that hasn't been approved by McLaren to be like
wow.
Yeah,
you can't.
It's crazy.
So if I go buy one today, and it has a problem, there's 2 places in the country that I can take it that are not owned by the dealer. 2. And then if anything really goes wrong, it has to go back to England.
Wait, let me ask y'all this then. What if I say, fuck you, Ferrari, and I'm working on my car, making modifications?
You can do
they
that.
Can't really do nothing except cut me off.
They
right?
can.
They could try to sue you.
They will
confiscate
confiscate the car because it's in the contract.
They'll take my car because I would agree to it before.
You agreed to it.
They retain the copyright on the car. You own the car.
Makes no sense.
You own the car, but you cannot change it.
The more
it is their brand. It's their brand.
Weird, man.
It's their brand. You can't paint it. You have to ask permission to paint it a different color.
That's insane, right?
There's a couple Fords like that as well. Like I forget what the
Ford I'd go to jail over that shit. Assuming I didn't sign something up front stupid. I guess you got to in order to get access to them cars. That's why they know.
The big thing is like so, and you know who? All right, so we've all heard of Wynn Hotels there in Vegas and everywhere. Yeah. Huge hotel chain. Steve Wynn was a multi-billionaire like Ferraris. He had a Ferrari dealership in his casino. They gave him an F50, and he didn't like it. The deal was when you bought the car, you signed an agreement saying that you would not sell it for 2 years. He sold it. So Ferrari comes in, they're talking about stuff for the dealership, and like, hey, where's the F50?
Where's the car?
Where's the car at? We'd like to see it. And he's like, oh, I sold that. And they're like, and literally, when you hear about it, it starts like a 12-hour conversation about him not selling the car, and he told them to go fuck themselves and get the dealership out of his hotel and everything else because he can't. Because he's winning. He's a multi-billionaire. Who gives a fuck?
I love it. He's got ego. I'm dying to see how this plays out.
Well, when you have mega fuck you money,
right?
You know,
yeah, because like technically they're supposed to.
They'll never sell him another car, and they removed his dealership.
Yeah, they're supposed to compensate you for the money that would be confiscated in that, but they assess that value as they deem because it's one of their assessors. So you basically get fucked at the end of the day unless you have like again Mondo money to fucking be like, hey, I'm taking you to court for this.
And that's the thing. Like, why should we care about these corporations? Why should we consider them as people when they do shit like that?
I agree with you, and that's why I don't own. I don't own a Ferrari, and I would have bought a Lamborghini a couple of years ago, but I own. The only time I've ever owned a Ferrari was because it made me money. I literally bought it, I kept it for 6 months, I sold it.
Weirdly enough, Lamborghinis don't have as many regulations as a Ferrari does. Don't know why.
These poor farmers have no choice, dude.
Yeah,
like they literally don't have a choice. That's why whenever I hear anyone complain about like the subsidies that these farmers get from the government, I'm like, bro, can they get one fucking thing? Can they have one thing, dude?
I don't disagree.
Santos is kicking their ass.
Well, even now, I would say like even tractors nowadays though like are super complex, and with like the electronics that are built into them is just like another world of fucking.
Understand too that these tractors are crazy. Like you can actually set them to like work the field, and it'll use GPS and
I saw that.
and
they'll run by themselves. And all
one of the reasons. So one of the reasons that's given. One of the reasons that's given for no outside maintenance is because basically if I got it, like if I worked on it and I just turned a sensor off or some shit like that and didn't, said fuck it, and then it went out and like drove through a fence and ran over somebody's kid or something, then John Deere would be liable for that. They don't want that. So there is like some things that you're like, okay, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it.
No, the best you can tell me is autopilot.
I was going to say.
The best you can do for me is there's a law where someone has to be in the tractor. You can't tell me that all you get to own this shit because of that. You make a law which I'll probably be against, where someone's always in there in case autopilot goes crazy. You can get the kill switch. That's the best I can give you. But you don't.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
And you know what's crazy? Like one little part can legitimately just be like it could be the smallest thing. Like I've heard up to pedals being like fucking proprietary technology to them. They can own it. I'm just like, this is fucking stupid. Like, what are we doing?
Well, you can make a buck, right? You can make a buck. That's why they said love of money is the root of all evil, because it leads you to this type of shit. You'll do anything to get that shit. And that's how people say billionaires are shitty, because this is how you really get your money, man. You do some unscrupulous shit like this. Unscrupulous in my eyes, totally legal in the law's eyes. And you hold on and you, in my opinion, getting shit that don't belong to you. Making motherfuckers pay for shit. I don't know. I can't articulate right now. $700 immigration officers leaving Minneapolis. Okay, it's a start.
Well, yeah, they after you shoot an American citizen, like you like
they got away with one. They got away with one.
Listen, that first one is ambiguous because you could make the argument that maybe she was gonna fucking run him over. That second one, I don't know what the argument could be for that. Like
that's the only argument and that's the one they run with. Hey, she's trying to kill him. Hell yeah, that's they run with. That was a fight already. And then to do it on HD a week later on 14 cameras is just tempting fate, bro, at this point, man. And if you're looking at it without all that left-right lens, and you even go to God or morality or nature or whatever you want to call it, that motherfucker was vicious, pushing her, fuck the legalities. And then when dude stepped in, maced him immediately. He tried to grab her and pick her up, dude, yoke him, and they started slamming on the ground and beating her with the mace can. All legalities aside, that was a horrendous fucking shit that happened. And it ended in motherfuckers murdering a nigga and cheering on. Yeah, baby. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
Outside of laws.
I don't know, Joe. It happened to a white woman, so I don't really care.
That's the only reason I think if it happens to an immigrant, there's no way this outpouring is the same.
No, I'm actually going to disagree, Joe, because that I think honestly it was the gun. I think that caught a lot of people's attention when the government basically.
There will be no gun slander here.
No, I'm defending the gun.
Like
I'm
you
saying,
have the gunsmith.
Go ahead. Well,
yeah,
I don't know your point.
I have the gun's best interests at heart. I'm
What was
saying
your
that.
point? You say
The gun,
yeah,
the gun being there, and then the government basically being like, you should not be able to carry in that situation. Probably struck a lot more chords with a lot more people than it should have, because it's the reverse Rittenhouse.
Okay. You think that in itself, and I agree if I got you correctly, that the fact that you're telling motherfuckers they can't have a gun, there's going to be an outcry about that shit. Anyway,
yeah.
I agree. But the cope when something happens to an immigrant is enormous. Fucking enormous. No way. Like a lot of these motherfuckers got to bypass all of that shit and go with their real emotions because it was someone they can relate to. When it's someone you don't like if someone throw a title on there, prostitute killed, it's not the same as Betsy killed at Washington High. You throw that on there, everything changes.
Yeah, I agree. Who hurt Betsy?
Right. Put on a t-shirt. The hooker's still unnamed. We don't even know who the fuck she was.
The hooker's unnamed. That's true. You ever notice that we always know the dude's name, but we never know the hooker's name?
Yes, right. And if it was, it'd be something like Mercedes or something. But yeah, we never find out the chick's name. We always know Donald Jenkins paid for 7 hookers at a hotel. It's 7 of them. None of them have identification, but we know who Donald is.
Right.
Fuck yeah.
Listen, we know we need to stay away from Donald. The 7 prostitutes,
right.
But
don't question how a man spends his money. All right.
But chicks named Destiny are totally cool. Don't worry about it.
Chicks named after luxury goods make good wives. Prove me wrong.
Oh my God! I used to hang out a lot of strip clubs and drive a lot of them hoes and shit. Fucked with them a couple of yeah. I'm trying to sit on them without sitting on them. They're all friends, but man, that is a fuck up immoral ass shit lifestyle, bro.
I can literally see Joe. You're cool, but you're a hoe.
Right. Let's be clear, right?
You're cool, but I don't want none of that hot body.
Is that your due diligence?
Crazy.
Yup. What up?
What's up, dude?
What up, dude?
Man.
Wait, we're letting more black people up here?
I want to tell y'all about an experience that I literally just had like an hour ago.
Let's hear it. I hope it's about some racism ice shit.
Man. So I'm at work and I go to my cousin's house on my lunch break. He asked me to take him to the store, so I'm like, bet I'll take him to the store. When I pull into the gas station, it's a dude standing in the parking spot. Right. And I just like creep on the spot and I'm just like creeping up. I'm going like 1-2 miles an hour. And then he see me and then he stepped back up on the curb. Right. Cause he like literally right in front of the curb.
Right.
So my cousin, he jumped out and going to the store. When he jumped out, dude started banging on me. Like, nigga, didn't you see me standing right here? I'm like, bro, you standing in a parking spot. He like, but I'm standing right here. I'm like, yeah, but it's a parking spot. He like, I don't give a fuck. He like, you could have parked in any one of these places right here. I'm like, bro, I didn't mean to just roll up on you. I'm like, that's why I just creeped up on you. I was just trying to let you know. He was like, nigga, why you didn't park somewhere else? I'm like, bro, you standing in a parking spot. He's like, I ought to take that motherfucker from you. Talking about my truck. I'm like, but you won't. And he like, what? And start walking around to my window. By this time, my cousin had jumped back in the truck and he like, what's going on?
Right.
So I put my shit in reverse and he up to like my window and he's showing his little piece. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
I'm looking at him in the eye. He looking at me in the eye and I'm just backing up.
Right.
And I rolled off. Right.
Yeah.
But I say all that to say this because we be talking about this freedom of speech type shit. Right.
Right.
And really, I was upset with myself because really I said too much because I seen what type of time he was on. Right. I should have just really been apologetic, but I'd be, battling my ego sometimes.
No, you did exactly. Well, you did half of what you said you would do last time we talked about this. Somebody steps to you like that. You said you was a cool motherfucker.
And this is what I was explaining to you. If he would have called me on the wrong
he'd
day,
be dead. I'd be in jail.
Saying?
Mel Pandora would be right. I'd be in jail for racial hate crimes. I would have shot that motherfucker.
I wasn't there, but I
you
think
can look
I
at it.
agree with dude that the thing to do would have been, if it ain't worth killing a nigga over, it ain't worth getting into confrontation with. The rest is ego.
You walk up to me in my car because I got the perfect thing for this. I ain't nothing but a white nigga.
Yeah.
Watch where you walking, nigga. Hey, what you say, nigga?
Watch closely. You're about to experience a nigga moment. Webster defines the nigga moment as a moment when ignorance overwhelms the mind of an otherwise logical Negro male.
What did you say, bitch, nigga? Hey, squeeze it, nigga.
Causing him to act
me right there, squeeze it.
In an illogical, self-destructive manner, i.e.,
hey, bad,
like
bad, Zoomer, bad.
Wrong letter. Nigga moments are unpredictable.
I love it, right? If you're gonna get your message across, that's the way to do it. Make it sting a bit. I think that's one of the best shows ever. They pulled it off. They showed a lot of shit.
I love the Boondocks. I love the Boondocks.
Had the best commentary.
But check it out though.
For a show.
This is why I'm kind of upset with myself because I didn't have my piece on me, and it was you know what I'm saying. And I felt what type of time he was on. And for him to say, nigga, I ought to take your shit, and I say, but you won't, I kind of dared him to do it.
I'd have flared too. I get it.
You know what I'm saying?
God is smarter than you are. Do his best. It's probably best that you didn't have your shit on you, right? Because you don't want to flare over no shit that you can walk away from. It's ego.
That's the whole point.
No.
Yeah, but like I was telling Orthodox, if you catch me on a bad day, I probably would have been dead. You know what I'm saying? For me, like protecting my ego, being a man, not want to be disrespected, like he didn't want to be disrespected.
Your ego. This man said, I ought to take that shit from you. That man said, I ought to take that shit from you and approached your car with intent to take your shit. Fuck him and fuck that. Fuck around. That's where fuck around and find out matters.
That's true, but I didn't have no gun. I don't have no gun though. I don't have no gun. So I would have fucked around and been dead.
I lost a lot of friends to that mentality.
My brother in Christ,
in
you
real
have
life.
a 2,000-pound vehicle. You are the gun. Squish that motherfucker between him and the fucking bricks.
I mean,
that's bad. That's horrible advice, I think. And I think I'm speaking from a gang mentality where everything is peaceful and over some words, the luckiest you get is a big feeling of trepidation, like your day is ruined, knowing where it could go. And it's always going to go there. You know, that's that nigga and it's him. And then niggas end up dying or the shootout, a 3-month gang war all over words. I would never counsel a nigga, fuck that, stick your chest out. When I was a kid, I did, but I was wrong. That's dumb shit.
That's what I'm saying. He called me on a good day.
Guys, it's been cool. You guys have a great rest of your day.
All right, yeah, we'll go on Grid.
Thanks for coming up, Grid.
Sure.
Nah, I'm ignorant as fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, but there's no point behind being ignorant. That's the whole fucking thing.
There is a point to being ignorant. people.
But what about if you didn't have no gun? Orthodox, would you would have stood your ground if you didn't have no gun, and you would have pressed the situation first?
I would have hit that motherfucker with my truck. Yes, I would have.
Nah, he was on the side of my window. He walked around, and what's in front of me is the store. What's in front of me is the store. I can't run him over.
You saying you'd have drove off and then come back and run him down? Because dude was, he done bagged out the spot. Dude standing there with a pistol. Are you saying throw it in gear now and get him?
That's what he pretty much saying.
Yeah.
That's some movie type shit though. That shit ain't real. But Orthodox, I do understand what you're saying, because if he would have called me on a bad day in a bad mood, I would have been like, "Fuck you," you know what I'm saying? Because he didn't pull the pistol first. He just talking really tough, but how tough he was talking made me feel that okay.
No, right.
That's what I'm saying. So I already knew, because I'm with my cousin too, and this nigga thugged out. He looked like a straight gangster for a motherfucker to be popping on me and my cousin, and you by yourself. We gonna jump you. So I already. You know what I'm saying? I would have thought that same shit.
Yeah, see, now my cousin would have had situational awareness and realized that motherfucker was talking shit and come up behind him. So I don't know.
All right.
The nigga without a gun.
You living in a movie, Orthodox.
That is not a movie.
Nigga without a gun.
I guess my neighborhood's worse than yours is.
A nigga without a gun don't flare that fucking hard, right? Even if he say some words to you, he's not trying to push it. That's the motherfucker who's looking for somebody.
Me or my cousin one would have had a gun too, though. That's the thing.
You'd have been on Reddit. We'd have been talking about OG. Remember OG? I just got the video on Reddit. Yo, check this out, yo. Hey, look at
I got the arrest. I got the arrest footage.
What arrest footage? Y'all better be saying I got the execution footage. I promise.
I'm a side footage.
Y'all better be like, he was shot by the police unjustly and everything. I swear to God, if y'all don't, I'm a honcho motherfucker.
Well, Orthodox, it did make me think about the conversation that you just brought up that we had before. I was in one of those direct situations to where, it was like either, stand on, like I could have been aggressive too, just on some freedom of speech, like fuck you too. You know what I'm saying? But that would have been some consequence if I would have provoked him more than I did. He would have got me. I felt it in my soul. Like he was on edge. You know what I mean?
My issue with that due diligence, the reason I put my head down and I'm like, nah, bro, fuck this and run headstrong into it. Maybe run ain't the professional word, but like, you ain't gonna shut me up. Society would be better without that type of person in it. Would society be better without you or him in it? Would society be better without me or him in it?
They look like
that
both
type
of y'all
of
going to
person
jail.
needs to go.
Yeah. He one dying, one going to jail. That's what it looks like in them circumstances.
If I would have had my pistol on me, then sure, I would have been within my rights. And him talking about taking my truck.
What you said.
Best case scenario.
Yeah, I would have been within my rights to pop him how you approached my truck with his pistol, talking about he's gonna take my shit. If I already had my pistol, it would have been different. But even honestly though,
he never drew his pistol, did he? You'd have been in jail.
he put it up off his waist. Blasted on you.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's different. You'd have been able to kill him.
Bro, hey, see, that's the thing.
Even in hindsight,
I would have had one up on him, bro. I would have shot him in the dick with some buckshot. He'd be dickless.
I'm at work, bro. I'm at work right now. I ain't even off yet, but this is what I'm saying though.
I keep it on me.
Even in hindsight, I would have hated for some shit to just go down like that, though. You know what I'm saying? Even in hindsight, if I had my shit and I'd have had to murk him over some straight jackass shit. You know what I'm saying? But this is the world that we live in.
Have you ever seen?
Nah, it's not. Like, do you guys remember the Dave Chappelle skit? The When Keeping It Real Goes Bad. Like sometimes it's just not worth it. Ultimately, like that's just the lesson that you got to take.
Like the Boondocks was just showing that same thing.
So
they're trying to teach the same lesson. Keeping it real ain't worth it.
Right. Orthodox real as fuck. He the realest nigga on the panel.
Well, see. I used to make the jokes. I like getting shot at. I've been shot at 3 or 4 times in my life, and I liked it. I like the adrenaline rush.
You haven't shot it enough because it's horrifying.
You feel me?
Man, Jordan had
like what type of shot are you talking about?
I like shooting back. I like that. That shit fun. My little cousin will tell you in a heartbeat that shit fun.
If a motherfucker know what he's doing, whoever shoot first, you ain't gonna get a chance to shoot back if the motherfucker's really intentions is to, put you out.
Right. And it's, oh man, God, I think all the crazy shit with niggas done that got hurt and killed. I done had guns put to my head and shit. With niggas didn't pull a trigger type shit. There's nothing fun or funny about that nonsense.
At all. Yeah.
I mean,
but anyhow, I gotta get back to work. I'm gonna jump back in a little bit later.
All right, pal.
Thank you for coming up, dude.
All right.
I'm glad that he got a chance to say that too. He obviously had to get that shit off his chest, right? I'm glad we were here to hear it.
You know the lesson that dude should have learned? Keep it on you.
I don't know. I think he learned the lesson that he should have learned.
I think it probably worked out the best it could, right? Like, no.
I mean, it worked out the best it could. I'll give you that. But like, keep it on you.
I mean, you never know when you're driving up. I thought he was like pulling to the part where the gas pumps are. I'm picturing a nigga standing there. But even if you're pulling into a park, man, you don't think, and you see a nigga standing, you expect him to walk out the way and you walk into the store and say, "What's up, man?" You don't expect a nigga to start threatening you and shit with a gun.
I do, because I'm racist. This is why it says never relax around black.
See, Joe, it finally paid off.
It always pays off, Joe. It always pays off. I just like having conversation.
I will say, it's probably more likely that a white person's probably going to be standing in that spot than a black person. All right, let's be honest, Orthodox.
And if it's
reason they're called Karens, bro.
If it's a white crackhead, he can get shot too.
No, don't forget some Karen thinking
we knew it.
Some white chick could be using on her phone. You've seen me using my phone. You could have parked over there. That's a thing too.
No. A few years ago, the Jeep that I was talking about, the 4-wheel drive, when my friend had it, there was a Karen. We were in a Burger King parking lot, and a Karen walked up because it was an off-road Jeep, and it had some wires hanging beneath, and she thought that something was unplugged. Right. And out of nowhere, she approached a car full of young 25-year-old men, and she was like no older than 25 to 30 in that age range, and she started bitching us out about this fucking shit, and we just basically looked at, fuck off, fuck you, bitch, go away.
About your shit hanging from under the Jeep.
Yeah, and it was retarded. She didn't get violent. She tried to go talk to a manager for some reason. Like that would do something.
Wait. Did y'all work at the store or something?
No, we were just in the drive-thru, like three cars away.
What the fuck the manager gonna do?
I don't know. Like I don't know.
He's got cords hanging on this Jeep. It's a safety hazard in your drive.
That's literally what she said to my homie who was driving. She said, "That's a safety hazard. You need to do something about that." I was like, okay. But we didn't immediately start saying "fuck off, bitch." We were trying to appease her. We were like, "We'll get it taken care of. Thank you, man."
Right.
I need to do something about it right now.
That's the opposite side, though, of the conversation where it's like she actually put herself in a fucking situation where she didn't have to for something that wasn't fucking worth it.
Yeah,
this dude approached dude for something I'm just saying, dude would have been in his right to just blast.
I don't know, man. And when I was younger, I was about that blah blah blah. But my stories got so horrendous, man. I used to talk like that until my friend was on the corner selling dope, and we're young, and we get into a gang fight. And the guys who we get into the fight with, because they're one gang, which is my gang, Four Corner Hustlers. They say if anyone out here is not a Four Corner Hustler, they die. Well, my friends are of the other gang who they got into it with. And sure enough, they come by and they shoot my friend, they spit on him and all of that bullshit. So now I change, it's fucked up when niggas get shot and that type of shit.
I ain't gang banging on bacon. I ain't fucking with people, all right? You like, that's a y'all problem. I don't do that. Just leave me the fuck alone. Let me go about my business. Help, I'm being repressed. Bang, bang. Like, if you fuck with me, I'm gonna
you said my shit was political. You're not talking about political shit.
No, like on real shit. Like I talk about collectivism, but it's not something I practice. I'm typically either with one or two homies, or I'm by myself. Like, I don't do the gang shit.
You do the God shit.
It doesn't even have to be gang shit though. Like the moment where a car pulls up in front of your car on a one-way fucking road, then you have a car pull behind you. You're just like, all right, this is gonna be a situation. Like no one wants to be in that situation.
Yes. I hope you got your pistol. Yeah,
I keep an AR. I keep an AR. I keep an AR with 3 magazines. I keep an AR with 3 fully loaded magazines extra. A fucking shotgun with 5 rounds in it. You just came back in, and my everyday carry on my side. Whenever I go somewhere.
True.
So, like, the only thing I'm missing is a bulletproof vest. I might as well just be a black man at this point.
Hornet, if a guy makes a law tomorrow saying that shotguns are illegal, you pro or against?
I'm against.
You're against.
Yeah, I'm kind of 2A. Like I believe in some of the shit, but I'm just like there's like limitations for me. Like I don't think people should have RPGs like that.
Right.
I knew you were a homosexual, Hornet.
Now, Hornet. Now I'm curious. What about
That's a weird way to say you like dick?
Fully automatic, I actually don't have an issue with.
Okay.
Because I feel like you could be way more lethal with a handgun than a fully automatic pistol.
I mean, technically, you can be way more. Technically, you can be way more lethal with a handgun than an RPG. Just saying.
Yeah, once you enter a certain
I can take down a
territory.
building with a good RPG.
I mean,
I don't think I can do that with a pistol.
I don't think you have a real argument once you got you talking about a SIG or so and so. You can do so much damage with a pistol and shit that now you're just splitting hairs when you're talking about gun stocks and how many clips and rounds. No,
exactly.
Stop it.
That's why I'm just like, for automatic weapons, I've always like leaned into the I don't really have an issue if they're legal. Do I think everyone should have an automatic? No, because I know some stupid people.
Look, I believe in gun control. You should be able to control your gun when you're aiming at a target.
Both of you guys are 2A proponents. So let me move it over to 1A. What if, and this is for both of y'all, if they tell you that your right to, I don't know, speech. So I guess that'll be protest or something. Free moving around. What if they put a curfew in your neighborhood? It was law, some gang bangers that moved in was selling dope. So now you're under curfew. Even adults, 10 o'clock, you got to be in the crib. That's law. You okay with that?
Not really. Not if I'm an adult and it is applying.
You are an adult, right?
No, fuck you, fuck that.
Like, it's very situational for me. Like,
interesting.
Because
there's
like
no situation that you could make me do a curfew as an adult.
Like,
broken.
If there's like an actual like issue and you're looking out for the general public,
give me an issue that could make it where curfew is okay.
Let's say there's an actual like big ass like infection thing that like people are fucking dying. Like let's say half the population's gonna die, right?
Okay.
Zombie apocalypse. Let's make it easy. Zombie apocalypse.
All right.
Like we'll come outside, right?
I guess there is possibilities where
I'm finna come outside in the zombie apocalypse. I'm finna go looting like a motherfucker.
You're gonna make it worse. You're gonna be a zombie.
Even in most disease so and so, I think a motherfucker should be able to go out and risk his own life. However, going down that line, you could probably find an instance where I say, niggas might need to stand doors.
Yeah, like if the lethality is, let's drop it down to even like 20%, right? Like if the lethality rate of like an infection is like 20%, then I think most people I think the government does have a duty to make sure that most people are protected, especially if like 20% of the population is not going to be affected. Then
and let's put in there that it's undetectable for the first 60 days or something like that. So anybody could be a walking time bomb with an 80% chance of killing the guy next to him just by sneezing on him. So now suddenly,
that's why I'm just like it's like these things are going to be always like situational. That's why I'm not like heavy 2A where like I understand like I shouldn't have explosives. Like that doesn't. That's not a necessary.
living in an
Speak for
apartment
yourself.
building.
Yeah,
living in an
that's a
apartment
you
building.
decision, brother. If you don't want to buy the RPGs, you simply don't buy the RPG.
What if you live in an apartment building? I don't want the nigga next to me with 20 pounds of dynamite because it's his rights. Yeah.
Well, Joe, I don't
Shit.
want you speaking your rabble rouser because it's your right. How about that?
I hear you.
I don't want people making homemade napalm. Like, you know, like that's just not. That's not.
Well,
Well,
then this is why brown people can't be American. You don't understand the Constitution.
Yeah, you'll be fine, Joe. Just wear a mask on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can remember that. Or I'll die because you're making meth in the next to me. I don't know.
I didn't say meth is not covered under the Second Amendment.
That's not a constitutional right to make meth.
Meth is not a constitutional right.
Whatever the fuck I think he's doing, fucking with chemicals that are illegal. But he fucking does his
You gonna snitch on him, Joe? You gonna snitch on him? You gonna snitch on him? Why you a proponent of the snitch up snake, if I remember
Suddenly,
correctly.
Joe done slid over to the snitch side.
Yeah, for real, Joe. All of a sudden, you switching up. Now, when it's named a white man enjoys, you switching up. Huh?
Yeah, that's it.
You
My
can't have
name
no
was
meth now.
Yeah, if it's meth, you know, I might rat him out. You know, what's ice number? No, the ice, the meth ice number, not the other ice. Yeah.
oh, God damn! I was like, what the fuck? How did I catch a stray in this?
Pursuit of happiness equals meth.
Very
Oh,
good.
we gotta ask
that.
Dusty that one.
That's a good one.
Listen, meth makes some people happy. Like, but there's
good
a
argument.
limitation there that we like. I don't think it's a wrong thing to fucking have enforced.
I mean, here I got another one for you. Psychologist. I don't know if it's a true story or not. I heard a psychologist say it. I don't know if it's true or not. A guy comes in and he thinks he's, I don't know, the king of England. And his boss says, whoa, you got a serious case coming in. This nigga's alone. He thinks he's king of England, you know, fix him. And he comes in and the guy, you know, yeah, he swears he's king of England. Other than that, he's got family, friends, good job, all that, but he swears he's the king of England. Get boss comes in 2 weeks later, you fix dude. And the guy's like, I don't think I should touch him. What do you mean? The nigga think he's king of England. And he tells his boss, this nigga is happier than I am. So my question is, y'all, do you work on the king of England and that your boss said, or do you let him be?
Listen, if he's operating at full like capacity and
Yes.
that's the only thing, like,
Yes.
yeah, no, he could be the king of England. I don't give a fuck.
Very good.
Yeah, no, you have the right to both be wrong and retarded.
I think so. Paige would disagree with you. I don't even know if this is the same panel. I'll be on panels too much. I think she was up here though. She would say that if he's a retard, other people need to make decisions for him.
Nah. Because he's like that's the only foundational thing that's fucking
Yes.
wrong, right? So like,
yes,
if he has a family, he has a job, he's doing
Yes.
everything perfect.
The only thing is, he's
he's
certainly
the king
crazy
of
because he
England?
will argue you to death that King Charles is my brother. Nigga, you can't tell me I flew over there. You was at work, Joe. You can't tell me nothing. I'm really the king of England, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I'd be like, no, that person's cool. I don't have a problem.
just don't talk about England around that nigga. He's fine. Y'all get along well. A lot of people, they I don't know, man. I'm rephrasing. I'm leaving the king of England, but I'm thinking about Paige, and she thinks that there, in my opinion, that there should be a group of people who determine who can make decisions, who's smart enough to make decisions for themselves. And depending on how smart you are, you're giving more liberties. I assume that would lead to, you're too stupid, you don't get to vote, and all of that shit. All of that's like slippery slope shit to me.
Yeah, but to give that a little bit more like weight, like if he started doing things like trying to like mail like anthrax to fucking the right, like I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, that dude needs to be institutionalized because he's no longer just he's a harm to others at that point, right?
Well,
It's about like the harm aspect.
So here's the real thing, right? And Joe, you may have a problem understanding this because of your being an anarchist, but there comes a point in time, and this is all jokes aside, when you are no longer capable of being responsible for your actions because of your mental deficiencies. then yes, people need to make decisions.
Meaning I
because,
can't pick up a spoon. I mean,
no,
how
no,
bad do I gotta be?
meaning if you're so retarded, you don't think twice about mailing like anthrax, like hornets.
Is there something more in
or
between that's not so radical where you gotta sit the guy down? That's not mailing anthrax. What other reasons do we have for
well,
sitting him down?
if they can't feed or clothe themselves, if they can't take care of themselves,
Right. These I would agree with. They seem obvious. What about if the guy doesn't?
Well, let me stop your
English?
hypothetical right there, because let me stop your hypothetical right there because I know where you're going.
Okay.
The thing about it is, when you allow a government or system the ability to make decisions for people based on, say, mental retardation,
right,
they will always attempt to expand what is mental retardation to be able to make decisions
I agree.
for more people.
Yes. And
So-
then there's money in it too, and the government always
Is that
sees
you
an
do?
opportunity for money.
What up?
What up, yo? Dude, I sent my guy to go get your ass. What are you doing back on the phone? I called my man. He's supposed to pop you in the lot. I called him back and told him, nigga, you missed him. He said he got me, and here you go popping back up again. What the hell? I want my money. I want my money back.
Hold on. Say that again.
I'd say after you left, I called my man who was in the parking lot with you, and I told him, listen, you missed the guy. You were supposed to pop him. Go get him. He told me, fine, he was going to take care of you. And here you are back on panel. What the fuck is going on? I want my money back.
Yeah, hopefully he took care of him. Shit. Hey, but on the topic that y'all talking about, isn't Trump supposed to roll out mental institutions again or something like that? Are y'all against for like having like forced mental institutions for people that like unstable?
I am really against that. Only on the principle that I know that mental institutions like have never really worked in large in that capacity. If you want to like roll out some like help for people, sure, I'm down for it.
In what capacity mental institutions never helped?
When mental institutions get instituted, there is like a lack of observation that's going to always happen. Like when we're talking about any government agency, like there's always going to be a lack of transparency, and then you're going to have people abusing that situation to the largest degree.
What about in this capacity? I don't know if you ever met someone who were like, I think it was you describing somebody that's like mental ill and really is not fit to be roaming around society. You know, I have met people who are like serial pedophiles type shit. You know what I'm saying? At a young age, I've met people who are just crazy as fuck and shouldn't be on the streets. You know what I'm saying? Like these people are better off locked up, and I don't care about the conditions of them being locked up. I mean, I do care, but I'm saying I would much rather have, if you have ever in real life ran into somebody to where you look at them and be like, yeah, he need to be locked up, then you will understand the value of mental institutions, regardless of the corruption that may be.
Let me ask you this then, because it's about the thought, right? Because it's not that they committed the crime. Because if they did the crime, they should go to jail, right? Like I agree with that. But if it's just the thought, should I go to jail every time I think I should kill someone?
No, you shouldn't go to jail. But if somebody is clearly mentally unstable,
I'm like, I really wanted to fucking kill that person. I really wanted to do it.
I'm not talking. Listen, I've really wanted to kill somebody, but I wasn't mentally unstable. There's people that's running around here that's capable of doing it and mentally unstable and can't discern reality.
Well,
those are the people I'm concerned with.
I'm sorry, dude, but you came up here and said that if you were on a bad day, that shit would have played out differently. Like, I don't think you should be prosecuted for that kind of shit. Like, I just don't think that should be something that you should be prosecuted for.
Yeah, but we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about a person who's mentally insane. I'm talking about a person who's mentally unstable. I'm not talking about somebody who loses their temper, right, and does a bad deed. I'm talking about there's people who literally out here that cannot help themselves.
Yeah, no, like again, that's a whole different like conversation. Where like
no, we're talking about mental institutions and the legitimacy of them and reinstitute them. That's exactly what we're talking about.
No, because that like you know, you can operate with schizophrenia, right? You can be an actual like productive member of society with schizophrenia.
That's true. But also, you can have
that would be
schizophrenia and be locked the
considered
fuck up.
mentally unstable because you are mentally unstable.
I would not be, depending on the severity, right? I'm not saying not to use discretion, right? I said if somebody is obviously going to inflict harm on themselves on a society, and you would bet on, like me, if I was in that position, I would lock them up myself. You know what I'm saying? Even if they have never did nothing, have you never been around somebody? And I keep asking, this is the third time. But hold on, I want you to answer the question. Have you ever been around somebody in real life and thought that they was capable of hurting themselves and somebody, and then feel like they were? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. But like, they have mental wards for that shit. Like, I don't need a whole fucking place that would fucking just gonna like that's side to the prison, right? That's being observed by the two things. But that's because they committed either a criminal violation, or if they're not taking care of themselves, then they're given like some sort of social worker. Like that there's like a difference in how to handle that shit, right? Like if you're a criminal, we already have a solution for that.
But I'm not talking about criminality. I'm talking about people who's unfit
can't take care of
themselves. Like wrong. Yeah,
have case workers. Like they have people that look over them.
No, but not those are the ones who aren't potentially dangerous. We're talking about the people that are potentially proclaiming to like do stuff.
Then everyone is potentially dangerous. That's
not true. We're talking about mentally ill people. Not everyone is mentally ill. We're talking about mentally challenged people who are actively engaging in threatening people or threatening themselves, and you can look at them and say, hey, I don't feel safe around this person. You keep moving the goalposts. We're not talking about regular people.
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm saying that a schizophrenic would fall within that line because that person does not observe reality as it is. So that is mentally unstable, which could be problematic for me.
Yes, but we're talking about unit discernment. I agree that everybody with schizophrenia doesn't need to be institutionalized. But a person who has schizophrenia and is talking about killing you, I wouldn't want to be around them.
I wouldn't want to be around them. Should they have a case with them? Yeah, but I don't think I should institutionalize them. I don't think
I agree.
That violation.
No. The thing about it is, right. So while I do agree that if we bring back insane asylums, sanitariums, whatever you want to call them, right? The definition of mental retardation and insane, because you've seen it in the Soviet Union, you've seen it in Germany, you've seen it in the US.
Everywhere where they've been used. Like,
yeah, it will literally be redefined over and over and over again so that they can persecute political opposition. That's the whole purpose behind it. So the thing is, I do think those that can't take care of themselves and that are insane, I do think that we need sanitariums for them. I do think that they should be put out of the public eye because they can't take care of themselves. They are a threat to society.
It's really you got to look at it really. It's no different than when you put your elderly grandparents in the nursing home, or when somebody puts an elderly grandparent in a nursing home because there's nobody left to take care of them.
But that's a choice, right?
It's not a choice a lot of times.
No. You can keep your grandparents at your house.
You can keep your kid or whatever that's got whatever mental illness at your house.
That's what I'm saying. But if we're talking about a forced mental institution, because those were what those are, right? A mental institution is forced.
Nursing homes are too. Nursing homes are too.
What are people supposed? Hold on, Hornet. What are people supposed to do with people that have mental illnesses that no longer want to take care of them? Are you supposed to just let them run the streets?
That you can actually
there are floors on hospitals for people like that. That's all we have now. A floor on a hospital.
Do you understand?
Pseudo mental institution
for that specific reason. If you think that it is that you cannot
understand how crowded these floors in hospitals are when
it's not just a floor in a hospital.
Yes,
these are actual facilities.
Give me one mental institution anywhere in this country. Give me a mental institution anywhere in this country that does.
It's not a mental institution. That's the difference.
That's right. That's right. Because we closed all the mental institutions. We need to open them back up.
That's what I'm saying. The mental institution is held. You're held. That's the difference. Once you're there, you're not leaving.
What's wrong with that?
Some of these people need to be.
I don't fucking want any American citizen being held I'm
sorry. I'm sorry. That's not okay. I got you. If you're mentally disabled, we strip you of your
anything that actually
citizenship.
harmed the public, no, like that's retarded.
Yeah, it has harmed the public. Look at what's going on with all these fucking kids running around thinking they're fucking he, she's, and she, he's. And
That's
dogs.
exactly my fucking point. You would
And
send
this,
them
that, and
all
the
to a
third.
fucking institution. That's what I'm fucking saying. What are they doing to you? They're not bothering you.
No, I don't want that to turn into the point that I was making. My point was
That's what
the
I'm saying,
harm. If they
dude.
causing about inflicting harm on themselves or other people, I agree with you in that sense, but I don't want it to shift that way because that's absolutely not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being around a crazy motherfucker and they sitting there talking to themselves, looking at you, talking about they finna kill you. Those motherfuckers, whether they act on it or not, need to be locked up because they're not even in reality. We're not talking about the schizophrenic people that can control it and get along. If you have ever really been around an insane person, then you will understand. Regardless of how you feel like citizens' rights and stuff like that, no, there's some people who don't need to be walking around out here in public because they are highly capable of hurting themselves and other people and don't even realize what they're doing. If you have been around with somebody with autism, right, with a severe case of autism, these people are the same way. I wouldn't think of locking them up.
Look at the case with the Ukrainian woman on the train. That man was obviously mentally ill. Instead of making an argument about mental illness, people make an argument about race. If that man had been locked in a mental institution, that girl would still be alive, and we wouldn't be arguing about racist shit.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
Exactly.
That's the thing, though. Like a lot of the schizophrenics, they will take their medication until they decide not to take their medication. And there's no way you can regulate that. But we always find out when something traumatic happens, they had stopped taking their medication.
And then you got bleeding hearts that go, oh, well, they shouldn't face the death penalty. Yes, they should.
And
yes,
then
they should.
That's the whole point. Like, I think that the person is responsible for the person. I don't think mentally retarded people that exonerates you of any responsibility.
But it does give you a leniency. There's the case of the gentleman that was off of his medication and just decapitated the gentleman next to him, and he only did 4 years.
Agripolis, thank you, sir. Says God bless you and yours, OG. I appreciate it for the super chat, Agripolis. But that's the thing, man. Like, this is where you're going to get people that get angry because we could have done something with the mentally retarded and the mentally disabled, and we didn't. And now their family is gone. Mm-hmm. Like I told the story recently about a kid I knew growing up, and he wasn't a kid; he was a grown ass man. But he would fucking beat up kid. He was a 24-year-old hanging out with 5 and 10-year-olds because he was mentally retarded, and that's where he was mentally. And the church group and everybody thought, oh, it's okay to put this fucking retard with children because he's there mentally. He's their mental equal. Never mind did they realize when he puts their hands on them, they need to deal with that appropriately. They go, oh no, honey, you can't do that. Next thing you know, there's a child, a fucking 10-year-old with a bloody nose because a 23-year-old man had punched him over a toy.
Yeah, but but I think even you would acknowledge, you have acknowledged it, that the scale would start sliding. Like on what?
Yeah, but you know how I handled that when I was 13. I saw it. I put him in a headlock and about broke his fucking neck.
No, I'm saying for the classification of mentally retarded or a danger to yourself or a danger to society, right? That's
my brother in Christ. I'm already on those lists because I used to be a white nationalist.
Locking people up, that scale starts to slide. We've seen it. That happens every time. It's not something that is not expected. It's not even a slippery slope argument because it happens. We have multiple.
If we stop leftists from using it, yeah.
The thing is, okay, you're a leftist, or let's say, or you're a Nazi, or these things are considered problematic they think you're dangerous. Do you think you should be locked up for that?
My brother in Christ, I've already had my speech and a threat made against my guns.
Right.
So, I mean, I've already had my speech shattered because I've had these political beliefs since 2016.
Not the question. Do you think you should be locked up for that, for your beliefs?
No.
Okay, then. That's kind of the point that I'm making.
I don't think anybody should be locked up for their beliefs. But when they take actions Yes, go ahead.
Yes, then I think that's when we agree, right? Like I said, if someone performs a bad action, then hold them responsible.
But that's the problem. Mentally retarded and mentally handicapped and mentally fucked up people are not in charge of their own locomotion, of their own.
Yes, they are. They are.
No, they aren't. They literally don't have agency.
That's the point. That's the
They
point.
literally
And
don't have agency.
let me say this. Let me say this
Their
also.
brain don't work good.
That's the reason they don't have agency, because we say they don't have agency. I don't believe in the insanity plea. I don't think you should get away with shit just because you think you're insane.
I agree with you there, Hornet. But the thing about it is, I'm a eugenicist. I told you. Eventually, hang out with me long enough, and you'll be happy.
I believe in you too. Like I was like, let's get
why
rid of it.
see?
I'm not gonna fucking be like,
Orthodox. I'm not against eugenics. I'll say that. I'm not against it, and we've been doing it for a long time with everything. But let me just say this: there's a fine line between these housing places, prison, and institutions, right? Because I've been in probably 3 of those. You know what I'm saying? I have worked in nursing homes with what do you call it? People that have dementia, memory care units in nursing homes, right? I've also got institutionalized at a crazy center because I did some shrooms one time and had a bad trip. And then also I've been to prison. And let me tell you this, it ain't much difference between all 3 of those motherfuckers. You just locked up 24/7 with 3 trays in a fucking cot. You may get some visitors, you may not. They throw a TV in front of your ass, but all 3 of those institutions were one and the same with different names.
No one's disagreeing with that aspect.
Well, but no, you said that we should just house them. A lot of the times, this shit, it's the same thing.
Our problem with housing them, like that. No, I'm saying, like, personally, I believe in like caseworkers and actually working with the person.
Why not both?
But
sometimes you cannot rehabilitate some people. Some people are beyond rehabilitation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me just get through the argument, because I agree that housing typically doesn't work, because we can see even in like old folks' homes, there's like an abuse of power that always happens, right? Like these old people get beat up.
Day of the pillow now. Day of the pillow now. Sorry, you fall on a cold heart, Hornet. Day of the pillow. The boomer deserves this. I used to work in nursing homes.
No, it's not whether they deserve it or not. I'm just saying it's an abuse of power. That's always going to happen in those types of situations.
Yeah,
let me get through the argument.
It's called payback.
Yeah. Boomers literally.
Okay. Hello.
Damn, y'all get quiet the whole time. Okay. My mic guys. No, let me finish this. I'm sorry. Boomers literally beat the fuck out of their elderly, and they're mentally ill.
I agree, but that's
kind of now that they're in the nursing homes, we gotta pass all elder rights laws. Nah, fuck boomers, bruh. Fuck boomers.
It's not I don't give a shit about that part. I'm saying that whenever you put people in that kind of situation, there's always going to be an abuse that's going to happen.
Okay, that's look. Over the next 20 years, after the boomers died out, we can start implementing these reforms.
Engage with the argument.
But boomers deserve it.
What about a genetically modified disease that only affected the oldest in our population?
Yeah, that's the jab. We already had that.
Man, why you gonna say this shit out loud, dog?
Oh, my bad. My bad. I thought that was my bad. I thought that was the way you could say it. My bad.
That's also a social issue. That's we come from the broken homes, and children aren't taught to take care of their elders.
Well, it depends on what culture.
Look. As long as boomers and spiritual boomers exist, we shouldn't take care of our elderly. I hate to tell y'all, every other society throughout human history has focused on the youth in the coming generations instead of the old motherfuckers.
That's not true. It's
been that's not true at all.
Why do you think that is, OG?
That's high in the fucking chain, like.
Yeah, that's
no. They may have high authority, right? They may their say may matter, but the who lives, who gets access to resources.
No,
your
you're
boomer
right,
hanging, buddy.
but you're talking about on the day-to-day level, not on the institutional level. Most people take care of their elderly people. Like people take care of their moms.
There's money on the table. Shut the fuck up. There's money
Grandpa
on the
gets to
table.
eat because Grandpa worked for you.
I got your boomer hanging buddy right here. I love you, Chuck. You're one of the good ones.
Like, no, it's been taught from the beginning of time to take care of your elders. It's only recently that it's been dismissed. It's been broken homes lead to this. It's been an issue. Why do you think society would only focus on the
Bro,
youth?
children and grandchildren are not a retirement program.
Exactly, but it's still
it has been taught since the beginning of time that you pass on wealth to the next generation. But boomers
Right.
like, no, fuck that. Earn it yourself.
Like children are like you.
You're talking about institutions versus what you do in your home. I agree. Like societally speaking, we do focus on the young, but you're talking about in your home, though, right? Me, like if my mom gets sick, I'm gonna take care of my mom. What about you? What about you, Orthodox?
I'm gonna I was a caregiver until the fire, bro.
So that's what. So what are you talking about? It's two different conversations.
But my mom's also not a boomer.
Well, we're talking about just taking care of your old in general, right?
But my thing is the way it works and the way it has worked throughout human history and up until modern America is nobody gives a fuck about you between the ages of 20 and 50, right?
What?
Nobody gives a fuck. You work, you provide, you have a family. Once you get older, the next generation takes care of you. They help you. And then aside from that, all of the resources and all the planning go towards the youth. That's how it's worked in all human society.
It's always the youth and the elderly, right?
America has uprooted that for the sake of individualism and fuck you, I got mine, I'm pulling the ladder up.
Then what the fuck is Social Security? What is retirement?
Yeah.
Again, fuck you, I got mine, because we don't have anything for the youth. We don't have anything for the next generation. That's my point.
WIC programs are specifically made for the youth.
Oh my Jesus Christ.
You're making a bogus point right there, Orthodox. I hear what you're saying, I just don't agree with you. That's all.
I don't. So we don't have the highest youth unemployment ever. We don't have a severe lack of education opportunities for the youth. We don't have a high suicide rate amongst the youth. We don't have a lack of new families being formed. We don't have low home ownership in the youth. We don't have all of these problems for the youth.
That's the middle-aged people. That's why I was going to ask you, like, what do you know what those are the 20-year-olds to the 50-year-olds. I generally agree with you. No one gives a shit about those people. Like that, I'll agree with you every day on that. The youth. That's not necessarily what we're thinking, right? We're thinking
the youth, from my perspective, is the demographic of man.
Like a young man has always been expected to fucking do shit throughout any civilization.
But it's up to the elderlies to teach those ways because they themselves have gone through it.
The whole social contract has been ripped apart. Nobody is holding up their end of the bargain. Americans are not having children. The elderly are not being these wise elders in the villages. The young are not taking care of the old. The entire social contract has been ripped up and destroyed in favor of this individualist, fuck you, I got mine, pull up the ladder.
I disagree that it's been destroyed because I see it often.
Yeah,
but I do agree it is more on the uprise, but I'm not going to ever say it's been destroyed. And that's even more so to do your part in that social ladder part and keeping it going, such as yesterday when you're like, I'll never, be in a relationship with a single woman. If you don't have kids, that is your opportunity though to keep that social compound together, whether it not be yours. But
I've talked about why I wouldn't date a single mother.
I know. I'm just using it as an example. Let's get back on it. There is a reason that I won't date single mothers. Like literally,
You cannot adopt those kids and truly raise them as they're your own, especially if the father is still alive, even if he is a deadbeat piece of shit. It is not beneficial to you to raise another man's child.
I disagree, but I can't make you see it my way though. And
I've seen Cynthia. I've seen it play out every way imaginable. And I'm sorry, but the I love you, stepdad. You're my dad. You can walk me down the aisle. You're my father. I appreciate you. Is the fucking severe minority.
Okay, well, shout out to me for being a minority.
Well, I'm glad you are. I'm glad that you're the man that you got with that helped you raise your child. Y'all had a successful family.
No,
God
I'm talking
bless
about
you.
the dad that raised me. He
Most
came
people
into my life
impact
when
on
I
the
was
person
two.
that's around the most. So,
I'm-
like,
I'm-
stepfathers are beneficial. Like, they are just fundamentally
he's been around
about
me
the essence that
since
they
I
teach
was-
and everything. Yeah.
Since I was 2, and I would call him for problems before I'd call my mom. or
Well,
my
I'm glad that is the case, Cynthia. I'm glad that the man your mother got with was that for you. I'm glad.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Those are their men out there. Like, I hate
But
that it's more big, but it's
people.
out there. It is, and we need to uplift those men. And if you were talking about people,
Let's be completely honest, because there's been women that have been honest about the men they were with after they have children. A lot of, I'm not going to say the majority because I don't have the exact data on it,
Mhm.
but the majority of men are I can't say majority, but there is a large percentage of women
Mhm.
who say shit like, "Oh, I'm only with him because I have kids. Or I'm only with him because he helped me raise my kids. I would have never gotten with him if I didn't have children." Like, how are we supposed to be happy with that? How are men supposed to be happy with that?
I bet that is the case, but I've never heard a woman say that out loud. I would be surprised to hear that, but I believe that is the case though for a lot of situations. I've never heard a woman say that. Though.
Like, because of social media, women say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, but I think that's a slim majority, like, or not even a majority, minority. Like,
No rigging tackle. This actually comes from me dealing with single mothers, me seeing the outcome from my friends, my family, my best friend being a single mother, and having conversation about her about why we wouldn't date, because I've seen what she did to her boyfriend beforehand that basically helped her raise her daughters.
How old are you, Orthodox?
Between 25 and 35.
And you've never dated a single mother?
Oh, I fuck single mothers. I don't date single mothers.
Listen, we're within the same age frame, and I feel like you're just, there's a lacking there of like specific things that you need to see, because like I feel like at that point, like what's the point of adoption, right? Like, do you think adoptive parents can't be parents?
I'm not saying it can't work. I'm not saying two good humans can't make it work. I'm saying that I have seen that I'm a piece of shit, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
I live.
I agree with you. I'm a piece of shit too.
I live in a piece of shit area. The people around me are a piece of shit. I haven't seen it work. Now,
but that's more about the people than it is about the
Miss Cynthia or some of the women that I've met here, finding good dudes can probably make it work.
I didn't. Okay, all right. I'm with you. Let's rock. Now, are you actively though looking for a woman to have kids with and complete that family?
Right now, I'm trying to make myself worthy of having a partner.
Okay, that's good. That's a good step.
Because my thing is, it's not even. Let's say, and I can't wait for this to get clipped out of context. If I fall in love with a woman who has kids, I fall in love with the kids too. I have to adopt those kids. There is not having her without having her kids if she is a mother already. That is a non sequitur with me. There is no point in even pursuing her if I can't care about the kids, right?
Yeah, I agree. I holistically
hold on. Right now, my situation, I cannot have a girlfriend at all, or a fiance or a wife, because I am not financially or mentally prepared or capable.
I'll grant you that, and I think that that's kind of the position that I see, like the worldview you're coming from, right? Where a lot of people don't take that into consideration when they enter that kind of relationship, right? If you're going to date a single mom, there should be like an expectation of like, okay, I'm gonna have to work alongside with
my brother in Christ. That's not just single mothers. That's my reaction to women who don't have children as well.
I'm saying that's one to the topic that we're talking about. For a single mother, I think that is an issue that men don't take the consideration of, like, oh, this might be a problem.
Is this Dennison talking or Hornet? Who was talking?
Hornet.
Okay.
By the way, crab. That is a sad fact, and that is why what little bit of woman hate you do get from me, that's why it exists. I have yet to experience the good while having a female friend, and I'm just like, you know what? Okay.
So let me say this. I think that if you're on the latter side of that 30, if you at some point you got to start being realistic, because to find a woman in their 30s these days without no kid, and you're not talking about like dating them, it's kind of like few and far in between. So at some point you want to give yourself a little rope and give somebody a chance. You know what I mean? Like 30s looking for someone without kids is like trying to find a needle in a haystack these days.
Or you just keep your dick in your pants and don't
ding 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 ding
do all that shit. Like, when I say I fuck single mothers, I'm not out here dicking bitches down because I genuinely just stick to myself. The female friend that I have that wanted to date was because it's not involuntary. First off,
do you stay in the country or the city?
I stay in the country.
Yeah, that's probably a factor too.
The female friend that we were talking about dating was partially her. She was hinting at her and I dating, but also partially talking about the shit that went wrong in her life and what she did. The issue with that is I'm not in a place right now where I can date anybody. Like I literally watched this chick cheat on her boyfriend of 10 years and do him dirty.
Yeah.
Not to mention you're fat and racist, so you would never be able to get a girlfriend like that anyway.
Fair enough, I guess. I have slept with black chicks before while being fat and racist.
Don't forget those part of the problem you complain about. Like how are you doing?
How am I part of that problem?
Because you're not getting out there having kids. You're blocking off people.
I'm not gonna have kids until I'm financially stable. I'm not gonna contribute to that fucking problem of having fucked up fucking kids.
Oh my god! You know how many people say that, and you know how many people have kids when they're not financially stable, and they still.
You know how many fucked up kids we have roaming the planet?
You know how many good kids? It's great. That's why you needed more, so you can produce a good kid. I love it.
I'm gonna fall back on due diligence. I'm fat and racist.
Get out here and have some kids.
No. This conversation scares me because I don't feel like I would be good enough to be a dad. Like, I'll be real.
See, that's what scares me the most is we have a group of people that talk themselves out of something before they even try it. And that's
no. If you don't have the means,
I also
whether it be mentally, physically, or financially, to raise children, you shouldn't. And if we had more people that adhere to that, we wouldn't have half the fucking social problems we have.
No.
We don't need more fucking kids. We need less people.
Too many dudes will think she ain't gonna cheat on them. Motherfucker, you ain't special. If she cheats with you, she gonna cheat on you. Yeah. Exactly.
Word.
But people
and I agree with this, D. You need to stop being a child yourself before you raise a child. I mean, I get that. I don't know if that was a dig at me, but I also agree with that. There's a lot of adult children, men and women, that go have kids and go on to fuck them up because they themselves are childish.
But historically, you would say people have not generally been financially stable or
Exactly.
mature, or like you would say that. So it's just hard to draw that line.
I get y'all want me to make a bunch of little fat racists. I understand. I understand.
I do.
No, I agree
It's
with you.
not
Like,
hard to draw that line. Those
I
people
agree.
fucked up.
Yeah, those people fucked up. That's what I would say. That's what I'm like. I agree with that. But like when it's like, oh, the family unit has died, blah blah blah. And this is kind of one of those things where the mentality kind of fucks people up. Where it's just like, if you're not, because like ultimately, like, well, you're the determiner of like when you're going to be mature enough, when you're going to be financially stable enough, and that may never come, right? And that you might have missed your ticket,
right?
Like,
maybe having the kid will force
from
you
what
to
the-
step up your financial, because now you have that motivation to do harder, to try something new. Because
I
you
don't
have
think-
another-
But from what
I don't think
Dennison
you
was
can
saying, though,
willy-nilly jumping into
historically
it, though.
speaking, a lot of people, a lot of people were never financially stable and had multiple kids and created great people. But like Horner was saying, values have changed, though. Like people's standard of living on what they think they're supposed to have before they have kids have evolved so much. Back in the day, it wasn't about what you had.
I gotta
You could have a little bit of
ignorantly
nothing and
interrupt
have
you, dude.
10
I gotta
kids and still make
ignorantly
it.
interrupt you. You don't think fat niggas can lay pipe too? I'm sorry, I have to ignorantly interrupt you now and be
Yeah, but that's where
belligerent.
the elder come in, is that they're the ones that pass that tradition, that pass that, hey, this is not the way you behave in the face of this. Hey, don't allow this to get angry. It is up to us. And I'm speaking as a grandparent who is the elderly, that, hey, it's up to me now to teach the children,
Miss Cynthia, I don't know if it's I'm more perceptive, have a higher IQ, I'm smarter, but I learn from the mistakes of those around me, and I've seen what happens when relationships fail. I'm a victim of a broken home. I've seen what domestic violence looks like. I've seen what happens when you raise a child when you are not ready.
We can
And-
all agree that we don't want Orthodox to have any kids right now. We all, it's
We
unanimous.
all agree there. We don't.
Doesn't sound like Cynthia agrees.
I'm not so sure he's even putting it in his mind that it's a possibility.
Miss Cynthia, you realize a year and a half ago, we lost a child. Me and the lady who passed away.
Okay, but I'm speaking on behalf, like, even though I'm saying you, but there are the group of men that do talk themselves out of, I can't have a girlfriend because women are bitches. I can't have kids because they
True.
automatically talk themselves out of it before they try it. Or before
You should be
they-
grateful.
I can't say
We're
that.
saving society a bunch of burdens.
But then don't complain about it, because people complain about it. Oh, it's
family unit's dying, and then
I can complain about whatever I want to complain about.
Those two things are like correlated to each other. That's why I'm just like,
actually, correlation doesn't equal causation.
I agree.
Checkmate, anti-racist.
I'm gonna say I'm just as much upset that ice cream has been turned into frozen dessert over the
Okay, it's
years
a causation.
as I am upset that women have been turned into men over the years. I can complain about any goddamn thing.
Well, it's kind of counter. Wait, do you have? I don't know much about this,
Season
but
3 of The Walking Dead. I can complain about that like a motherfucker.
It's just so weird.
It did kind of fall off.
People in their producing years to not going out there and trying to have that family when that's when what's
Who said?
Is that you, Ashtray? You're muted.
Who's Ashtray?
What's up, Ashtray?
Oh yeah, Outline can talk about this.
Oh shit! What am I talking about?
I took in a single mother and her kid. That's why I know better now.
Oh,
About being a single parent? I'm not a single parent.
no, you get about being a parent, and were you?
You know what?
Ready
You know what?
to have kids, Outline?
What say Lou is correct, and I will say this: men have a lot of time. People who claim that they don't have who claim that they don't have time are not using their time properly or well. They are not. They do nothing.
Can't y'all
Well,
reproduce all the
that's
way
what
up
you
to
mean.
like about 70?
Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
that's what she's talking about.
You can reproduce for forever.
Yeah.
What
As
is the
long as your
likelihood?
wee still get, as long as your wee still get hard, it can be in play.
Like
But
the
to
thing is,
your
people
point
say
though,
it's hard enough already to like get a partner.
Well, that's
Then
kind of
you
cheating the
add
child
age into
too, but
that,
that's
like you're
No,
dealing with a
not for
whole
men.
like,
that's cheating the child too, having a
Now,
70-year-old
if I
dad.
increase my value, I can increase my value
There
the
are
older I
single
get.
mothers because
higher
most of you
value.
men
That
do
doesn't
not
happen.
qualify to be fathers
That
or
doesn't
have
happen across the
women.
board.
I got
Nothing
two
happens
boys, right?
across the board. Some
I got
women are attracted to men who don't have any legs.
I would
That
like
is
to.
true. That is
But
true.
the likelihood of someone having more value than you at a younger age means they're going to be selected more often.
That likelihood is extremely fucking low. Men's
Okay.
value increases over time as they get
Depends
wisdom, patience, emotional stability, and wealth. That's what women are looking for: security.
To that point, right? I will say this: I got 3 boys, right? Right? I got a 25, a 19, and a 1-year-old, right? And I was,
How old are you?
and I'm 42. I'm 42, right? And I will say this: I am the best that I ever been right now, and the best father, the best version of myself. And I would have much have my kids later than earlier, right? Earlier, I was stupid, running around doing that. Now I'm established. I got a career. So to go to you guys' point, I have to agree from that perspective. The best me is the 40 me with the 1-year-old rather than the 18 me with the 1-year-old or the 6. You know what I mean? However, you know.
I can agree to that.
The 40-year-old you
part of
is
that,
almost 60 when the dude's when your kid's 18.
That's
Right,
good.
That's the issue when
You're saying it like it's a bad thing.
when 60-year-olds are having kids because
Nobody is blaming just women, D. Everybody up here, as far as at least me, everybody up here said that it is a shared responsibility. We're just on the topic of single mothers and why I wouldn't date them.
I would like to throw some shade at the ladies, and this is my
No,
only.
we don't do that here. Unless you can bring up an equal point against men, we don't do that here.
Listen, rule number one, you just don't come in poor. You just do not come in poor.
Always get the rich girls pregnant first.
Don't come in poor and your life will be fucking awesome.
I just want to say that when men who are old have children, they can't go out there and play ball with them. They don't have the energy to keep up with them. Yes, I do think 30s and 40s are definitely good ages to have them, but there's it can be too late to give a child the proper dad that one would need.
Well, here's my thing for any single parent, whether you be
I'm probably gonna die in an ignorance altercation. All right, first off, I don't want to have kids because of that. Like,
in what?
In an ignorance altercation, i.e., a nigga moment.
So as long as you get it on camera, we're good with it. All right.
This is
you want me dead? It's okay.
No.
This is my only thing against single parents. Now, this is not single mothers, single fathers. This is single parents in the beginning, off the rip. If you cannot take care of a kid, or you cannot be an adult enough to take care of a kid, close your fucking legs and put your dick back in your pants. Point blank, proven fucking point. If you cannot take the responsibility and man the fuck up or woman the fuck up and be a mother or be a father, even if y'all split up and have to split up because you two can't get along, that child does not deserve that bullshit. Point blank, period. There's no other ends of fucking discussion.
I would add one thing to that.
If you're
fleeing jurisdiction.
Exactly. So if you're
unless you can flee jurisdiction, then go ham.
Yeah. So, but like I said though, if you cannot be an adult enough to take care of a child, which is the outcome of putting a penis in a vagina and ejaculating into it, then you don't need to be putting your penis in a vagina and ejaculating into it. Point blank.
You heard it here
My
first.
pull-out game
We're
is on
doing
point.
Anal only moving forward.
So I had my first.
No. I got primo pull-out game, son.
If she loves you, she'll let you. If she loves you, she'll give you the butt.
And when I was still a teenager, so teenagers don't think like that. Like, yes, in the perfect world, I absolutely agree with you. However, in this world, young kids who are the young now, there's the rise on young parenting is gone way down, and that is a good thing. But there are just some that are just too young, and then they have the baby, and they're forced into the adulthood, sink or swim.
To be fair, Miss Cynthia, my high school had a daycare in the basement. Like legit had a daycare in the basement for teenage mothers to bring their children to school with them and finish school.
Good.
So I agree with you that there is a teen pregnancy problem. And what that stems from is fucking bad parents. Not bad.
I don't even think it's bad parenting. You could
have y'all ever
have
had
perfect parents?
Seltzer?
I just think that we take a lot of agency away from like teenagers. Teenagers are fucking stupid. Like I was asking friends to hit me with like cars and shit because I thought I was fucking immortal. Like at the time, like kids are fucking stupid.
I used to stand on the top of a fucking pickup truck and take stop signs and speed limit
Exactly.
signs off
That's
the
what
side.
I'm saying. Kids are just fucking stupid. Like I don't think that's a result of parenting because my parents very much were telling me not to do stupid shit, but I ran into those.
Thank you for coming up, dude. Thank you for coming up.
Ladies
I
and
mean,
gentlemen,
like, let's not talk about a stupidity contest. Like, I don't want to get into that.
Stupid, all y'all.
Nah, I don't think you will.
I don't think you will.
I was
my brother in Christ.
Alawine, my brother. I used to not be racist. That's the stupidest mistake of my life.
Sir, I come from a racist family and I'm not racist. Challenge accepted.
Tragic. You should be.
Damn, he just beat you with your own metric.
Yeah, you win. You win.
But we see that contest today.
But anywho, what I mean by bad parenting is this is what I mean. When you're allowing your teenage daughter or teenage son out of the home for long periods of time with no supervision whatsoever, we don't live in the old days like when we were kids that we could go out and do those things. Because when we were kids, the worst mistake we had was getting in trouble by the law. Now, there is no kids going outside and doing dumb shit. They're going in houses and banging and doing dumb shit.
Well, no, there's still kids doing dumb shit. I always see kids.
They were banging like crazy before too.
I get that. I do. Like I said.
No,
man,
we just slept at the pond behind the mill in abandoned houses.
Yeah, no, there's new predator now. There's the social media predator, which is a new way for and the games have desensitized kids in ways that we were not desensitized growing up.
I grew up with video games my whole life, not desensitized.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I don't know. She's calling me girl right now.
Miss Cynthia, what desensitized me to violence was not the video games. It was having a friend's
the
head
actual
blown off.
violence.
Actual violence.
Yeah, it was
actual
violence.
The emotion. It's more than violence. It's more than that. It's the emotions that it caused. It's the anger. It's the ability to regulate it. It's the ability to not be
as someone who's gone through what you're talking about. No, it's not being able to deregulate it. It's when I'm picking pieces of my friend's body out of my fucking hair because I have long Jesus hair, and they just got shot.
When you're running reds because people are in the backseat bleeding out. Like those are the moments where you're just like,
I'm sitting here like one of these days I may have to participate in this type of activity again, and I have to be ready to defend myself and those around me. That's the desensitization. You realize that it is a part of human nature, that it is a part of nature to fight and die.
Absolutely.
And you realize that holy fuck, I have to be ready in the best ability that I can. That's the desensitization to it.
Not everybody has that hood experience, and video games for some are that.
I became desensitized to violence and gore and everything like that from being a volunteer firefighter.
Yeah,
that's where my desensitization of violence came from because I've seen some graphic shit.
They have had kids that play Call of Duty their whole fucking lives pick up an actual fucking assault rifle, shoot it, and they start crying because they are not desensitized at all.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
And they've
like
been playing those games all fucking day throughout their
Nope.
fucking life, and they do not know because
It,
it's
I do-
reality.
it does
I'm
alter
sorry.
their brain. It does alter their brain at a young age. We talk about it now, being adults and staring at the screens, and now you're being controlled. It does do these alterations to their minds, whether it be desensitized or whatever you want to call it. As far as you gentlemen speaking about violence, I was desensitized to violence to working in the county hospital in the emergency room.
But yeah, well, that's how it works, and that's
Right, but
the
not
thing.
everybody has those experiences. Not everybody has
Then
to.
then everybody's not desensitized to violence. They're just used to seeing violence. There's a difference. Right. The being desensitized to violence means that not only are you used to seeing the violence, you are able to operate normally under violent and stressful conditions that involve death or maiming.
So
that is what
that
being
gentleman that
desensitized
just
to
ran
violence is.
over the gentleman that just ran over the troll, he demonstrated that he was in complete control of his emotions after he just ran over somebody. It never once. Of course, he was breathing a little heavy, but he was in complete control. Never even.
Yeah. And I think another thing too, in a lot of the world that we live in today, and I do agree with Miss Cynthia on this, the social media and the online spaces anymore. If you think about it, even 10 years ago, just 10 years ago, we did not have a social media platforms like we have today. Like you didn't see the world for the ugliness that it was as a kid when we were kids. And I think that has a lot to do with the bullshit
No,
that's going on.
like 10 years ago, we had Live Leak. I was watching decapitation videos.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
And I'm not gonna lie, it did not desensitize me to the moments where I actually observed violence. Like when that shit actually is in your face, that shit is a whole different fucking thing.
Listen,
and that's not even video games. I took it to another extreme, right? Because Live Leak was fucked. Anyone who remembers Live Leak,
yeah,
Live Leak was fucking wild.
Yeah.
They're like, but here's the thing with that though, the world.
What constitutes a strong man? Wealth,
stoicism,
like physical strength.
Hornet, every time you
mental
speak, I feel like you have an attitude with your head bobbing like that.
He's been sassy.
It is sass. It is always sass.
Oh, okay. We'll get to know.
No, it's just it's the easiest way to actually, because the lights showing up isn't like entertaining.
He's a sassy Latina. Leave him alone.
Big booty Latina.
Oh, okay.
But no, like I said, like the world.
I prefer the big titty Latina myself, but that's beside the point.
That's fair. I'll grant you that. I prefer booty. You prefer titties. We can still both be friends.
There's something for everybody, isn't there?
Exactly. But
I want to pick on Crab so bad right now.
Do it. Do it.
Oh yeah, it's the dopamine. Oh.
Yeah, the dopamine aspect, I don't think anyone disagrees with, but I this like desensitization has always been like a talking point. We heard it when rap music was like super big in the 2000s.
I can't
Cage, I don't feel like dealing with you right now, Cage. Come back tomorrow.
We know that. We all know
that. See, I like tits. Alamine likes ass. Crab likes dick. There's something out there for everybody.
Oh,
Crab,
it's gonna bring up your Switch, bro. I'd be careful.
The chaser's gonna bring up that I like to be cuddled sometimes. Okay. Okay.
By who though?
By women.
By big booty Latinas. Did you not hear?
By big titty Latinas.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. I said booby. Why are you gonna correct me on titty?
Our petite blondes. Have you ever been soufflexed by a petite blonde? You haven't lived until you've been soufflexed by a petite blonde.
Yeah, no, man. The best.
A petite blonde can't suplex a real man.
I'm joking, Denison. It's called a joke.
To be fair, the best form of death to get into Valhalla is having your woman sit on your face until you no longer can breathe.
That is a battle worth fighting, you know?
That won't kill you.
That's a snoo. I feel
You'll
bad.
just pass out and wake up later with film on your face.
So weird.
That's
so
hot. Right. Anyway, let's get back to the conversation.
That was good right there.
Oh, Adam had to leave.
Yup.
Have you ever been sexually assaulted by a straight man? OG, you about to
Not
be.
possible.
Yeah, no, I just think those have been like really big talking points that we hear throughout the years, and it just get this.
It does though, but when I was younger and my grandparents would talk about music, I thought that they were crazy. But now that I'm older, which is again why the older community is important, I do recognize that there are certain types of music that brings out certain type of energy. We can go now to the next level and talk about the frequencies and understand that there is something to that maybe I didn't think about.
It's necessarily like it's not evil energy or turning you bad energy. Like there's not music that I'm listening to that is
say that it's good. You can't say that it's good if it's putting you in a trance. Now let's take it to the next level. You're in a trance, what is now happening to that? See, but that's when you get too woo woo. But as a
that's hurtful.
As a woman, that's just how, and that is the role that a woman, feminine energy plays in teaching the children and passing on these things. And hey, when you coming through life, you're going to recognize some of these and you're going to have to deal with them. And this is the best way to go against it. That has worked for me. And I pass it along to you, younger kids.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's one of those things where like classical music is one of those things where it employs a lot of emotion into it.
I love classical music.
That's what I'm into it, right? So like, yes, music does invoke emotion. I wouldn't necessarily not, right? But I hate it when people bring that to an action of like, okay, just because I'm listening to some hood rat shit, like I'm not gonna fucking go out and actually perform hood rat actions.
But
like,
that's you. You can't say that for everybody, and you really can't.
I can because during the 2000s when fucking
you can't speak for the young
for
kid.
The large majority. I can speak for the large majority because when Slim Shady first came out, every white kid thought they were fucking Slim Shady.
You are lying to yourself. You think that you can speak for the majority.
You just weren't thugging. I'm sorry.
Can't hear either one of you.
Because he's
being
you
guys got to speak one at a time.
Latina. Because you got two sassy Latinas up here fighting right now. That's why.
Sassy Latina.
That's why. And my head's bobbing too. You just can't see it.
See, that's the point. You can see mine.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh yeah, you Hornet. No, you can't say that because you cannot speak for those kids that come from the very poorest communities in all 50 states of the United States. You can't speak on their behalf. And when they hear a song that is repeating, I got the ops are down. I took them down. Come on, man. I'm from Dallas, Texas. We just saw one of our rappers get gunned down at 4:30 in the afternoon on a major highway, sent by orders of another rapper.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does. It can't just because it affects you and the culture you come from. Don't be naive and doesn't think that it doesn't have that. And great if it doesn't affect you.
That's because of the rapper, not because of the rap music.
No, it's the energy that is provoked.
No, that's because they want to impress that motherfucker. That's why.
No, but it's they're just casting a net. They're just throwing the net out. They're just putting the music. They know everybody ain't gonna fall
and
for
every white kid that tried to be Slim Shady in the 2000s would have been fucking thugging out here, and that's just not true.
No,
there's nothing thug about Slim Shady.
For sure.
I know there wasn't. Everyone created it.
Created a bubble.
That's a bad example, though.
Like
because there's plenty of thug music.
Yeah, there's plenty of thug music. I'm just saying, like that's probably like the one that entered the.
I'm not talking about the mainstream top 50. I'm talking about the underground stuff that's still being out there, that's being passed around.
Listen, I listen to the fucking underground shit. I know. I'm just saying I'm using the largest example, the largest pool that I can pull from.
I'm just saying you're lying
And
to
then
yourself.
most people didn't react that way.
To
That's
the
just
majority.
that's not what happened.
You speak. You're lying to yourself if you think you speak for the majority. But you sound young. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. You just sound like somebody who hasn't gone through. You remember, I'm 50. I come from different experiences. I've been through different things. I've gained a lot of wisdom through these trials and tribulations, which is my duty to pass it down. And you just happen to be around me today, so.
Yeah, but I don't think if you're like listening to ACDC,
You're really sassy in the chat.
Nowadays, everybody want to talk. Like they got something to say, but nothing comes out. When they move the lips, it's just a bunch of gibberish. Motherfuckers exactly. They forgot about Dre.
Yeah, but like, what do you listen to ACDC?
And on top of that, Hornet, let's go to the next level. What's all coming out about the rap industry? So now we see that they were nefarious things, but I mean, we've kind of all talked about it, but now we have actual proof. You know, things are coming out. So
people are
I can
that's
say,
the people in
yeah,
that.
I can say
I'm not saying
that
the music isn't. I'm sorry.
You're doing it again.
Keep putting
ladies.
Oh, no, you can't put kids in daycare at all. Which means either you have to be a man that brings home enough income that your wife is able to stay home, or you have to move in mom or mother-in-law to be there again as an elder to help keep the family unit strong.
Well, yeah, it doesn't help though if your woman is a hooer.
Oh yeah. And she probably comes from a long line of hooas. I like that word, hooas. So, but you know, I can't imagine why you would wife her though. But
yeah, but
because they pretend and they act right.
So
especially if they like you. If they like you,
it's just really hard for me to believe that a woman.
It disables the hooer act
over on you. No, it's hard for me.
They get all dream weaver, right? And then they're like, "Oh, you're the right man's for me.
So
I'm gonna put all my whorish ways behind me."
So we're going back into talking about energies.
D is funny.
Like
I made you a 25-hour sandwich. You are welcome.
Listen, I just can't believe a woman got
I don't get it.
on you. I just can't believe a woman was able to.
Oh, more than one, Cynthia. More than one.
I just don't believe that though, because you're so much wiser than that, and you're so much more suspicious.
No, I'm not. I'm not wise. I'm not wise. Not wise. I was not wise in my 20s, and I protected myself in other ways. Like what the women could have done to me compared to what they did to me could have been way worse. I always kept, shit.
I just can't imagine that you would go through the steps to protect yourself in what, but not verify the woman. Not
you can't dial. You can't dial 1-800 test a hoe. And I also don't do shit.
But you can do things.
It's just frowned upon. It's just frowned upon.
You can't
test a hoe though, and that's what I'm saying. Like maybe your test a hoe tester needs to be updated or something.
No, I'm not gonna do shit like you, where I create scenarios just to fuck with somebody to see how they react.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't. It's just frowned upon.
Why is that frowned upon? I don't think
because that's manipulation.
Manipulation.
That's fake and gay.
That's manipulation.
And let me tell you something. That is the number one. That's the number one reason why I'll drop a woman too, is if I catch her doing some shit like that.
That's horrible. Well, I got to tell you, it's done wonders for me. So I'm definitely going to stick to it. I think
manipulation typically works. I'm just saying that it is.
When we meet people, we meet. I think when we meet people, we meet their representatives. We're naive if we think that who we really meet for the first time isn't just putting on their best face forward. There's definitely an under.
Yeah, but I put on my best face too. I try not to keep a hypocritical, delusional, and dishonest gap between my
mod in chat is getting permanently banned. By the way,
who?
Next person that disrespects a mod in chat's getting permanently banned.
Oh. I know, Dennison, but then like when you had like I assume from the way you speak, it's been more the one bad relationship or one bad situation that somehow went bad. That I didn't
Nah.
I can't imagine that anything that you stepped away from, you didn't learn from it and recognize the next time I go into this situation, I'm gonna also pay attention to this.
I kept upgrading to the manipulation level of the women is what happened. Every time that I found out common shitty female behavior, right? And there's common male shitty behavior, right? So I'm not going there. I'm just saying.
But what was
men and women are different, right?
I'll give her an example, Denison. I'll give
That
her an
just-
example.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When women ask their best friend to hit on you to fucking feel if you're a cheater.
Oh, well, that's
not
good. That's definitely not cool.
That's manipulative. It is manipulative,
that's
and it happens way too commonly.
I'm talking like if they hate.
I didn't even have
I'm
those
talking
problems
like
a lot.
if they hate dishes being left in the sink and you leave them there on purpose. Like, are they going to throw the dishes at your head? Are they going to do it? Like that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about setting up scenarios. But
did you say you set up scenarios though? Wait.
Yeah, that's setting up a scenario.
Yeah, but not like, hey, I'm not bringing in outside people like that.
This still means you draw the line somewhere that's arbitrary for me.
Yes, and we all have the
It's
line.
arbitrary for me though.
So okay,
I draw the line at fake shit.
Okay, I agree with that. Damn it, what was I gonna say? Okay, well now the scenario that I gave, right? Is that a line? Was the line being crossed, or was it be like, hey, I hate how you leave the dishes? Like, I want to know, are you gonna
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Would that be an X out the game by your standards, Dennison?
If you left the dishes out to see if I would bitch about it?
Yeah.
That is a game.
I mean, I wouldn't bitch about it. So, I can't relate to that.
Let me speak my opinion on this because I've dealt with a lot of shit tests on women, and I've just seen as the whole like liberal culture war shit keeps going, women are going to employ tactics like, oh, I just need to be respected. You can bend over backwards to show women respect, love, and compassion, and they'll still shit test you. It's not a fucking enough. They'll shit test you. It'll never fucking be good enough.
Yeah.
Fucking they'll bitch complain at everything you fucking do. The best solution that you can do as a man is walk the fuck away when you run into a woman like that.
Okay,
walk away. Go your own. Tell them it's time to fucking separate. You can do everything you can to appease them, but they will get more. They will get more further distant from you. They will give you 1,001 excuses. Just tell them I'm going my own way. Sorry for wasting your time. You ain't even got to apologize to me. Bye. That's the best way to deal with that.
What's the issue with letting those like scenarios happen naturally, right? Like, so eventually someone's gonna forget to do the dishes, right? Like, why not just let that happen?
We're arguing over bullshit. Like,
yeah,
if you
that's what I'm saying.
Mad because your girl don't make you a sandwich or don't do the fucking dishes, you're a pussy.
Yeah, I agree. Like that, I agree.
But
That's what I'm just like. I think
for me, it's the gaslighting and the pretending that they aren't respected and all the other shit tests. Be honest with me, fucking woman.
Yes, I agree. I think people should get to know each other over a large portion of time. I don't think that happens fast. I don't think once you first meet someone, obviously you're putting on your putting on your best, right?
Right.
And then over time that shit degrades. Like the wall starts to fall. Like that's what's supposed to happen. It's not you picking at the wall though. That's supposed to happen because as soon as you start picking at the wall, then I'm going to be like, fuck this, I'm out.
But then there's some people that meet somebody, you're so cute, I'm so cute, and we have great sex, and we're gonna move in together 2 weeks, and then the walls start coming down, and you realize you're not compatible. This goes back to what Chuck's always talking about. People don't court.
Y'all, if people are disrespecting mods, I'm gonna keep hiding you. Especially women, we don't do that here. Knock it off.
The least fucked up relationship I had was when, I did this yesterday too. I was about to mischaracterize the relationship because I met her on a dating site, and so most of our interaction was over the phone until we met.
Oh, your mic went low, Dennison.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now it's better. We didn't hear any of that. Can you say it again, please?
Nah, that's good. Don't matter.
No, it does matter. I want to hear what you had to say. I'm interested.
I could go back to what I was gonna say before. My problem, like every time I upped my game for like learning about what is and isn't gonna work in a relationship,
Mhm.
and what kind of things women will hide and manipulate you with. All it did was like lead me to the next advanced tier of manipulation and hiding, right? So like the next woman was better at hiding the qualities that I was looking to avoid, and so it just took longer for them to reveal themselves.
Now, could that be that you were looking for the quality, or
No, I'm saying like let's say I'm looking for the quality, right? And then it turns out bad. So then I say to myself, well, I need to stay away from A, B, and C, right? So then what would happen is I'd meet a girl who's like, I know men don't like A, B, or C, so I'm gonna make sure that I don't do A, B, and C, even though it's who they fucking are. So then after a while, A, B, and C is all you're left with. And then that kept going. Like every time I elevated my ability to like recognize a Jezebel, I just got to the next level of Jezebel that could hide her fucking true nature. Then I got to a point where I didn't even know women like this existed. I was talking about this the other day, but there's women out there who will pretend to be trad, like totally wholesome, just because they know that's what a guy wants.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know those women fucking existed until I was in my late 20s, early 30s.
gold diggers?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much they're interested in gold, but whatever it is that they want,
Yeah,
they know how
I know.
to.
The colloquial term being gold diggers, right? So, yeah,
I would assume they're trying to attract a man who has respect and isn't gonna, abuse them, cheat on them, will take care of them, right? So they want all that manly shit, but they don't.
Welcome, Jess.
But they're fucking
That's what I'm
like
saying. She taking motherfuckers out left, right, and center. Bow, bow, bow.
welcome to D5's villain arc.
I
But they're
feel
like blue. They're blue-haired feminists underneath it all, right? Is what I'm
like,
saying.
have you ever been the shit one in the relationship, Dennison, or
Have I ever been what?
Wait,
the shit one?
I think
The
when a
what?
relationship fails,
the shit person, like the shit person in the relationship, where it's
Not
definitely
not really. It
it
was my fault in different ways, right? Like I was way too immature. I didn't really know how to have a relationship. I had no business being in one. But I never did the cheating, the lying, the fucking. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like
just
that.
just being the person that the relationship doesn't work because of like whatever mindset, right? Like there are relationships where I've been way too immature. There are relationships where I've been emotionally distant. I've had like a variety of relationships where they don't work out for a variety of reasons, but I think that's kind of like the game, right?
Yeah, I think I've done that in all of my relationships, right? It's just that like when a woman is too emotionally distant, I'm gonna try to have a conversation. I'm not gonna fuck her cousin.
and that's where you become shitty to them, whether you fuck her cousin or not. Because once they get emotionally distant, it's basically you're just everything you do is on their nerves.
Well, it just depends on like if that's something you're looking for or not, right? Like I personally, I like a lot of like personal space, like that's ideal for me.
Well, that's the thing. I've dealt with women who, and I've tried to explain this. Like I like personal space. I don't always call or text, and to me that's shitty because if they want to be reaffirmed of your feelings or be reaffirmed of friendship or be reaffirmed of whatever is going on, then that you need to be able to either tell them, hey, fuck off, I can't do this, or not, because like I don't like thinking of it as shitty people, right? Because even when I'm mad at the way the relationship turned out, you don't know why they did act the way they do. You don't know if there's an underlying thing. You don't know if they were abused. You don't know what happened in their life, and you don't really see yourself in a mirror through the relationship or through whatever happening. Like that's whenever I vent about shit, like I talk about relationships, right? I try not to put it on the female. I just talk about what I've gone through. Never really been in a relationship with a dude other than friendship, so I can't speak on men. That's why I speak on women on this aspect.
Yeah,
because but I
think
can recognize my faults in the relationship and my fuck ups, like being angry and talking loud to the point where you may think you're being yelled at. That's a fault of mine. I don't actually yell at people who I'm talking to. I get loud because I'm angry. It's not that
I'd
I'm
like to
yelling
get
at
in
them,
on this real quick. And from my perspective of why I'm kind of bitter towards my relationships. I'd have a girlfriend or two that I can think of that would complain about that, right? But they always yelled and got emotional. You see what I'm saying? It was like it wasn't. Yeah, and it's deliberate, Hornet. It's like when they're wrong and you're pissed. You know what I'm saying? Like then it becomes about my tone and the fact that I'm yelling, and not that they just did some shady cunty horseshit. And then and by horseshit I don't mean like cow shit. I mean whore shit. And that's the kind of pisses me off.
Did he go out?
I think he was cutting out.
You are hereby sentenced to 25 years in state custody for attempted vehicular assault.
He shouldn't have cheated on me. He's lucky he's alive.
Damn.
Order.
She ain't lying. She ain't lying.
I was like, yeah, they be like that. That was a Latina.
I'm just saying, I'm extremely aroused. Where do I sign up?
I'm saying though, is she that loyal? Because I might be down. You know what I'm saying?
Listen. Wow. Nice detention center. They're looking for green cards. So
now with these experiences that you gentlemen have had, do y'all now set your standards of what you're looking for, or are you just going into the next one hoping it's not the same? Like
the standards. I think my standards have shifted a lot throughout like my dating experience.
It has.
Yeah, because at first I feel like I was
very well. My bad.
My standards are completely and utterly different, but
yeah.
I've come to the realization that my judgment is not good enough, and so I just stay single.
Okay.
You there, Polaris?
Who?
He had trouble getting his mic working the last time too.
I'm still not hearing anything.
D5, I damn near had a fight behind someone leaving the water on when they were brushing their teeth, and I think they were doing that intentionally to irritate me. And
Jesus Christ! So Cynthia is fucking insane.
I made but they already knew it. D5, like I had explained to
They already knew it. Oh my God! Listen to you. How many times have I explained it to you before? Slap, 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 slap.
Yeah, turn it back.
It wasn't like that, but I wouldn't do their pet peeve. You know what I mean? But like when you're passive aggressive, when you're mad, I think that's why he was doing it, boy.
See, here's my thing. I think it's cute to be annoyed by a chick. All right.
Oh shit! You're the problem with America.
No. I like brats. I like brats.
Yeah, you're the one fucking encouraging this shit.
Yeah, but that don't mean she's got to be a lying fucking cunt.
Right.
That doesn't mean she's got to be a lying cunt. That doesn't mean
it does when you promote brattiness.
There's a cute way of doing that, and then there's a shit way of doing that. If you're doing it intentionally to fucking piss me off, then that's no longer cute. But if you're like making a joke at my expense sometimes, I can deal with that.
Man. You got your wires crossed. You're endorsing bad behavior because sometimes it gets you hard.
No, but it was the pet peeve that I had already communicated. I have already communicated that, so I knew what it was. So that was gonna lead. Like, do y'all communicate with your women these issues, or do you just like, I'm not fucking with that, I'm out of here?
obviously you just don't leave at the first sign of like trouble, right? Like you're
Yes,
communicate.
Brad,
Hey,
yes. How about that? Yes, there is nothing you can say or do to me. Yes. How about
There
that?
was a time when I couldn't even identify and articulate the problems, and that wasn't even that long ago.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like articulating that problem forward is like probably the biggest struggle. That's why I was saying earlier. Like, yeah, my relationships have changed, and like my perspective on them, and like my wants or whatever that I need in the relationship have changed throughout me understanding what I actually want out of a relationship. Right?
Right.
Like those are like the things that I'm looking for. Where I like a lot of individual space, and if you can't grant me that, then I'm that it's a no-go, right? Like those are going to be like deal breakers for me, where there's going to be some stuff like before that I'm just not too focused on, or like if you play an instrument, like I wanted that before, I don't think that's a necessary requirement now.
I love it. That's growth, and a lot of that's a bigger step than a lot of people even take or know to take or even think to take.
Yeah, there's like obviously bigger things, right? I just don't want to get too personal with
Right.
it. I just saying like that's just an example. But I think one of the best quotes that an older person has ever told me is that whenever you look at yourself in a relationship, you're staring through a funhouse mirror, where like things are distorted. Like you think that things work out in a certain way, but they're really playing out very differently to the people around you.
I absolutely agree. And with over
On
time,
an unrelated note, I gotta say this. Hornet, did you know in the Fallout universe, Greater Israel exists?
Yes, I did.
That is hilarious to me.
That is weird. It is weird. Yeah.
All I'm saying, but y'all go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't even remember. Good conversation.
What's wrong
though.
with being a gold digger? You can't be okay with women being gold diggers and making their only value what they can suck out of a guy.
Yeah.
Pun intended. And then say women are equal. Like that's bad to me.
Well, no, if you're capitalizing on one of like that's why I don't really have a problem with like OnlyFans girls or anything, because I'm just like, if you're capitalizing on something, like if I was super smart, I would take advantage of that, right? So like, why wouldn't I take advantage of my looks? That just seems like we're drawing a weird line.
No, that's the thing. I have no issue with people taking advantage of their looks. And if some motherfucker wants to pay for some young chick because she's hot and he may or may not get the pussy, that's on him.
Yeah.
I don't think a man is garbage or a loser just because he doesn't have money either.
And his mic went out. Hey, damn it.
I said I don't think men are garbage or losers because they don't have money.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. I think another issue is there's people aren't going out and meeting people. Social anxiety plays another factor.
I feel like a loser and piece of shit because I don't have money. I'm gonna be real.
So send some right now.
You let capitalism rot out your brains.
We can't have our host feeling like that.
We need money. Someone send money. It's an emergency.
Money me, money now. Please, money having. Need money, send money now.
OG needs money. My dog's talking to the other dogs. Money now. That's what she said. My little one said, she said, yeah. But yeah, I do think that the social anxiety does play, and people just don't get out and socialize like there was once upon a time.
I don't know if that. I feel like people socialize at a high rate now. That you're just interacting with too many people. I think I have the exact opposite like view on it, where with like dating sites, fucking people going to bars, clubs, all these places. Like if you've been there, there's a shit ton of people there. Like. People are interacting a lot. I just think the amount of interactions you're having is like
you just can't be boring as fuck either, and fucking and dressed like shit and look like shit.
I think people are over socialized.
Yeah.
And we're way too gynocentric. Everybody thinks that, that Hail to V shit is a huge problem in our society. Women think they got God's gift, and they're just walking around like they don't have to offer anything either. Just by virtue of having a vagina.
Coochie is the most valuable mineral in the universe, Dennison.
With that mentality, that's why we're fucked.
Yeah, I think but that also falls on like the other side where it's just like men got to stop like fucking just putting their dick in everything, right? Like you got to fucking have some standards, bros.
Whoa, hold on! I don't think you got the best interest at heart, brother.
Listen. If we want to control the sexual marketplace, we're gonna have to stop putting our dick in everything. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna have to happen.
Gay brother brought up the sexual marketplace. Gay. Gay. The fact capitalizing everything is gay. Gay.
Listen, it is a market. I'm telling you, it's a market.
It is not a market. It's not a market. If you are not able to provide for a family and fling meat, you're not going to be desired. You got to be able to do one of the two. And men need to understand that. If you ain't got the schmeat to sling, learn to lick schniz.
Oh my goodness.
And then if you can do both, if you can lick it and stick it, then fucking you're gonna be loved and adored.
Oh my gosh.
And then if you
don't tell Matt that. Like I know there are people that can sling it, fucking eat it, and fucking still cannot hold a relationship.
And what I'm saying, if you can then provide for a family, brother, that bitch will fucking murder another bitch, all right?
Nah.
I've seen a lot of cat fights.
Not a whore.
I've seen mostly whores.
I took a chicken and her kid, and she left me for an unemployed bass player.
Why do you say you took her in? Like it makes it seem like she came to you with the story and you agreed, okay. And I feel like were y'all in a relationship and had been in one for a couple of years and it just advanced to that? But the way you said
because I paid for everything and I asked for nothing in return except honesty and loyalty.
Huh.
That's where you fucked up. You asked the daughters of Lilith for honesty and loyalty.
I mean, that's all I'm interested in.
All of Eve's bloodline is gone because they were the Ditzy Valley girls of the fucking before 4 times.
So granted, I've been lied to my whole life. Everybody keeps telling me that there's plenty of good women out there.
It's not whores,
So now that I've realized that what's out there, let's put it that way. I like Bill Burr says, I got the champagne of victory right here in my pocket.
Interesting.
Listen, I'm pretty sure the cat lady would be honest and loyal with you, but
I mean, if you don't want to ruin women, keep them away from men. I think it's switched. If you don't want to ruin men, keep them away from women. I remember before I ever got my first piece of ass, I was a happy, autistic, fucking strong as fuck country boy. After my first piece of ass, I'm like, you know what? Life sucks.
Seriously though,
Pandora doesn't come out.
All your ambitions, all your energy, all your integrity, it all gets drained out of you by the succubus. By the time you're middle aged, there's nothing left.
Unironically, I'm not even joking. She pursued me. I was like,
I've never chased after a woman in my life.
I'm not gay. I'm just not interested in women. I want to go be a welder. I want to go see the world. And then I got pussy and I'm like, man, this is awesome. First argument, life sucks. The first time it was used against me, I'm like, I understand the trap. I understand the folly of my ways now.
D5, you need to listen on like 1.5 or 2x. You're way behind in the chat.
Listen, the first argument leads to better. I don't know about you, OG, but
Oh no. Okay, so there was a short time after the first argument where like makeup sex and then like hate fucking. Like I discovered and I'm like, this is awesome.
Listen, was it toxic? Yes, I'll admit it was toxic every day, but it was probably one of some of the funnest times in my life.
You've been forever corrupted, though.
That's what I'm talking
that
about.
innocent man
You're
with,
no
them,
longer-
with,
you're no longer
with
the same
dreams.
But you're supposed to grow from those experiences.
Yeah, you grow cancerous cells.
You grow jaded.
You get tumors in your asshole.
Hornet and OG kind of hit it on the spot. Is you take that inward look into yourself to become the predator. Prepare like what?
The abyss gazes back.
It tastes better when it's toxic.
Well, it's not even necessarily that you may like perform, like even if you think that you're performing super well, right? Like I think there is some level of like self work that person has to do, but I also think it's about selection, because like if you're selecting for bad people, then obviously you're gonna have bad results, right? Ultimately. And I think that's kind of also part of the dating experience where you're going through people that are just like, okay, this person's fucking horrible, this person's not that bad, oh, this person's pretty good, and then you just kind of find your like mojo.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's just like
That sounds like guru bullshit to me.
It's a learning.
It's like I think Jack Talcott has a better chance of finding world peace than what you just said.
Listen, it worked. It worked for me. I don't know if it worked for everybody. I'm just saying, like that's the way I've heard.
It's definitely not a bad journey to take. If nothing else, you do gain knowledge of yourself with that, taking that journey. And most people won't do that. They'll just shut themselves off and be like, "No, well, all women are suck. Fuck them."
No, I'm sure there's some good ones out there. Statistically speaking, they're going to get picked up when they're really young, you know, and by men who are going to be have a lot more to offer than I do, because I'm not really interested in shaping and molding myself into what a woman wants. I'm far more interested in what I want, what makes me happy, and I'm okay with it. I'm happier alone. Usually, when I'm in a relationship, I'm not as happy as I am when I'm not.
But if you find someone that's okay with that, that's okay with you being your own person, that like I said, my shit is like I like being super individualistic, right? Like that's kind of my like part of the relationship that I need. That's a requirement. Like like you find kind of it works. Like
So if he met a woman that wanted to spend a lot of quality time, he would automatically know this.
Like, nah, fuck that.
Yeah, this isn't going to go anywhere, and she's friend zoned forever.
And I'll highlight a difference. Like, if you want to have quality time just by being in the room with me, that's fair. I like that.
Like, most of them don't see that. Like, I agree with you on that, bro. Most women don't see that shit as quality time, though. If you're not giving them every ounce of attention.
That's the thing. That's where I don't like that shit. So like if I'm in a relationship that has that, then
what annoys me though is women are hypocrites. Women are hypocrites. When you do want to spend time with them, they don't want shit to do with you. They'll be like, "Oh, well, this, and this."
This dude's needy.
Yeah.
Clingy, needy, insecure.
Yeah, no, but that's why someone that like fits with you, not fits with like an ideal version of you.
But that's the thing. Like men are mostly easy to get along with. Like most men are easy to get along with. The simple fact of the matter is we've allowed women for generations and centuries to be hypocrites. And now that we have equal rights, women cannot handle equal responsibility and accountability in relationships. Plain and simple.
I don't know if that's true.
No, that's a fact.
I think that's 100% fact. It's literally the problem we're having.
They can, and in fact, they outwardly reject it. It
explains the problem we're having, even when you take into consideration that like some dudes suck, you know, not hashtag not all women. It fits the fact pattern.
Like I feel like there are those women, yeah. Like I wouldn't deny it, but I wouldn't think that every woman is like that.
Well,
And if I live with that,
again, I just said hashtag not all women. We're talking about American culture.
yeah,
In American culture, women think they don't need a man. They can own anything they want, do anything they want, and they don't even know what they want themselves. They preach one thing and react positively to another. So here's the form of a manipulation that I'll admit to that now that I think about it, it could be male testing that Cynthia was referring to. I know what women are attracted to and what they like. It's easy. Maybe
Stay
it's
an
not easy.
asshole, gentlemen. Stay an asshole.
Ex-
Never be nice.
exactly. I've turned around relationships both
Never let
ways
them. Never
simply
let them
by
see you cry.
breaking the
Never let them
rules
see
that I
you
know
weak
that
and be an
exist. There's
asshole.
there's guidelines to what women find attractive, and I can literally turn a woman hot or cold by going in and out of those guidelines at will. It's just the
Right.
truth. The truth is, I don't want to be an alpha male. Alpha males are gay cucks with no personality, and they suck. So, what a woman's ideal version of me is a fucking lame ass that I don't
Yeah,
want to be.
that's what I'm saying.
It's a
You-
boring, shitty, fucked up existence.
What is your ideal woman then? With that being said about you, what woman do you know would work best with that personality?
Yeah.
With my personality,
Yes.
I mean, I can tell you what I think I want.
None. Okay.
Like, what are your
I haven't
standards?
had any successful relationships. The longest relationship I ever had it was a fucking disaster. We just kept getting back together because we had real love.
Right.
But the relationship was awful.
But what woman works best for you, your personality type?
You're asking someone who's had a string of failed relationships. I can tell you what I'm looking for. I don't know that it's necessarily what's good for me.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I like feminine women. I like soft, friendly, submissive, quiet women.
Mm-hmm.
And what's important to me, more than like looks or money or anything like that, is like mutual respect and loyalty.
Listen, don't come in poor. Like, number one rule, don't come in poor.
So, if
And
you
you know
don't
what I
like being an alpha male and you want a woman that's kind of submissive, who's leading?
No, I don't think leading is being an alpha male. Alpha
Oh.
males cuck.
Oh.
They ask their wife. They do what their wife wants, but they have a big truck.
Okay.
Like all the alpha male proponents, like that one guy from Tim Pool, wound up like being dudes who like watching their wives get fucked by other men.
Ugh.
Every single time.
Interesting.
But no, like never, ever, ever, never let them see you cry. Never be weak.
What?
Never let them feel you. Never let them
I
know
don't-
you're sad.
I don't agree with that.
You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to. Agree
You
with
can
it.
remain wrong.
I think having your guard up constantly forever just is like literally the worst existence I could possibly ever think.
It is, but it's gonna make the pussy wet.
I'm not.
It is the worst existence. Were you not listening to me talk?
It is,
That's
but
the whole point.
It is, but it's how you have a successful relationship.
I have a
Correct.
successful relationship, and I can let my walls down every now and again. I just don't let my walls
Every
down
now and again. You like how we had to add that in there?
Yeah, like that's the difference. Like, there's a difference between like
Yeah, so you lived the
never
majority of
crying
your
in front
life
of
with
her,
walls up.
never crying in front of her, and sometimes I fucking have like a bad fucking day where like a pet died or fucking parent.
Yeah, see? You can only cry if something dies.
No, you can't.
Condition, right?
You're making my point.
If your mother and
you're
father die,
wrong.
you're not allowed to show weakness to them.
Not
They
to-
lose respect for you.
Yeah,
That has
also,
been my experience.
also let's put it.
Woman lose respect for me. I'm not gonna hit her. I'm not gonna treat her like shit. I'm going to tell her to fly the fuck off and go find some
And put
other
it
fucking chick she likes, or find somebody else to fucking talk to about her problems. I'm gonna
put it
pick
in
her up,
context though.
go put her in the fucking road where I found her.
Yeah,
Put
I
it in
get
context.
it.
You can cry. You
But why
can
would-
like every once in a while when someone important dies, you can cry. Every once in a while, if you're watching a movie that she makes her cry, you
Yeah,
can
you
let a single tear down. But
can't
don't
even
don't ever cry in an actual real moment that you're experiencing together, because that's the end. It's
you
all
can
over
never,
after that.
in my experience, you can't even do that. In my experience, you can't even do that.
I feel like you very much can. Like I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe that
There are going to be
Well, then
times.
do it. Go do it.
No,
Do
you
it.
need to know that if something goes down, your wife can hold, your significant other can hold it down, and if you're gone, she can still.
That is not what women want.
They can't.
They're looking for someone to hold it down 24/7.
No, but that's
the myth of
unrealistic.
women. I
You can never
agree.
do that, and somebody needs to know that, and if they don't, you need to tell them that. But that's realistically, we're talking about realistically what makes a healthy relationship is you need to know.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about realistically or what makes a healthy relationship. I'm talking about realistically how women act when you're in a relationship with them. They're not making their decisions based upon what's going to be healthy.
Depends on the women, all right?
Yeah.
It's like I don't know, dude. Like I feel like there's
Yeah, Ben, it's a good point.
No. Like, look, I get individuals and outliers exist, but let's stop the fucking individualism. There are baseline genetic and evolutionary reasons that women act like this. There's a reason. There's baseline evolutionary and genetic reasons men act the way they are. The simple fact of the matter is, you literally cannot show weakness because the genetic and evolutionary response to you being weak is not being able to protect them. It is. I don't hate women for it.
Weakness
I'm
would be.
annoyed with
They
it.
also don't know what real weakness is, too, though.
That's
They're
what
bad at discerning what strength
That
is.
would be weakness.
Do you want to know my mentality?
That weakness is okay. It's when the weakness is the only thing you can provide. That's when, like, I
don't
don't want
know.
to be
On
around,
what fucking planet does that exist, Hornet?
I don't want to be around a woman that's going to cry all the time. That's just
I can bench press every single woman I've ever been with. I mean, let's be real about this.
Either like that. That's
Having feelings and showing emotions is what women think is weak, and they're wrong.
I agree, but not every woman feels that way. So not
every woman feels that way, Cynthia. But enough of women to, one, be the majority, and two, prove that it is evolutionarily and genetic. Like the simple fact that like this is why I don't like talking to women and liberal men, because they do the whole individualist. Well, not all, or I don't do that. No, you're an outlier. If you don't do that, you're an outlier. But I have seen it not only with me, but I have seen it with my friends and my family. You show any modicum of weakness in front of her, and she no longer respects or cares about you. There have been feminists.
Yeah, there are women like that. I would not agree.
But the majority of women are like that. I won't stop until you agree that majority of women are like that. Not some, not a few.
I don't think that's the majority. That's what I'm disagreeing on. I don't.
Well, then you can be wrong.
I mean, we're agreed to disagree.
Remember, we agreed that you have the right, that individuals have the right to be retarded and wrong.
Oh,
yeah.
But the simple fact of the matter is,
necessarily plays out that way. Like I know plenty of people in relationships where if you shed one tear, it's over. Like, no, that's a fucking stupid fucking standard.
It's not that's the problem. It's not a standard because you're dealing with women and it's chaos.
Also, wasn't what I said.
That'd be the set goal. That is the standard. That's what you're describing. And I don't.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's literally not. It's not what I said. You even yourself admitted to it. If your mother dies, it's perfectly acceptable to shed a few tears.
I agree more with your.
It's perfectly acceptable to have a stoic moment where a single tear. Chicks think that's hot because now you're sensitive. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real emotions. Raw emotions, and ones that involve her and her behavior specifically. How about that? When you react to a woman instead of your fucking parents dying.
Like, I was just disagreeing with OG's like one tier kind of thing. That's fucking dumb. But I agree with.
And also, lots of these people stay in the relationships far long after they lose respect for their men.
Oh, for
that's
sure.
a majority of the relationships I see with middle-aged people. The woman stopped fucking him and stopped respecting him 20 years ago.
Yeah, they're scared that they might not find someone else, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of fucking reasons, right? Like, I agree.
Yeah, whatever those reasons are, I'm just saying I'm already out of that relationship. I'm not going to live in a husk of a fucking marriage. I'm going to leave.
Not gonna live in a fucking prison, and
I would rather be alone than deal with what Denny's describing.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm just saying, like, if I had to keep my guard up all fucking day for the rest of my fucking life, like
you do though, you're a man.
You
That's
do.
your curse, brother.
All moments.
You are. You inadvertently admitted to the fact that you're doing it, and you just don't realize it. And most men are. They're constantly doing it, not being themselves, so that their woman doesn't take everything they have, including their children, and walk out.
Dude, my father didn't even cry at his mother's funeral. It was conditioned that no moments, zero. For me to even have that moment, for me, that's already leaps and bounds ahead of where they were at.
Yeah, no.
I rest my case.
Yeah, you know why they did that? Because that's how fucking people operate.
That's because that's what they've been told to operate under. That's not how people operate.
No.
I don't want to do what I'm told to do. Call me insolent, whatever you want to call it. I'm tired of doing what I'm told. I want to do what I want to do. And if a woman can't handle it, she can find a motorcycle riding alpha to screw her over.
Sophia, just so the women.
Oh,
understand.
dude, that makes me laugh.
Let me address Sophia
so
in chat.
Fucking hard. Go ahead.
Because I think this is actually really important. Yes, men are fundamentally from day one conditioned to not show emotion, to have their shit under control.
You gotta be hard. The world's hard.
Pass. As a matter of fact, I think men have more complex emotions than women. We should embrace them.
Just when these bitches make the decisions, let them live with their decisions.
Okay.
And just laugh at them. Look at them like, oh man, how'd that play out for you?
I guess because I'm older. Because I know that anytime that we've had a situation to where I had to be the strong one, I'm actually in one right now. It only makes our connection stronger and our bond stronger. So I guess to the women out there,
I agree. Yeah, that's
that's hot, Sophia.
Gets to be the rock there.
Yeah, like it makes it knowing that hey, I
can trust you at that point.
Yeah,
I have given that level of trust to you. And that I think that's probably the ideal relationship that people should be.
So I guess to the women out there, like that, sticking through those type of times, and yeah, they are hard, but it's always important to communicate. But when you stick through those, and on the other end, it's only stronger, and there's going to be more and more, and with each one, it gets stronger.
You just can't trust people. You can't trust men. You can't trust women. I'm sorry, no,
yeah,
no,
I'm with that.
You can't. Men aren't much better. Your bros won't respect you if you try to talk to them either. So, but with women, it's different because they're supposed to be the rock. They're supposed to be your partner. They're supposed to be your fucking rib. And they'll tell you all these things they want. You try to provide them, and it's not fucking good enough. So you let these bitches go.
Mm-hmm.
You don't be disrespectful. You don't be mean. You don't hit them. You let them go about their fucking way. You don't listen to the fucking tears, the crying, and the bullshit. When they get fucked over, you don't bend over backwards to make it better for them. You let them live with it, and you don't go back. Never go back.
Yeah,
never.
I agree. Here's the thing that my mother told me, right? She said, if a woman ever threatens to kill herself because you left her, you let them do it. You should not get involved at that point, right? If people are toxic as fuck, you walk away. Fuck that shit. You don't have to deal with that shit. But what I'm saying is, for the ideals in a relationship, yes, I want the person to sometimes have my back. Sometimes I'm gonna falter. I'm human.
Wait. I'm not talking about just the trash, Lou. I'm talking about any relationship, male or female, mainly female, because even women who aren't trash still act the way I'm describing in many relationships. So you let them. They have free rights. The government and everything wants to divide men and women. They want to let women do stupid shit and make stupid decisions and then force you to coddle them. No, don't. Fuck that. They're strong, independent women that don't need no man. They have equal rights. They can make money. They're graduating college at higher ways, making more money than men. Let them deal with their own fucking problems.
Yep.
Let them fucking, and then when they pushed you away, they've done fuck shit that hurts you mentally and emotionally. You've made the decision to walk away, or they've pushed you out. When they get hurt, when they fall, you have to be their fucking dad. You have to be the father that they didn't have, or the dad that they want to take care. You have to look back and you have to let them scrape their fucking knee and brush themselves off, and then you don't go back.
Yeah,
you
I
don't
agree.
fucking go back.
100% with that. Like, that's why I'm like, yeah. But what I'm talking is the more of the ideals. But I'm gonna head out, OG.
What's up, Chuck?
I'll catch you later.
What up? What up? What up?
Who's here? Oh, finally. I don't know. I see definitely a generation change in relationships, and it sounds like women and way partners are made. So
women are men now.
As an elderly, though, to continue.
And men are women.
Oh, right. And it's important, as an elderly.
By what metric, Chuck?
They seem to be softer these days.
Elaborate on softer.
And they show more. I can't even talk. Been digging the car out. More emotions than they used to. They're more reserved. In their, and it seems like they don't care about the opposite sex. Now, it could be the opposite sex fault, but
say it is that.
I remember when you opened the doors for the lady and you helped them when it was time to seat them at a table at a restaurant or something. Now you hear back talk and sass and, oh, I'm sorry I did that. Let me see if I can correct my ways. I don't get it.
Those men get married.
Do they?
100%.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing, though?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really use terms like bad. I'll just say what I'm complaining about is a direct result of that. Is like these cucked.
That's
fake.
Being cucked.
Yeah, 100%. I do something nice for you, and you bitch about it, and then I'm like, "Oh, my bad." That's a cuck. Men don't lead. They don't assert. They don't. There's no correction. You're not even allowed to criticize women in front of other men. If you criticize female behavior in front of other men, they call you a bitch, a simp, an incel. The game is flipped entirely on its fucking head.
Yeah.
I see a lot more women leading the relationships, it seems like.
What other choice do you have?
Well,
you get
that's the
fucked
thing,
over
though.
by the state or be alone.
That is something that I realized early on is it's important to let a man be a man, to let them open the door. And when they do that type of stuff, say thank you. When they pay, like definitely show that gratitude. Again, that is something that is passed on from generation to, to the generations, which is why it's important to continue to have the elders to pass it along.
I don't think that's sustainable, though. We can't. This cork is not going back in the bottle. I think what we need is.
I do think it will. I do think it will swing around, though. I think like much of all society, things will swing back around to that, though.
Because I think once women have 100 years of not needing men and being corporate slaves,
how long it'll take, but people will be tired of this. people will rise up and say, no, this isn't
No,
right.
no, they won't. No, that you severely misunderestimate your own gender's hubris.
Nope.
Women will double down
Yeah.
on this. Have you ever tried to talk to a woman about her horrible selection in friends and mates? This bitch,
Good
you
luck
can
with that
literally be sitting down next to her, and she's fucking dabbing up blood from a broken nose, and her fucking eyes are swollen. Like, you need to leave him. Oh no, he's so misunderstood.
It's my fault.
I love him. No, y'all are retarded. Like,
And
I
but
haven't-
you want to be treated like adults too. That's it's bad enough that you're retarded. You need to be treated like geniuses, paid like geniuses, treated like geniuses, and in the relationship you're the one with the pants on.
You want women want the ability to women. It's like women think that men ruled the world because we wanted that responsibility for thousands of years.
You mean we didn't?
No.
Oh, women.
It's because no one else will do the fucking shit. Men want women. Women want air conditioning and fucking electric train cars
women only wanted equality once air conditioning and office spaces became the norm.
Like Chappelle said, we'd fuck you in a cardboard box if we could get away with it. The only reason we buy homes is because women like homes. The only reason we have nice things is because women like nice things. The woman is the prize. The Porsche is the bait. Gotcha, bitch.
Like there, and I hate I absolutely hate talking about relationships, because then you have the wannabe alpha males and the dude bros. Come on, you're just not man enough. I've talked to women who've gotten their ass beat that are my friends, and I had no interest in fucking or having a relationship with. Like, you need to leave. He beat the fuck out of you. You need to go. And get argued with and have her double the fuck down and want to come cry on my shoulder. You know how I handle that? Be gone. Be gone. Bye bye.
Well, that's a masculine trait, though, when he beats the shit out of you. That means he's strong and not weak. You'll never see him crying at a movie.
Yeah, until he gets his fucking teeth knocked down his throat by a fucking midget.
Not the midget.
I know. I've seen that happen. I've seen a midget beat the fuck out of a domestic abuser. And here's the fun part.
Was he a little?
That's not the fun part.
She stayed with him when he cried because she doubled down, because everybody said that she should leave. It's the only time they stay when you cry, when people tell them they should leave. It's like women take especially when they're young, they take every bad decision that they can make, and they're like, how can I make this worse? The only few exceptions are women that have gone through trauma. Bad trauma. But not too much. Gone through bad trauma, but not too much. And they understand it. They understand the game. They withdraw, and they fix themselves. They do shit. There are very few examples of this, but there are a few good women out there. But those women become just as jaded as I am right now.
Yeah, they're in our chat right now.
Well, a lot of women, that's all they know, so they think that's normal. That's why they look at you side-eye when you try to give them a solution that doesn't work in their chaotic world. And it's the same for men that won't stand up for themselves.
Yeah,
and they want to come crying on your shoulder for advice, and you try to give it to them, and they look at you side-eyed like, I'll get my ass beat if I say or do that.
Damn, Chuck. Damn, you didn't have to talk about our conversation. That's crazy.
I wasn't talking about you.
I feel like if, as a man, you're standing up for yourself, you're already fucked up. Because this is a woman who's only going to be at best temporarily impressed by your ability to stick up for yourself, and is going to be constantly testing you in the future.
They get off on it. They get off on the shit test.
Yeah.
That's the thing. that's the thing that people don't want to talk about. They get off on the shit test.
Right.
Yeah, I remember about this would have been, I remember, late 2000s, probably. No, late 90s, 99-ish. We was in a bar one day, me and the buddies. And I'm telling you right now, I am not a looker. Y'all have seen me. But this nurse stops in for a drink, a young, pretty little filly. And I told my buddies, I says, watch what happens as soon as she sees me. And they start laughing at me and shit. She saw me and she come running over there and sat down right next to me. And their fucking jaws hit the table. Their mouths were wide open. They're like, what the fuck? I said, you just got to know how to treat them. You don't treat them like shit, you get respect.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the fact that you were the tallest dude in the entire building.
No, it was just the fact that I'd met her before in there, and I always looked out for her. Because she was a good 20 years younger than me. And I was, pushing 40 and married. So I had no business trying to plant my root there, but more of a fatherly type.
That's also a totally different situation we're talking about.
Right.
We're talking about like relationship. Yeah. The opposite is true. Like obviously, if you're being a fatherly protective figure, you don't have to treat them like shit. Obviously,
yeah.
If you're talking about relationship, the minute you don't treat them like shit, it's over.
Oh, I had a silver tongue, especially got me in a lot of trouble in my latter stages of my drinking career. And nobody could understand it. I said, it's all about how you talk to them.
It's all
Has
about
nothing to do with look.
It's all about how you flick it.
What's that?
It's all about how you flick it.
Yeah.
Orthodox, you're thinking when I'm like the silver tongue. What's that? Okay.
Silver tongue devil, the gift of the gab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, ain't nothing gets to it back then. Listening to a woman and telling her what she wants to hear back then was like you're ticking in.
Well, apparently this is what men don't like. They're not going to do that shit no more.
I know.
Fuck these women in their bullshit games. They can go kick rocks is apparently where the men are at, I guess.
But I don't know. A lot of these young kids anymore, even my oldest daughter, I'd like to knock her in the head with a golf club if I could.
What? Why?
Well, she makes the most dumbest decisions, especially when it comes to relationships. I'm like, you were never exposed to that or treated like that growing up. So I don't know why you find the need to find these jerks, for lack of a better word to call it. You know?
There's a lot of female copium in the chat right now.
Well, it was also make me thinking like, are people's pickers bad? You know, do you just and you need to tweak your picker? You know,
I've come to that conclusion for myself. That's why I stay single.
So we definitely kind of touched on that earlier. I think that is a huge thing. But I think, again, that journey starts with yourself. I hate to hear that Denison, to that journey and concluded single life was the best life for him. Because that's really not the way we're called to live. I mean, obviously, women, by the biblical standards by which I follow, woman was created to be a partner for men. Like being in a relationship with a man is a beautiful thing, but it's a balance that takes work on both parts. Hard work. It's not going to always be sunshine and roses, but once that work is done and that commitment is made, it blossoms into something very beautiful. And I hope that everyone finds that someday.
Yeah,
sounds like some Disney propaganda.
When I was sat down,
it's not. We're not intended to be alone. Like there have been times like what am I going to do? And praise God that I had someone here, a man, vice versa. That same man goes down. I'm there to be that person, and Like we said earlier, that bond is beautiful, and I can't find it elsewhere.
I have that bond that I don't sleep with.
That's good. That in itself is the companionship. So maybe when we talk about companionship, it doesn't always have to be a sexual companionship, but
Thank you, 100%.
that companionship is definitely valuable and needed, and I hate to see people push it away.
I think sex is good for you too, but yeah, I'm just not that interested in sex anymore to put up with the relationship that's attached to it, or to seek it out casually.
Well, that's a decision that works best for you. Then good for you. That's a bigger step than most take. Sexual addiction is real. Also, I don't think people talk about that enough. But sexual addiction is real, and there's a lot of people battling that.
Yep. I would even throw porn in that category.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I for me to invest in a woman at this point, there needs to be some utility. Like if she wants to help me with this financial game, so we can build a farm together and create a self-sustainable environment for ourselves and our children, I'm cool with that. But I need like I remember being the only one who worked, and then just coming home and then just giving her the paycheck, and I was fine with that. But now I need, like, there has to be, you got to know how to grow stuff and build things. I mean,
just taking over my life.
You're gonna have a hard time finding that.
A couple of years ago, I would have believed you, D.
I also look at the parents. Like, what are how? And I taught my sons, like, if you are interested in a woman, get to know their mom, because there's a good chance that's the woman they're gonna become. Like, what's their mom?
Fuck no.
Do what?
I said, oh hell no, you don't want to be my mom.
But but for my sons, there are good chances the daughters do become their moms. There's probably a good chance you became your dad. I'm sure I would have told my daughters.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you there.
Yeah, so that's how come I always talk to my sons about, like, get to know their family. What's their family like? Because that's going to be your family.
I always said I'm never going to be like my old man. Damn, the older I got, the more I was like him.
Praise God.
More like Jasmine.
At least I didn't get married as much as they did. I think they had like 12 or 14 between the two of them.
Jeez.
Yeah. Well, there was like 7 of them that was between the two of them. The rest were outsiders.
Oh, yeah. I had those too. Oh, good. Joe has more videos, so we can get off the relationship.
Well, I sure hope it ain't top videos or ice videos. I hope it's
they are. What else does Joe even think
I
about?
want to see some Disney princess shit.
Like, what else does Joe think about? See,
you're being summoned to the panel.
Joe can't have a woman that wants him to always be home. Like, that type of woman's never going to be good for Joe.
Well, he can't park that stick in the holster.
Yeah, so but it depends. Like, she could go with him.
That
would work too.
Either. He's not going to like that too much neither.
Not Joe.
No. So
I wouldn't mind.
That's very secure in their relationship. On top of being a YouTube content creator,
he's got too much street in him.
For sure, Joe. You can take the Joe out of the streets, but you'll never take the streets out of Joe.
Right. I'm the same way though. I grew up in the ghetto, so I know about the street. I just try not to live that lifestyle anymore. Because I get in a fight, there's no such thing as a fair fight.
Oh,
Me and
no.
my tire iron used to be real good friends.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh
I
my.
remember I tore up a car dealership with a tire iron. They weren't too happy.
It happens, it happens. And it does happen at car dealerships, entire places.
Well, when the finance manager, when I got in there, they wrote up the contract, and I looked at the interest rate, and I said something about it, and he laughed at me. That was the wrong thing to do. And that was back when I was still drinking.
Hmm.
And I just wigged out. The wife grabbed the kids and ran to the car. She knew what was coming.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was a terror when I was a drinker.
What's up,
Oh,
Joe?
hey, Joe. Good to see you. We were just talking about you and your future relationships.
With you?
No,
with a
hell,
man.
hell no.
My bad.
Yeah, calm down.
I was just hoping.
But it's good to have goals. Reach for the stars.
Might as well aim high.
Yeah, might as well aim high. I like where your head's at.
Come on, Joe. You didn't tap that when you was in Texas?
Hell no.
I can't even joke about it because I feel bad that I don't know what boobs look like. I've been seen her twice, and yeah.
No,
so I didn't give her. I didn't even look at her that way. Man.
No.
Yeah. Somebody find them videos that I put in there. They're hilarious. And
They better be Disney. They better be Disney.
What Chuck is going to say. I don't want to poison the well, but Chuck, you'll enjoy this shit.
Oh, I
Did you
bet.
get it, OG? He
Did
might
I
have
what?
checked her out.
Is Dan here? Oh, there go OG. OG, can you
They're
pull
both
that?
here.
Can you
What's
pull
up?
that shit up out of the chat? I put 2 little short videos in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I might have sent you one of them, OG. It's fine.
Man,
Don't ruin it.
I am not. I've already showed one of these on chat. Or on
Okay.
video today.
Okay. Yeah,
I showed the one about the teacher.
So the other
Oh,
one
a
there.
Disney wedding?
Yeah.
Well, you might want to.
That'd be fun.
Wait. You might want to show them both because some people ain't seen it. I bet you I don't know if they seen it.
My daughter was going to do that, Cynthia. And when she was, so she gave me the cost.
Yeah, I got here to open it. And this is hilarious.
Woman.
Let them hear the opening
couldn't speak
words,
English,
OG,
but
so
she
they'll know
somehow
what's
understood
going
when I was
on.
looking for cold water. She was able to walk.
I have a website for reporting illegal immigrants, and sometimes people end up on the site thinking that it's real. And one person wanted me to look into an employee working at the grocery store Publix.
It was a young Spanish woman who couldn't speak English, but she somehow understood when I was looking for cold water. She was able to walk me and point me in the right direction, but couldn't communicate with me in English.
Okay, and so now you want us to go ahead and remove her from the country.
Well, if this is something you're doing, what's your goal here? What was the intent? What was the whole point of the reporting?
Okay.
Fact check. Do you work for the government, Brian?
I am in affiliation in a non-affiliated way with the government. We do work coherently and cohesively with the ICE.
Whatever that
My husband
means.
and I were like number 4 in line at the checkout.
Mhm.
The 3 customers in front of us also did not speak English.
Gotcha.
So it's a community. It's an entire community.
She helped you find the water. Then she takes you to the cashier. It was at that point when you made the connection that multiple Publix employees.
I asked her in English. Can you show me where you've got your cold bottled water?
Mhm.
She couldn't communicate with me.
And then she did help you find the water.
Right. She walked me right to it.
And so despite her ability to help you find the water, you feel like she should be put in a van and driven across the border.
No, that's not. No, that's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's worth an interest. It's worth a peek.
Gotcha. Okay. But if we were to take a peek and find out, yeah, she actually isn't in the country legally, then it would be worth putting her in that van and driving her over the border.
Well, I mean, and a lot of them will tell you that they've been here for years. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But for whatever reason, they still can't speak English. So there's no assimilation. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I'm not asking you to go, guns blazing. What I'm saying is of the only two employees that we encountered, neither one of them could speak English at an American grocery store. So you can do with the information what you choose, but that's all I'm saying. It's worth looking into, is what I think.
Our representative did meet with the store managers just recently. They were able to conclude that they are documented citizens, every employee at that particular Publix. My supervisor also wanted me to reach out because we record all of our calls for quality assurance, and he was listening to the last call, and there was some unprofessionalism on my end that I apologize for. So he just wanted to reach out and see if you'd be interested in a free year of Duolingo on us.
No. And to be honest with you, there was some words spoken that really kind of put me on edge. It seemed as though it was, somewhat of a leading conversation on your end. I wasn't, pushing or forcing for these people to be picked up and removed. I wanted the store investigated.
And so once the investigation was concluded, we determined that they won't be picked up and removed.
Man, I don't even want
Robinson.
want to watch
And
this
just
propaganda.
On my end,
That's all this is.
But
That's
Duolingo
wild
is a
to
language
think that
learning platform and app.
there are people that
hey,
would really
pause
make
it, whoever got it,
interactive
so I can hear
lessons.
y'all arguments.
It's designed.
there are people that would really make those phone calls though. I mean,
Those are real people.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's crazy. That's the sad part. I mean,
Right. That's
the
what make
part.
it.
You can just be
Yeah.
doing your job at the grocery store, and you not even the lady that you pissed off because she had a bad day could do something like this, that's just the world we live in now.
The other one, if I don't know if y'all saw that one, was a kindergarten teacher, I think it was.
Yeah, saw that one.
Calling in saying the kid, I found out that one of his parents is from Honduras and one's from so and so. You need to come.
El
check it out.
Salvador.
There you go. Yeah, that's great, right? Isn't that great? You get to see that shit. It's kind of like watching Nazi shit. The old fucking motherfuckers telling on people and shit. It's like watching a Spielberg movie in real time.
But it's also just causing division.
I'm glad you bring up Nazis, Joe.
Okay,
I
guess I did.
doubt Publix would report employee citizenship status legal or illegal. Maybe it's just propaganda to make you hate deportations. Have you ever thought about that?
Is what propaganda make me hate it?
That
This
shit
right
we
here?
watched. Yeah, the shit we just watched. You don't have any confirmation about any of this.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't say that because that dude's famous and I've been watching for years. And is it propaganda? I assume it is. That dude's definitely hilarious as fuck. And I shouldn't say definitely, but I think he's left-wing. He's putting his spin on it or whatever. Changes nothing. That was a real chick who called in. That's the loose. That was all I cared about. I don't give a fuck.
We don't know if that was a real chick
we
that
don't
called
know
in.
if that was a real chick.
We don't know if it was a real teacher that called in.
Here's why I say
no, on God, bro. Easy one. I seriously doubt Publix will report an employee citizenship status illegal or legal, man.
Publix would not. You don't know who that guy is? He's famous for doing this. You don't know who he is. You haven't seen him. He's the guy who makes the fake websites and responds to them.
So it would be hard for him to believe that he would make fake callers.
He would. His reputation is too solid. He'd risk too much to fake something. He is famous for this shit. He does tours about this shit. If he did it, if somebody found out he had one fake call, his ass would, wouldn't be worth it. You've seen the guy who every time he does these shorts, where they be
you take him on face value.
I'm not convinced, Joe.
I told you I don't take anyone on face value. I assume everybody has their angle, blah, 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 blah. However, I have considered this pretty, the guy has a reputation. I don't know if y'all ain't seen him where he'd be like, I made a fake McDonald's page and he get McDonald's yelling at Wendy's and all of that shit. That's the same guy doing something about this.
So he's a nefarious character comedian.
He's a comedian,
yeah. No, I don't.
Bingo.
Sounds like a disingenuous scumbag.
A comedian.
Yeah,
Bingo.
if he's a comedian, it's scripted. Other comedians friends are
Wait.
doing it.
You guys need to stop it because I
No.
know you watch the truth.
Oh,
The comedians
No.
speak.
get out
George
of your
Carlin,
feelers, Joe.
not fellas and
He
pizza
does, there are
logic.
no
Why
proof
do you
that those
interrupt me to
calls are
say that all
real.
the time? Chase the logic. I mean, it's
There
weird.
are no proof that those calls are
Listen
real.
anyway. You know, I know you don't want to hear what I got to say because it might, strike you and make you feel weird. But I do the courtesy of letting you niggas talk.
You're the one using your emotions.
All I wanted to
right
say
now.
was, all I wanted to say was that I don't like your logic there because people like George Carlin and Dave Chappelle kicks the truth and they're comedians. That was all I was going to say. That's what y'all was shouting me down over.
You take a comedian as proof, as logic?
Right.
Come on.
I don't believe. I mean,
George Carlin don't speak the truth. Oh, gee,
He's a
help me. What are you
comedian.
doing?
He's a comedian.
Oh,
Oh,
gee,
brother man, I hate George Carlin. So
But
Me
you don't got
too.
no help here.
Okay, great. So whether you hate him or not, he doesn't speak the truth. George Carlin.
He speaks his propagandized narrative. He
What
doesn't
does
make
that
it
have to
true
do?
because he's funny.
Yeah,
He's
what
a
is that?
comedian and he is famous for speaking certain things. He's the most famous ever. He died, and that is what he's famous for, speaking the truth.
Phone call. What does that have
What?
to do with this phone call and this situation? Why are you moving that? I don't
when
believe those calls to be real.
It went there because he said that do I believe comedians don't speak truth, and I'm saying some of them do, especially the good ones.
Okay. That doesn't change my point of view of that comedian. That phone call.
And I won't be able to change it in a conversation here. However, if you were curious, you may just see the guy across your feed and you'll be like, that's the guy. He's the one who has McDonald's yelling at Wendy's, so and so. And I see his stand up everywhere. He puts big shows on and shit. He's super famous. And then you'd realize, whoa, if he faked a bit, his ass would be in trouble.
How do we know he hasn't been caught or will be caught in the future?
We do know if he fake, he'll get caught because he's got so many subs. He's under so much scrutiny, so many haters. If he makes a misstep, it will come out the same day.
You can't argue something that will happen. Like it would happen if it did. You can't argue that.
Well, it's likely if that'll make you feel better. I'm not saying I know the future. That wasn't my contention.
So you can't argue that part.
Yeah. I was not trying to argue that I can predict the future. I just meant to say
you can
it's
predict
likely.
The future. Okay, Joe, that's a good one. I like it. I've never heard.
Are you acting like you don't hear me for real? You just been.
We're going logic the way that
I
you
am
like
not.
To
But you straw man me 3 times in a row. I said I am not saying I can predict the future, and you keep saying like I can.
Okay.
I am not saying it. And you're like, oh, you can predict the future. I am saying that I know. I am not saying I can predict the future. No.
Okay.
But some things can tell you what's likely. Would you agree? If a nigga stole from every friend out there, is he likely to steal from another guy? You can't say 100%, but it's an indicator.
Right. But I'm just trying to say I don't believe that call to be real. And you're saying, well, if it wasn't real, if he would have been that, he would have been caught. That's not an argument to stand on proving that it's real. That's just the point I was wanting to make.
No, I agree. It doesn't prove, and it can't prove, and one little piece would not prove. However, I gave you my take that it's like you know who that Dinesh guy is?
No.
He's the guy who busts out all the races and stuff on TikTok and YouTube now. He'll find he posts their shit and people find the races and they lose their jobs and shit. His reputation is that if someone found out that he faked some shit, and he's already got lawsuits and everything, someone would tear him apart. So by that same logic, if this dude reputation, because of what he does, he's made fun of so many people are waiting to tear him apart. I'm throwing all of this shit in there. I'm not saying that one thing will prove anything to Cynthia. I hope you remember that dude's face because he's hilarious, man.
Do you support lawfare against people you don't like?
God, no.
All right, then why are you praising this Dinesh dude?
He doesn't do lawfare. He's got nothing to do with it. He's a regular citizen.
So he docks people. He finds out people who are racist for other people to go do lawfare and get them fired.
It's not lawfare. It wouldn't have shit to do with lawfare. It would have to be political opponents and government type shit. That's lawfare.
Okay,
It wouldn't have nothing to do with me and you.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be political. You're using lawfare against your fellow citizen.
I thought it was only political. Hold on, let me look at
No.
it. That's the only term I've ever used in the conversations politically. Perhaps you're right. Let me see.
I'm gonna take off, guys. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man. I was watching Ice Pirates. Lawfare definition. Legal on the part of a hostile campaign against a country or group. It doesn't say it has to be legal. Well, I guess it did. A legal action. It has to be a legal action as part of a hostile campaign. I guess getting a motherfucker arrested. I guess so. So definitely
Getting them
legal
arrested,
action.
getting them fired, engaging in
You know what though?
lawsuit.
That's not true. That's not lawfare under that definition. Because if if you rob someone and I call the police on you, that's not lawfare simply because I got the police involved. Simply because he
Reporting a
showed
legitimate crime does not
their crime on TV or showed their act on TV wouldn't make it lawfare.
So do you support his actions?
In most cases, yes. If you're talking about the next guy, yes. All he does is, like this guy beat up a teenager on a bike.
Okay. You said all he does. You said what he does is like point out racism and get people fired. Okay, no.
Yeah. It wouldn't just be racism. Well, most of it's racism, but
Well,
like
then
adults
he's
beating
wrong.
up
Then
on
he's
kids
wrong.
and shit.
If you beat up a teenager or a child, you deserve to face punishment. If
That's
you
what
have
he
a
did. Yeah, that's
have
what he
a
does. He'll
belief,
make a somebody have a video of some unknown guy jumped out his van. This really happened. Beat up some kid because he didn't like how he was riding his bike or something. Kid was on the sidewalk. He got to go all the way over there, and then he gets back in his truck. He shows the vid because he's popular. People find out who they are, and they tell the police. Police go arrest the guy. Okay, I can hear you. I can't. Maybe I can't. Somebody else say something. Did I lose my sound? Is OG talking?
You're good.
Okay. You're kind of weird sounding.
Oh man.
I think you're in and out. Chuck, are you there?
I'm here.
I'm trying to see if I lost their sound. I don't hear Chuck or Dan either, and your sound is really bad.
Dennison and Chuck is not talking.
Ah, now you're clear. Okay.
Yeah, Dennis and Chuck is not talking.
All right, thank you. I got traumatic, I got an iPhone. I got trauma, every time I get quiet for more than 10 seconds, you be like, fuck, I lose sound.
Yeah.
That beep you see are my Hispanic neighbors. They got their own business, 2 big ass trucks, and they do. And there's another guy, the younger guy who lives there. There's plenty family that stays there. The younger guy, he's always goes to work in suits and shit. Good looking guy, well dressed. So yeah, they having business over there. I almost called ICE on them, right? The dog keeps barking. I almost called the ICE hotline to tell them that, I think my neighbors, one of them don't speak English. Can you come and check on them? Dogs keep barking.
I don't know as well. But I have been streaming all day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thinking about ending it.
Good timing. Ain't nobody talking anyway. All right, let's say goodbye.
All right. Anybody got any final thoughts? Going once, going twice. All right. All right. Thank you everybody for viewing and coming up. We've been going live for quite a few hours. So the next couple of days, if I go live, I won't be going live that long unless the conversation permits. Thank you all for spending time with me and being here with me. God bless you all. Peace.